The story begins with ships firing at an unusual island. This island is not ordinary because it's inhabited by monsters. These creatures are terrifying, and the people on the island rely on hunters to eliminate them. The hunters are ready to take down these monsters, even when faced with giant red ants that appear before them. These ants are huge and scary, but the hunters prioritize fighting them to protect their commander. Unfortunately, the ants turn out to be incredibly powerful, and they start attacking the hunters mercilessly. The leader, who was their hope, lies injured on the ground. He's on the verge of losing consciousness. Just when things seem bleak, a person named Baran arrives and saves the commander from the ants' attack. Baran uses his healing magic to tend to the commander's wounds. However, the stubborn ants continue to attack, and this time, another hunter named Jinwoo uses his thunder power to knock the ants away. Despite their efforts, many ants are still around them. Jinwoo, another hunter, uses his incredible strength to fight them off. The hunters protect Baran, who is trying to heal the injured. As they struggle against the ants, a giant white ant, considered the boss of the ants, appears. It's about to crush Jinwoo, but he manages to hold its tentacles. Jinwoo takes advantage of the situation and delivers a massive shock to the ant. Jinwoo removes its tentacles and creates an opening in its stomach by throwing them inside. Together, they defeat the giant ant. After catching their breath, they prepare to face more white giant ants that come out of their den. These ants are a formidable force, but the hunters are determined to fight back. Meanwhile, Mr. Choi, the commander, uses his fire magic to battle the ants in the city. He succeeds in eliminating many of them, but there's still a large army to contend with. He signals his army to follow his lead. The story then takes us back in time, explaining that many years ago, a portal opened in the world, leading to the appearance of monsters. Conventional weapons proved ineffective against these monsters. Only those with special weapons and fighting techniques, known as hunters, could stand a chance. These hunters are classified based on their abilities, with S rank being the highest and E rank the lowest. Fast forward 3 years, and we see Kim and Park meeting at a hunter spot. They're happy to see each other after a long time. Kim had thought Park had quit hunting, but Park's priority is to earn money, especially with his wife being pregnant. Jinwoo arrives, and it's evident that he's a high-rank hunter based on the respect he receives from those around him. However, Kim clarifies that Jinwoo is the weakest among them, and there's no hope of his promotion. Park teases him, and Kim urges Park to be discreet because they don't want to hurt Jinwoo's feelings. Unfortunately, Jinwoo overhears and acknowledges that he's the weakest among them. Jinwoo encounters Jui, a healer, and greets her warmly. However, she's not in a welcoming mood, likely due to his facial scars. She reprimands him for not taking a healer on their team more seriously. Jinwoo explains that their team, belonging to high-ranking hunters, doesn't need a healer. He knows his abilities and low rank, so he doesn't have any complaints. Despite this, Jui continues to blame him for not taking his life as a hunter seriously, and he apologizes for his mistake. Just then, a man named Mr. Song introduced himself as a team leader, and everyone welcomed him because his rank was higher than theirs. After that, they continued to move toward the portal. Park, who was passing by Jinwoo, advised him to stick with their group to stay alive. As he moved ahead, Jinwoo looked at his weapon, which was not powerful. Instead, it was just an ordinary weapon because he didn't have enough money to buy a high-ranked one. Ignoring his weapon's limitations, he stepped forward towards the portal as he knew that his never-ending war awaited him. On the other hand, the president informed his secretary about the government's demand to prevent further dungeon breaks. They were also demanding precious supplies from the dungeon. Their request wasn't unreasonable because these gems and stones could be used to create unique weapons. The president, known as Go, showed his secretary a crystal derived from a slain magic beast, highlighting its rarity. Meanwhile, Jinwoo looked at the gem in his hand and felt pleased, even though he hadn't killed a high-ranked monster. He had managed to defeat an E-rank monster. However, another monster suddenly attacked him, bringing him out of his imaginary world. Ready to fight back, Jinwoo realized that his dagger didn't support him and had broken. The demon attacked him and started cutting his stomach. Before the demon could succeed, another hunter approached and knocked it down. Later, this hunter moved forward to kill other monsters. Jui, scared as she watched Jinwoo's injuries, moved forward to heal him, confident that she could cure him. Meanwhile, Jinwoo shifted his attention to the hunters with remarkable power, feeling like nothing more than trash before them. Aside from this, President Go explained that with dungeon gems, they could create weapons capable of killing mighty creatures. Additionally, mana crystals were found in dungeons, and weapons could be created from them. However, compared to gem weapons, these mana crystal weapons were not as valuable. Still, they were in great demand, and the government wanted to research them to create lethal weapons. After they killed the last monster, they were satisfied, but not entirely because they still hadn't acquired the precious gems and stones they needed to make more money. Just then, one of the hunters discovered a tunnel, indicating the presence of another dungeon inside. This was a rare occurrence. Leader Song prepared to inform headquarters before taking further steps, but some hunters who could see money in front of their eyes preferred to enter the tunnel. Even Park decided to join them because his wife was pregnant, and they needed a significant amount of money. None of them had any idea about what they were going to face next, but they were confident about the challenges that lay ahead. Song, who wasn't content with their decision, suggested a vote. The vote resulted in a tie because some hunters wanted to enter while others wanted to leave. Everyone had cast their vote except Jinwoo. Song asked Jinwoo to participate, and before refusing, he thought about his mother, who was hospitalized and in need of money for her treatment. He couldn't forget about his sister, who was studying and required financial support. Therefore, he reluctantly gave his approval. They considered it a D-ranked dungeon, so they didn't have any other option but to enter. In the company, Mr. Choi is hiring a capable and talented hunter. Instead, they sign a contract with them. On the other hand, a person on a bike snatches a girl's wallet. He feels no regrets and is happy because he plans to have a party. However, his plan is disrupted when he sees a gorgeous girl standing in front of him. He thinks she might be planning to die because she's standing in front of the bike. Just before the bike could hit her, she jumps away like a skilled hunter, winning the hearts of onlookers. As a result, some people in the crowd are injured. A gathering forms around her, and they quickly realize who she is, an S-rank hunter. People look at her as if she's a celebrity. Before the situation worsens, she leaps onto a building and disappears, not giving anyone a chance to ask questions. The people left behind are pleased to have met an S-rank hunter. Meanwhile, it's been almost 40 minutes since they started walking, and they're still looking for their boss. When the portal closes, they'll only have 20 minutes to eliminate the target. While walking, Joo needs to talk to Jinwoo. Jinwoo notices her concern and apologizes, even though he doesn't fully understand his mistake. Joo becomes furious and starts insulting him because she feels he has no concern for his life. He recently survived a dangerous situation but seems eager to jump into danger again, despite the scars and wounds all over his body. He refuses to give up. This infuriates Joo, but Jinwoo can only offer apologies. However, he can't share his sister's and mother's expenses with anyone. Listening to his apologetic words, Joo calms down a bit. She decides not to forgive him easily and asks him out to dinner. After escaping from that place, Jinwoo is ready for dinner and doesn't fully understand why Joo is interested in him. After walking for a long while, they finally find a bronze door. But as they look at the elegance of the door, they are stunned because this has never happened before. Some of them prefer to leave without going inside, fearing the unknown. However, those driven by their desire for money can't accept leaving empty-handed. So, despite their fears, they have no choice but to enter. Back in the city, a group of hunters gather for an orientation session. They watch a video of President Go, who explains that the portal they're about to enter has existed for over a decade, and there are still many mysteries within the dungeon. Hunting is a dangerous profession, and even experienced hunters can't afford to let their guard down during a raid mission. They must be cautious. However, in the dungeon, the group of hunters seems to have forgotten these words of caution entirely. They enter a mysterious and dangerous room that has never been explored before. They act as if they're on a casual field trip, showing no sense of the danger that lurks around them. The room contains ancient statues, some of which are holding strange musical instruments. Jinwoo stares at one particularly large statue, feeling uneasy about the eerie silence in the room. Everyone wonders where the boss monster is, and Song notices a magic circle on the ground. His attention is then drawn to a tablet with ancient writings and commandments related to worshipping some kind of god. However, Jinwoo is more concerned about something else. He believes he saw the eyes of the giant statue move, seemingly looking right at them. Jinwoo dismisses this as imagination, but their shock deepens when the door to the room suddenly closes. Panic ensues among the hunters. One woman suggests they might be trapped, but another man shoves her aside, regretting their decision to underestimate the dungeon. He tries to leave, no longer caring about the treasures they hope to find. However, in an instant, half of his body is sliced off by one of the statues. Horror and disbelief grip the remaining hunters as they realize they are facing a formidable enemy. Jinwoo is the most shocked among them, considering that the deceased hunter was of a higher rank than him. He knows he stands no chance against the statues, and the situation makes no sense to him. This dungeon is only supposed to be a D rank, but the statues are anything but ordinary. As chaos unfolds, Jinwoo has a terrifying realization. If one statue can move, then perhaps the others can too. He locks eyes with the giant statue, which seems to return his gaze. His mind races as he contemplates the dire situation they are in. Reflecting on Jinwoo's history, it becomes clear that he has faced numerous life and death situations before. From being separated from his team in his first mission to suffering injuries and hospitalization and encounters with magic beasts, every dungeon expedition is a perilous endeavor for him. Unlike other hunters who acquire gems and invest in better weapons, Jinwoo has only a modest knife and tattered clothes. He endures constant ridicule, relying on keen observation to find ways to survive. Back in the present, Jinwoo's instincts warn him of the impending danger posed by the giant statue. However, his warning comes too late, as the giant statue releases a powerful beam from its eyes, causing massive destruction. Panic and disbelief grip the team as they realize the direness of their situation. Ju trembles with fear, and Jinwoo is left shocked, knowing that they are trapped with no way out, and their lives are in grave danger. After witnessing the powerful attack, the group debates whether to flee, fearing further attacks. Song advises everyone to stay still to avoid provoking another assault. He commends Jinwoo, acknowledging that they all would have been in grave danger if not for Jinwoo's alertness. Jinwoo, noticing Song's missing arm, attends to him. Song downplays his injury, requesting Jinwoo's help to stop the bleeding. He had hoped to ask Ju, a B-rank healer, but she struggles under pressure, which limits her to easier raids. Song notes that while he has experienced B-rank dungeons, the creature they encountered could be O or even S-rank. Song then recites the Kartanen Temple's commandments, which include revering God, praising him, and proving faith. Those who fail to obey these laws will not survive in this place. Jinwoo wonders if the massive statue they saw represents the god mentioned in the commandments. The narrative then shifts to explain that 10 years ago, gates connecting their world to an alternate dimension appeared, leading to supernatural occurrences worldwide. These events gave rise to individuals with special powers, known as hunters, responsible for battling the creatures inside dungeons. A hunter's power, once awakened, remains constant. However, some gates hide monsters that evoke a fear beyond the ordinary. We then see that Jinwoo's sister, Jinna, is at school when one of her friends arrives late. The friend curiously asks if Jinna's brother is a hunter. Jinna confirms, mentioning he's an E-rank and often gets injured, recently coming home covered in bandages. She inquires why her friend is interested, and the friend nonchalantly suggests she could do better than Jinna's brother. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Song acknowledges the overwhelming power of the creature they face. He suggests they regroup and find an escape. Another person trapped in the dungeon, not wanting to die after just securing a contract with a major guild, believes he can escape by running at full speed, confident in his swiftness. However, as he attempts to flee, the statue instantly incinerates him. Song realizes they are at the mercy of this powerful entity, and Jinwoo ponders why it hasn't killed them all yet. Recalling the commandments, Jinwoo asks Song to repeat the first one. Song replies that it's to revere God. Jinwoo theorizes that the dungeon operates under its own set of rules. He tries standing up, causing the statue's eyes to glow ominously. Quickly sitting back down, the statue returns to its normal state. Jinwoo then instructs everyone to bow their heads to the statue. The group is confused, not fully understanding his reasoning. Song asks Jinwoo if he's figured something out. Jinwoo explains that the statue won't attack as long as they keep their heads bowed in reverence, following the commandment to revere God. Everyone imitates Jinwoo, bowing their heads. The statue's sinister expression seems to soften, and Park, noticing the statue isn't reacting, bravely stands up. To their relief, the statue remains passive, and the rest of the group also stands. They question if the danger has passed, but Jinwoo reminds them there are still 2 more commandments to consider. Suddenly, the statue comes to life and starts moving. Song asks Jinwoo for a plan, and Jinwoo admits he doesn't have one but emphasizes the importance of adhering to the commandment. The second commandment, to praise God, becomes their focus, but they are unsure how to do it. A hunter, knowledgeable in ethnology, volunteers to try praising the statue using traditional extollments. Unfortunately, his prayers don't affect the statue, which brutally crushes him. The horrifying sight causes the others to scatter in fear. Park, desperate to survive for his family's sake, approaches another statue, hoping for safety. Tragically, this statue swiftly cuts him in half, leaving the group in shock and dismay. While running alongside Juhi, Jinwoo ponders how they can fulfill the commandment to praise the statue. He knows he can't leave Juhi behind and desperately searches for a clue. Meanwhile, the statues continue their deadly rampage, claiming more hunters' lives. Observing closely, Jinwoo notices a key difference. Some statues wield weapons, while others hold musical instruments. He directs everyone towards the statues holding instruments. Song approaches one, and to their relief, the instrument begins to play. The other hunters replicate this, but the instrument of Jinwoo's chosen statue remains silent. Jinwoo quickly deduces the problem. It's inactive because 2 people are standing in front of it. He decides to leave Juhi there and move to another instrument statue, even as the giant statue chases him. The colossal statue attempts to crush Jinwoo, but he agilely dodges the attack. However, he inadvertently lands near a weapon-bearing statue and narrowly escapes its assault, sustaining some injuries. Despite his wounds, Jinwoo crawls towards a different instrument statue. As the giant statue lunges for another attack, Jinwoo evades it and reaches the instrument statue, triggering its music. The giant statue halts its aggression and returns to its throne. Jinwoo understands that playing the instruments is the way to praise the entity, as required by the commandment. Juhee rushes over to Jinwoo, finding that one of his legs is missing. She attempts to heal him, but Jinwoo cautions her against overexerting herself. Ignoring his warnings, Juhee pushes her powers to the limit, causing her to bleed and eventually forcing her to stop. Kim, overwhelmed by the dire situation, remarks that it feels like a nightmare. He comments regretfully on Song's lost arm, attributing it to Song's rash decision as their leader. He suggests it's a result of karma. The others quickly remind Kim that he was the one pushing to enter the dungeon, but Kim argues that they all agreed on it together. Song, taking responsibility, admits the final decision was his. Jinwoo, sensing the urgency, refocuses the group, reminding them there's still one commandment left. Suddenly, an altar materializes in the room's center. The group is puzzled, but Jinwoo explains it's an altar for offerings to gods, used for treasure and sacrifices. He connects this to the third commandment, the need to prove their faith. Kim suggests a sacrifice is necessary, and, pointing his sword at Song, implies Song should take responsibility for his actions. Song, accepting his fate, approaches the altar, ready to sacrifice himself. Jinwoo internally debates this, believing the situation isn't solely Song's fault since they had voted on their action. As Song nears the altar, a flame ignites beside it, causing confusion among the group. Song looks to Jinwoo, unsure if further action is needed. Jinwoo, deep in thought, requests 2 hunters to escort him to the altar for a closer examination. The group is concerned about potential attacks, but Jinwoo reassures them. Approaching the altar, 3 more flames appear. Song asks Jinwoo if he has figured anything out, but Jinwoo admits he hasn't. He questions whether waiting would lead to rescue, but Song pessimistically notes that the gate has been open for a week, and the statues might reactivate before help arrives. Jinwoo reflects on the dungeon dynamics, realizing that a gate fully opens in 7 days, leading to a dungeon break. This event allows monsters to cross into their world. The main goal of raids is to defeat the dungeon boss and close the gate in time. Failure to do so in their current predicament would mean the monstrous entity could invade their world. In the hospital, Jia is visiting her mother, who is unconscious in her bed. Jia chats away happily to her unresponsive mother, sharing stories about her day. Meanwhile, in a mysterious dungeon, Jinwoo gathers everyone around an altar. He suspects that for each person present, a flame will light up, possibly leading to something happening. As everyone gathers close, individual flames light up, and then blue flames appear, signaling the opening of the room's door. The once still statues begin to ominously move towards the altar, causing confusion among the group. Jinwoo, having observed the pattern, instructs everyone to keep their eyes fixed on the statues, explaining that they only move when not being watched. The group follows Jinwoo's instruction, halting the statues. However, fear overcomes one of the hunters, who runs out of the gate. This causes one of the flames to extinguish, slightly closing the gate. This development leads the group to question their situation. Jinwoo notices the blue flames gradually fading over time. He deduces that the dungeon might be a trap, using danger to create false hope and test their faith. When another hunter leaves, Jinwoo warns the remaining group about potential blind spots and reassures them that as long as they keep watching the statues, they'll be safe. He believes that the blue flames act as a timer, and their extinguishing will signal their escape. Kim, acknowledging Jinwoo's crucial role in their survival, feels torn between staying and returning to his family. He decides to leave, hopeful for a reunion with his loved ones. Jinwoo, despite the dwindling numbers, remains determined to find a way out. Song then urges Jinwoo and Juhee to escape, saying the door will remain open as long as someone stays behind. As Juhee attempts to help Jinwoo leave, she collapses, likely due to overexertion from her earlier healing attempts. Jinwoo, now faced with a difficult decision, contemplates their next move in the perilous dungeon. In the dire situation, Jinwoo urges Song to escape with Juhee, insisting he's the only one who can carry her out safely. Despite Juhee's reluctance, Jinwoo reassures her by promising a meal out and gives her an essence stone to buy dinner, playfully saying he'll ask for the change later. Juhee protests, but Song quickly knocks her out, facilitating their escape. Left alone, Jinwoo reflects on his fate, regretting not having better insurance and vowing to take down at least one enemy with him. However, his efforts to fight back are futile against the overpowering statues, which soon dismember and beat him mercilessly. Amidst the pain, Jinwoo thinks about his desire to be stronger and his limited success. He recalls Kim's words and understands Kim's need to return to his family, acknowledging that often the most selfish are the ones who benefit. Jinwoo, too, realizes he doesn't want to die. In the critical moment, as the statues prepare for a final blow, time runs out, and they halt. Suddenly, Jinwoo sees a notification about a quest, offering him the chance to become a player. The message warns of imminent death if he declines. With only a fraction of a second to decide, Jinwoo chooses to accept, embracing this unexpected opportunity for survival. We then see that the screen says that he have become a player, and son Jinwoo wakes up in a hospital, surprised to see his previously severed limbs perfectly attached, with no signs of the fatal chest wound he remembers. Confused, he wonders if it was all a dream. But then two members of the Hunter Association's surveillance team, Woo Jinchul and Kang Tae-shik, visit him. They inform Jinwoo that he has been unconscious for 3 days. He's relieved to hear that his fellow hunters, Joo-hee and Song Cheol, survived the incident, though Cheol lost an arm and might retire, and Joo-hee is undergoing psychiatric treatment, uncertain if she'll continue hunting. Jinchul reveals that only 6 survived the double dungeon incident, a rarity with such tragic outcomes. By the time the White Tiger Guild investigated, based on survivors' alerts, all they found was Jinwoo alone, with no evidence of the described temple and statues. This baffles Jinwoo, but Jinchul confirms the survivors' accounts align, avoiding suspicion on them. Jinchul then speculates Jinwoo might have experienced a second awakening, a rare phenomenon allowing hunters to surpass their initial power, possibly reaching ORS rank. To test this, Jinwoo is asked to use a manometer. If his survival against supposedly deadly magical beasts was true, it might indicate a significant power, implying an ORS rank's involvement. However, Jinwoo's mana score is only 10, far below expectations, deflating his hopes of a second awakening. Apologizing for their mistake, Jinchul and Tae-shik leave, puzzled over how Jinwoo survived, labeling him nearly as weak as a civilian. Son Jinwoo feels disappointed that the Hunter Association representatives didn't inquire about the mysterious pop-up window only he seems to see, questioning if he's the only one who can perceive it. Realizing it doesn't respond to touch, he recalls encountering something similar before. His sister, Jinna, visits, scolding him for his recklessness and threatening to quit school to work if such an incident recurs. Jinwoo, feeling guilty for nearly leaving his sister behind, tests if Jinna can see the pop-up by asking her about notification reading in games. Following her clueless response, Jinwoo commands Aloud to open the message box, which surprisingly works, revealing messages addressing him as a player. As Jinna leaves with her friend Seong, Jinwoo explores more pop-ups, learning the system aims to aid a player's development, warning of penalties for non-compliance. He discovers a daily strength training quest with physical exercise, puzzled by the unrealistic expectations while hospitalized. Meanwhile, Jinchul reports to Chairman Gunhee that Jinwoo hasn't undergone a second awakening. Relieved yet puzzled by the incident's oddities and lack of a dungeon break, Gunhee instructs marking this as a special case for further investigation. Jeonggan asks Hyein if she could join the upcoming B-rank raid as a guide. He tells her the raid is both a test and hands-on training for newcomers. Hyein isn't sure she's cut out to be a guide. Jeonggan assures her that simply by fighting as she always does, she'll set a great example for everyone. He reminds her that their Hunters Guild is among the top 5 in the city, yet it doesn't stand out on a global scale. While they can't boost their ranks individually, they can still improve as a team to be prepared for future challenges. Suddenly, a gate appears in the middle of a road, causing trouble for the city's residents, who hope the hunters will deal with it soon. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Jinwoo's time for his daily quest expires, triggering an earthquake in his room. He falls from his bed to find himself in a desert, realizing he's been transported as a penalty for not completing his quest. He must survive here for 4 hours. Back in the hospital, a nurse checks on Jinwoo, only to find his room empty. As Jinwoo flees from a giant centipede, he wonders how many there are. With 2 hours still to go, nurses search the hospital for him. He narrowly escapes being eaten by one of the centipedes when his time runs out, and he's transported back to the hospital, where he collapses from exhaustion. The nurses eventually find him back in his room. After a few days, Jinwoo tells Jinna he's getting better and will be discharged soon. Meanwhile, Joo-hee receives an invite to a D-rank dungeon raid but declines. The caller mentions Jinwoo's awakening, which delights Joo-hee. She visits him with flowers, sees him running in the garden, and learns from the nurses that he's been exercising to get back in shape since waking up. Deciding not to disturb him, Joo-hee leaves. Jinwoo then takes a moment to rest, reflecting on the 4 days since he regained consciousness and his realization that the quest windows he sees are real. He understands now that completing daily quests rewards him with full recovery, ability points to enhance his strength, and access to a skill inventory. This new reality amuses him, even if it makes others think he's odd for laughing by himself. Jinwoo reveals the last reward from his daily quest is a mystery box. When he opens it, he finds a key inside. Up until now, he's only received trivial items like bandages and pens, but this time, he discovers the key can teleport him to a special dungeon from Exit 3 of the Hapjeong subway station. Curious, Jinwoo wonders about this instant's dungeon and guesses it's an opportunity for him to get stronger. Meanwhile, a news report talks about the gates that have appeared in various cities, warning of possible traffic jams in those areas. The story then shifts to Jinwoo visiting his ill mother, recalling that her illness began 4 years ago when she suddenly fell into a coma. The doctors diagnosed her with eternal sleep disease, a condition that emerged alongside the gates, affecting 1 in tens of thousands. They suggested it might be linked to mana exposure, with life support being the only aid modern medicine could offer. This situation led Jinwoo to take up work at a construction site until he awakened as a hunter. Excited by his new abilities, he shared with his sister their newfound hope for affording their mother's medical expenses. Despite his sister's concerns about the dangers, Jinwoo assured her he could handle it. However, it soon became clear that Jinwoo struggled against monsters, often holding back his team. After completing another round of daily quests, he decides to invest his ability points into increasing his strength yet again. Jinwoo heads to Hapjeong Station, believing he can escape if the situation gets too risky. Upon using a special key, a gate to another dimension appears, and he steps through it, the entrance ceiling shut behind him. Inside, he realizes he's in an instance dungeon, distinct from the normal ones he's familiar with, where the only escape options are defeating the dungeon boss or using a teleportation stone. Worried about his ability to confront a dungeon boss given his past difficulties with even low-level monsters, Jinwoo has no choice but to proceed. Inside the dungeon, he encounters 3 goblins. Initially, he can only dodge their attacks, but frustration fuels his determination, allowing him to defeat them one by one, boosting his confidence. However, his triumph is short-lived as a steel fang lichen attacks, easily breaking his blade. The lichen's strength overwhelms Jinwoo, leaving him paralyzed with fear and unable to move, a stark reminder of his vulnerabilities without a healer by his side. As the lichen launches another attack, Jinwoo faces the harsh reality of his situation. As the wolf-like creature, the lichen, charges at Jinwoo, he quickly uses his newfound agility to dodge its attacks. He notices that his body feels lighter than usual, and despite the fear, he decides not to give up this second chance at life. In a daring move, Jinwoo rushes towards the lichen, landing a powerful punch that sends it flying. Surprisingly, steam rises from the impact, making Jinwoo realize that he has gained strength. However, he acknowledges that the lichen is still much stronger than him. When the lichen charges again, Jinwoo attempts to counter with punches, but they prove ineffective. Forced to dodge, he understands that defeating the lichen will require some help. Lacking a party, Jinwoo decides to use his resources wisely. He runs, but the lichen claws at his shin, prompting him to create distance. Faced with the realization that he can't keep dodging forever, he wishes for a magical weapon. Recalling his secret inventory, he retrieves a magic sword. As the lichen lunges once more, Jinwoo skillfully slices it in 2, receiving a level-up notification. Confused about how the expensive sword ended up in his inventory, Jinwoo chooses not to dwell on it. His wounds heal, and despite the appearance of 2 more steel fang lichens, Jinwoo remains confident with his newfound weapon. Attempting to lift the sword from the ground, Jinwoo realizes it won't budge. Panic sets in as the lichens approach, and he desperately pleads for the sword's cooperation. On the final attempt, the sword dislodges just in time. As the lichens close in, Jinwoo swings the sword, defeating one and skillfully kicking the other to prevent damage to his valuable weapon. Unfazed by the appearance of another lichen, Jinwoo confidently faces it, knowing that these creatures are nothing compared to the challenges he faced in the secret room. The magic sword, now a powerful ally, gives him a newfound sense of assurance as he prepares for whatever challenges lie ahead. Jinwoo faces the lichen, but it quickly turns and runs away. Deciding to take a break, he leans against the wall and realizes he's now at level 2 after engaging in actual combat, unlike the daily quests that never caused him to level up. His wounds heal, and he notices that all his stats have increased by 1 point, making a total of 5 points, which is more than what he gained from daily quests. Curious about how much stronger he can get with each stat increase, he speculates that the higher his basic ability in a stat, the more points he can earn. Despite the newfound strength, he remains grounded, not wanting to get carried away by defeating only 5 small monsters. Eager to collect rewards, Jinwoo checks for magic gems on the lichens, but instead, he receives a wolf fang as an item. Wondering about the in-game economy, he attempts to buy something from the shop screen, only to find out that new players cannot make purchases. Opting to sell the fang, he receives 20 gold coins, though he ponders on their real-world value in an E-rank dungeon. Facing the challenge of finding the dungeon boss or the teleportation stone, Jinwoo acknowledges his uncertainty about defeating the boss alone but believes in his chances as he continues to level up. Suddenly, he notices an entire pack of lichens emerging from the shadows. Unfazed, Jinwoo charges at them in defiance. Engaging in a battle with the lichens, he slashes and slices through their attacks. Even when surrounded, he remains fearless, hoping the lichens provide a worthy challenge and don't die too easily. As he battles, memories of his past flash before his eye, and a smile crosses his face. Relishing the fight, he levels up during the battle, ultimately defeating the entire pack and earning the title of Wolf Assassin. Jinwoo, exhausted and sweating, takes a moment to catch his breath after a challenging battle in the dungeon. He notices that his sword is nearly broken and reflects on the expendable nature of his weapons. Examining his inventory, he finds items obtained from the battle and those remaining from his previous adventures. Surprisingly, he discovers the teleportation stone, a valuable item, and contemplates leaving the dungeon. However, the desire to become stronger pulls him back, and he wonders if the dungeon will disappear like a time-limited event if he exits. Feeling toyed with by an unknown force, he stores the teleportation stone in his inventory and resolves to go deeper into the dungeon. Meanwhile, Juhai receives a call from the Hunter Association requesting her assistance in a nearby dungeon that has experienced a break. Despite apologizing for her earlier actions, she agrees to help due to the shortage of healers. As Jinwoo progresses deeper, he faces new creatures, defeating them and leveling up in the process. He takes note of the color of their names, indicating their relative strength. Initially facing a red-named lichen, he now encounters white-named ones, showcasing his growing power. Reaching a flight of stairs, Jinwoo hesitates, realizing he can't defeat the monster waiting at the end. Examining his stats, he notices his level hasn't increased recently, and his sword is on the verge of breaking. Despite the challenges, he descends the stairs and finds the environment has changed. The peaceful train station ambience is replaced by a rushing sound, and a powerful monster, a water snake, appears. Jinwoo recognizes that they are at the same level. Attempting to engage the snake with his sword, he realizes it's ineffective against the snake's scales. The snake attacks swiftly, forcing Jinwoo to dodge and strategize. Despite his efforts, the snake knocks him into the water, presenting a new challenge. Jinwoo manages to escape the water, but the relentless snake continues its assault. The battle intensifies as the snake's attacks become faster and more aggressive. As Jinwoo struggles to fend off the snake, he faces a moment of vulnerability. The snake smacks him with its tail, sending him flying. Jinwoo, feeling powerless against the formidable opponent, recalls the words of Gunhee, who encouraged him to work hard and change the perception that labeled him the weakest hunter. In a desperate attempt, Jinwoo grabs his broken sword, questioning how much stronger he must become to overcome constant challenges and ridicule. The snake relentlessly attacks, pinning him against the wall and crushing him, creating a tense and precarious situation. Jinwoo felt the weight of a hurtful nickname, the weakest hunter. Being weak in a world where strength is valued made people look down on him, even if he was smart. Realizing that overwhelming power often overcomes the weak, Jinwoo decided he didn't want to be considered gentle anymore. He wanted strength. That's why he entered the dungeon. With determination, Jinwoo faced a monstrous water snake in battle. Channeling an inner strength, he leaped at the snake like a possessed force, attempting to climb its massive body. The snake, however, knocked him away. Undeterred, Jinwoo stood up, vowing not to give up until he became stronger, a determination that manifested in a blue aura surrounding him. Blocking the snake's attacks, Jinwoo wore down its tough scales. Feeling like he needed to give more, he put in extra effort. Compared to facing a powerful being he considered akin to God, the snake seemed insignificant. Taking advantage of an opening, Jinwoo jumped into the air, driving his sword into a vulnerable spot in the snake's scale. The battle continued with Jinwoo slicing the snake's side to further weaken its scales. In a daring move, the snake opened its mouth wide, swallowing Jinwoo whole. His sword flew into the air, but Jinwoo clung to it. Using his strength, he crushed the snake's scale from the inside, causing harm to the creature. Despite the snake's attempts to dislodge him, Jinwoo held on tightly. With unwavering determination, he pressed down on the snake's neck with all his power until he emerged victorious. The battle resulted in Jinwoo leveling up, a moment that brought a smile to his face. It was a tangible sign of his growing strength. As a reward for his triumph, Jinwoo obtained a powerful dagger, twice as strong as his previous sword, equipped with paralysis and bleeding effects. Additionally, he acquired a vial containing the snake's venom, which he considered overpowered in its effects. A notification signaled the dungeon's reset after the boss's defeat, returning the station to its normal state. Jinwoo steps out into an empty area, curious about the time. A soldier approaches, asking why he's there and if he missed the announcement. Seeing Jinwoo's sword, the soldier recognizes him as a hunter and apologizes, offering to take him to the dungeon break site. The soldier explains the dungeon break situation, mentioning that most monsters have been defeated, except for a giant magic beast, the dungeon boss. Despite the distance, Jinwoo can sense the boss's magical aura. The massive magic golem is engaged in battle with hunters, while the police keep citizens behind barricades. Upon reaching the site, Jinwoo observes the lack of teamwork among the present hunters. Most are low-ranked, and the battles only prolonged due to a higher-ranked tank. Looking at the healers, he notes 2 in D rank and 1 in B rank. The B rank healer, Juhee, is not helping as she's dazed and still shaken from her encounter with God. Attempting a healing circle, she loses concentration, breaking the circle. Jinwoo empathizes with Juhee but is no longer scared, considering they face a D rank monster, lower than the one he recently defeated. Ready to act, he rolls up his sleeves, preparing to jump into action. The hunters struggle, hoping for a higher-ranked comrade. Knowing he can defeat the monster by breaking its defense, Jinwoo decides to strike with his most powerful hit. Throwing his sword with tremendous force, he shatters the golem's defense. The hunters capitalize on the opportunity, successfully defeating the golem. The tank questions how they suddenly succeeded after their previous ineffective attacks. Curious about Jinwoo's involvement, the tank asks the soldier who brought him, but Jinwoo has disappeared. Terrified by Jinwoo's power, the tank wonders if he is a high-ranked hunter. Jinwoo appears much stronger, though he didn't expect to break the monster's defense with just 1 hit, suspecting the golem's vitality was already low before his strike. The hospital nurses chat about Jinwoo's fit body and cuteness while he does his morning workout. They're surprised by how buff he's become compared to when he first arrived. One nurse accidentally walks in on him shirtless, and Jinwoo quickly apologizes. She notices his muscles and wonders if he always had such a good physique. After snapping back to reality, the nurse informs Jinwoo that it's his discharge day. Checking if he's comfortable, Jinwoo assures her of his full recovery. She instructs him to complete discharge procedures at the counter when ready. He thanks her for the care and starts to leave the room. Just then, the girl shows him her phone and asks if she can have his phone number. Jinwoo believes that she wants to send his test results, which are due later today, and gives her his phone number, saying that he has no problem if she's okay with it. Meanwhile, a TV show features Yuno, one of the 7S rank hunters, discussing his life outside missions. He emphasizes the importance of daily training, explaining his background as a former firefighter. Jinna, watching the news, realizes she's late for school and hurries out, exchanging well wishes with Jinwoo. Jinwoo is patting his stomach, and Jinna notices his toned abs showing through his shirt. She asks if he's been exercising, and he replies with just a little. Jinna observes the height difference between them and wonders if his increased height is a result of his training. Before heading out, she goes to put on her school shoes, and Jinwoo hands her an umbrella she forgot. He playfully nudges her towards the door, and she bids him goodbye. Once she's gone, Jinwoo heads to the living room, checking his daily tasks. He has completed the others, except for running, which he plans to do later. Examining his stats, he notices unallocated points. Understanding the need for strength, agility, and perception, he decides to distribute the points among these attributes. A call from his landlord interrupts his thoughts. The landlord inquires about the rent, and Jinwoo admits he hasn't paid for the month yet. Promising to transfer the money, Jinwoo ends the call with the landlord expressing appreciation for his prompt response. Jinwoo is grappling with uncertainty about a potential second awakening, but he's now capable of swiftly defeating goblins, opening up opportunities for him to earn a living. Seated on his couch, he navigates through available dungeons, recognizing the need for a high-level one to yield substantial rewards. However, his low rank poses a barrier to accessing such dungeons. The idea of undergoing a reevaluation crosses his mind, envisioning a higher rank that would thrust him into the spotlight. With increased attention, the potential for earning more money emerges. Yet, Jinwoo is aware that individuals with a second awakening are rare, and hunters whose stats increase with level are practically non-existent. Cognizant of the intrusive nature of media scrutiny, he decides to abandon the notion of seeking higher recognition. He decided to keep his abilities under wraps until he fully grasps them. Jinwoo receives a surprising notification on his phone. Startled, he hastily dresses and heads to a specific location. While accomplishing his daily task, he is on the verge of claiming his reward when a man suddenly calls out to him. Gong-suk introduces himself to Jinwoo. Realizing Jinwoo is an E-rank adventurer, Gong-suk's party members recognize him as the infamous weakest hunter. Despite one member laughing at Jinwoo's nickname, Gong-suk reprimands them and apologizes for their behavior. He then invites Jinwoo to join their dungeon raid to bolster their numbers. Dong-suk allows Jinwoo to accompany them but clarifies that he won't receive any loot, only a commission for his services. Examining the group, Jinwoo notices 4 C-rank hunters and 2 who are D rank or lower. Curious about Jinwoo's role, Dong-suk explains that he'll be responsible for carrying their luggage and belongings during the expedition. Jinwoo inquires if there's a healer in the group. The man explains that private teams like theirs find it challenging to recruit healers, but manage without one. Despite Jinwoo's concern, the man hands him the contract, which states the party won't be responsible for any injuries he sustains. Jinwoo signs it, and another hunter named Jinho introduces himself as a D-rank member brought in to fill their numbers. Impressed by Jinho's equipment, Jinwoo assumes he's from a wealthy family. They equip their gear and head out. Jinho asks if the bags are too heavy, but Jinwoo assures him they're fine. They reach the gate, and despite its immense size, they doubt it's a C-rank gate. Dong-suk explains it was ranked by investigators. Jinho questions entering the large gate, and Jinwoo clarifies that only the magic flux matters. He adds that gates with a rank below C aren't very dangerous. Jinho is amazed by Jinwoo's knowledge, who mentions his experience as a hunter. Admitting it's his first time entering a C-rank dungeon, Jinwoo assures them it's safe. Dong-suk leads the party through the gate, finding darkness inside. He instructs a member to cast light, surprised by the absence of monsters and luminescent stones, which are typically found in dungeons. Jinwoo recalls entering another completely dark dungeon in his memory. Jinho, curious, asks Jinwoo about luminescent stones, and he explains they are glowing rocks often found in cave-like dungeons, emitting light from the floor or roof. Jinho, still bewildered by the abundance of gems and stones associated with dungeons, receives assurance from Jinwoo that he will become accustomed to it. As they venture deeper into the cave, Jinho remains surprised by the absence of any visible threats. Wondering if dungeons can exist without monsters, he questions Jinwoo, who instructs him to keep quiet. Jinwoo, using his acute hearing, detects hidden monsters choosing to remain concealed. Dong-suk prepares the party for an imminent battle. Jinwoo is astonished to find that the monsters move together, rushing towards any light source. He identifies them as insect-type magic beasts, and the party, not thrilled about facing insects, examines the holes, anticipating the insect attacks. Unease spreads as the insect sounds draw nearer. Jinwoo listens carefully, pinpointing the insects in a hole above the party. Dong-suk decides to attract the insects with his taunt skill, while others attack from behind. Jinho urges Jinwoo to stay by his side for protection. The party successfully executes their strategy, defeating the insects with coordinated teamwork. Impressed, Jinwoo feels a twinge of frustration. After the victory, Dong-suk queries Jinwoo about how he predicted the insects' approach. Jinwoo explains it was his intuition. One of the party members calls out to Dong-suk, and they notice the insects were killed by something that bit them, not their swords or magic. They suspect a monster preying on the insects. Jinwoo advises Jinho to be cautious due to his expensive gear. At the association gym, hunters working out hear a huge explosion. Some are surprised, but one hunter mentions it's their guild master's workout routine. They are impressed, but Yunho thinks it's not enough for a warm-up. Jinwoo shares more about dungeons with Jinho and questions if he can handle the luggage in such a massive dungeon. Jinwoo insists he's fine earning without fighting, but he's suspicious of the too-good-to-be-true deal. He remains uneasy about the lack of a healer in the group and the need to fabricate monsters. Discovering more half-dead insects increases their suspicion, thinking the dungeon boss is nearby. About to move forward, Dong-suk asks his party member to light up the cave. They proceed, cutting through cobwebs, anticipating the boss room. They find numerous mana crystals, sparking dreams of newfound wealth among the group. Everyone fantasizes about what they'll do with their potential fortune. Jinho examines Jinwoo's contract and suggests he gather crystals since they aren't considered spoils. Jinho is assured by Dong-suk that Jinwoo will get his share after defeating the boss. They plan to move the crystals before defeating the boss, as the dungeon gate will close. Taking advantage of the boss's sleep, they decide to proceed. Dong-suk realizes they lack the necessary tools left at their car and instructs Jinho and Jinwoo to stay back while they retrieve them. Jinho is uneasy, but Dong-suk assures him they're safe as the boss is asleep. Though C-rank dungeons typically require 8 people, Jinwoo recalls Dong-suk saying they've always managed with 6 members, wondering about the absence of regulars to fill the gap. Leaving the room, Dong-suk orders one member to seal it off. Realizing the betrayal, Jinho attempts to break through the wall to no avail. The dungeon boss awakens and approaches them. Feeling powerless, Jinwoo recalls his encounter with God and gains confidence. He instructs Jinho to step back, as he prepares to face the monster with his sword from the inventory. As Hong's group exits the dungeon, the mage questions why they didn't take care of the two newcomers themselves. Hong explains that killing them might awaken the spider, disrupting their mana crystal harvest. Hong assures the mage that their plan will succeed, as the inexperienced newcomers stand no chance against the spider. They intend to let the spider consume them and then retreat. While they can't force their way in without alerting the spider, Hong knows of a hidden path. The worst-case scenario is if the spider remains awake after consuming the newcomers. If they fail to retrieve the mana crystals, they'll still profit from Jinwoo's valuable equipment. Both Hong and the mage agree they're no match for the spider alone. Jinwoo tries to dissuade Jinwoo from facing the boss, arguing that even an elite C-rank hunter wouldn't stand a chance. Instead, Jinwoo suggests finding an exit. Yet, Jinwoo feels strangely calm. He realizes he may have reached a point where he no longer fears C-rank bosses. At level 18, he believes he stands a chance against it. After confronting the snake, Jinwoo declares the real hunt has begun. Meanwhile, Go, the Hunters Association president, is exhausted from endless meetings. His driver suggests sparring to lift his spirits, and Go, always willing to guide the younger generation, accepts. Back in the dungeon, Jinwoo encounters the formidable spider with its incredibly tough skin and powerful attacks, knowing one wrong move could mean his demise. Jinwoo observes Jinwoo's movements intently, quickly realizing they're unlike those of any ranked hunter. Puzzled, Jinwoo questions Jinwoo's true identity, wondering if he might be a false ranker. Such individuals deliberately lower their ranking by controlling their magic power, often for sinister purposes. Filled with regret for entering the dungeon, Jinwoo watches as Jinwoo struggles to penetrate the spider's resilient hide. With fatigue setting in rapidly, Jinwoo knows he must end the battle soon. Assessing his options, Jinwoo relies on his dagger's paralysis and drain ability, identifying them as his best chance for victory. However, his plan is thwarted when the spider unleashes an unexpected acid attack. Determined to overcome this obstacle, Jinwoo decides to utilize a new skill, Dash, to close the distance. Although he manages to land an attack on the spider's face, the debuffs from his dagger are nullified. Undeterred, Jinwoo persists, striking the spider repeatedly in a desperate attempt to weaken it. Despite pushing himself to the limit, Jinwoo's exhaustion leaves him vulnerable, and he is ultimately struck by the spider. Jinwoo finds himself in a perilous situation, but he recalls a reward from his daily quest that grants full recovery. With swift thinking, he activates it, much to Jinwoo's relief. Renewed, Jinwoo resumes his attack on the spider, managing to pierce one of its eyes with his dagger's debuffs taking effect. Seizing the opportunity, Jinwoo continues to strike, inflicting more damage and applying additional debuffs. Eventually, the spider succumbs to the onslaught, and Jinwoo receives notification of his victory. Reflecting on his narrow escape, Jinwoo realizes his luck in not choosing a reward before entering the dungeon, which surely would have led to his demise. Jinwoo is astounded by Jinwoo's solo defeat of the dungeon boss, strengthening his suspicion that Jinwoo may be a false ranker. As Jinwoo retrieves a gem from the defeated spider, Jinwoo offers to carry the supplies henceforth, admiring Jinwoo's prowess. Encouraging Jinwoo to rest, Jinwoo takes charge of mining mana crystals. Meanwhile, Hong and his group are taken aback by the survival of the newcomers. In another setting, Go demonstrates his skill to Woo in a training session, effortlessly overpowering him. Impressed, Woo marvels at Go's prowess, feeling grateful for the session's uplifting effect on Go. Go admits he's not as strong as before, but he acknowledges Woo's dedication to training. Woo understands that training won't increase his level but can enhance his skills. Go emphasizes the importance of both physical and mental strength for hunters, especially in dangerous dungeons filled with unsavory characters. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Hong's group concludes that the newbies survived due to the spider's incompetence. They ridicule the spider for its defeat by inexperienced hunters. Hong reveals his plan to Jinwoo, mentioning his knowledge of Jinwoo's wealthy background, which Jinwoo fails to see the relevance of. Hong then presents Jinwoo with a grim ultimatum: either kill Jinwoo or face death alongside him. Hong explains their typical practice of eliminating party members to keep all the spoils, but offers Jinwoo a chance to join them. Refusal means death for both Jinwoo and Jinwoo. Hong ponders the potential danger posed by Jinwoo's powerful gear, fearing it may have bestowed him with abilities to defeat the spider. Preferring not to take any chances, he aims to pit Jinwoo against the weaker Jinwoo. However, Hong is taken aback when Jinwoo unexpectedly aligns himself with Jinwoo. The malevolent group decides to end their lives, prompting Hong to question if the newbies have ever been forced to kill before. Suddenly, Jinwoo receives an urgent quest requiring him to defeat 6 enemies. Identifying Jinwoo as the weaker target, the group's mage launches an attack. Jinwoo anxiously observes his friend's plight, deeply concerned for Jinwoo's safety. Elsewhere, a member of Cha-hee's group boasts of her prowess, having swiftly defeated an ranked beast. She and her comrades are relieved to belong to top guilds, shielded from the unsavory rumors circulating about other squads. Among these rumors are accounts of strike teams with alarmingly high fatality rates. Back in the dungeon, Hung resigns to defeat, declaring Jinwoo's demise as imminent. Jinwoo scolds himself for his forgetfulness, recognizing the harsh reality of survival in his world. Violence, lies, and betrayal reign supreme, and he's enraged by his lapse in memory. He realizes he's grown desensitized to this environment, a dangerous state of mind. Having calmed down, Jinwoo reflects on his carelessness and arrogance. The leveling system now compels him to kill, prompting him to question its motives. It's clear the system wants him alive and strong, leading Jinwoo to decide to use it to his advantage. Addressing the group, Jinwoo acknowledges their reminder about the brutal nature of dungeon life. He warns them to prepare for situations where this harsh reality turns against them. One member objects to being called prey, prompting Jinwoo to demonstrate his point by swiftly dispatching one of them. Jinwoo comes to terms with the fact that he's just taken a life, but he knows it was either that or his own demise. He can't afford to hesitate now, only the strong survive in this unforgiving world. The group, shaken from witnessing an E-rank defeat one of their D ranks, launches an attack on Jinwoo. However, their efforts are futile as Jinwoo swiftly turns the table, eliminating them one by one. His debuffs prove effective, claiming the lives of 2 more adversaries. The archer falls victim to his relentless assault, followed shortly by the mage. With just one opponent remaining, Jinwoo's newfound strength leaves Jinho astonished. Hong realizes Jinwoo had been concealing his true power, but warns him of the difference between them and other C ranks. Undeterred, Hong fortifies his defense, confident in his ability to withstand Jinwoo's attacks with his steel-like body. As Hong initiates his assault, Jinwoo surprises him with his remarkable speed, catching him off guard. Jinwoo calmly recognizes Hong's strength, but delivers some unsettling news. With a swift and decisive move, Jinwoo overwhelms him, revealing his continuous growth. Hong realizes Jinwoo's true prowess and offers to double his payment. However, Jinwoo, recalling Hong's attempts on his life, dismisses his plea for mercy. Despite Hong's threats, Jinwoo reminds him of the dungeon's code of silence. In a final act, Hong attempts to intimidate Jinwoo, but Jinwoo swiftly puts an end to his life. With the dungeon boss defeated, Jinwoo's mission is accomplished, but the dungeon begins to collapse around them. Emerging as the sole survivors, they report their victory, raising suspicion due to their low ranks. However, attention shifts to Jinho's remarkable gear, diverting focus from Jinwoo's achievement. Jinwoo, astonished by his unexpected reward, discovers a new skill imbued with murderous intent. This skill instills fear and weakens adversaries. The naive official attributes Jinho's survival to his gear, assuming Jinwoo, ranked E, merely concealed himself. Jinho commends Jinwoo, but as rain begins to fall, he senses unease. Jinwoo, however, remains composed, grateful for ensuring his sister's comfort with an umbrella. Chief Woo gets a report about 6 hunters who died in a dungeon ranked C. He notices that the survivors are ranked D and E, which usually means they ran away from the dungeon, a common thing. However, his assistant tells him they didn't run away. Instead, they defeated the dungeon boss and got out. The assistant mentions that Jinho, one of the survivors, has fancy gear, which probably helped them succeed. Chief Woo tells his assistant to check things out further if he thinks something's not right. He also remembers Jinwoo as the second survivor and recalls him being the only one to survive in a similar situation before. The assistant adds that one of the survivors who died in the dungeon was Dongsuk, which worries Chief Woo because Dongsuk's brother also died in the dungeon. Meanwhile, Jinwoo comes home, surprising his sister with souvenirs, and she asks if something good happened. He says he's not sure if it was good, but he managed to save money for their mom's expenses and their needs. Jinha finds it odd since Jinwoo is usually careful with money. During dinner, Jinha asks about his last adventure, assuming his friends must be tough since he returned unhurt. This reminds him of Gongsuk and his team, leaving him speechless. Jinha asks Jinwoo if they beat the enemy, but Jinwoo's lost in thought, cracking open a beer. He reminisces about easily defeating Gongsuk and his crew despite their strength gap. Back then, he didn't hesitate or hate them. He wonders if he's become braver with power. His beer drips, unnoticed. Feeling sorry, Jinwoo realizes his foes were human, not beasts. Jinha snaps him back, worried he's sick. He fibs, saying he's thinking about store changes. Jinha warns him not to worry her, and to focus on the future. To protect his family, he vows to act differently if ambushed again. A warning about a harmful substance pops up, auto-detoxified. Jinwoo's done eating, leaving leftovers for Jinha, teasing her about overeating. In his room, Jinwoo takes a sip of beer, but but the system detoxifies it instantly, realizing he can't get drunk. Suddenly, he receives rewards from a side quest, granting him health and longevity. These rewards stem from the double dungeon, explaining his body's ability to clear toxins automatically. Many events have unfolded since then, and Jinwoo hadn't had time to check his rewards, leaving him uncertain about many things. Falling asleep, he's awakened by a knock on his door. Jinha informs him someone named Jinho is calling for him. Seeing the beer can, Jinha warns him about alcohol's toxicity, but he reassures her. Leaving his room, Jinwoo meets Jinho in a cafe. Jinho apologizes for the sudden call, expressing gratitude for Jinwoo saving his life. Jinwoo thanks him for the magic gem and keeping the gong suck incident under wraps. Jinho understands it was self-defense. When Jinwoo asks why he called, Jinho reveals plans to assemble an attack team, but Jinwoo declines immediately, uninterested in mingling with wealthy individuals. Despite Jinho's efforts to persuade him, Jinwoo refuses, suspecting Jinho wants to become a guild master. Jinho pleads with Jinwoo to listen, and Jinwoo agrees to hear him out. Jinho reveals his goal of obtaining a guild master's license, requiring participation in 20 raids. He explains that their recent mission was his first step. Although confident in passing the written exam, he doubts his combat skills. Jinwoo learns Jinho's motive stems from his family's construction company, aiming to establish a guild as his father desires. Understanding Dungeon's valuable resources, Jinwoo realizes the company's intent to utilize these spoils for everyday items. Jinho reveals plans to hire an S-rank hunter as guild master, with his brother as the assistant. Jinwoo comprehends the rarity of S-rank hunters, learning about Min, an S-rank hunter, who hasn't joined a guild and is retired. Jinwoo realizes Jinho's plan to recruit S-rank hunters from other guilds, and warns him against it because it could make enemies of those guilds. Jinho admits his brother's weakness, and reveals his desire to become guild master. He believes completing a raid with Jinwoo, a lower-ranked hunter, will impress his father into thinking he's become stronger. Despite Jinwoo's potential, Jinho insists their partnership would be beneficial. Jinho offers building plans as a reward, but Jinwoo finds them insignificant, considering his potential for higher ranks. Aware of the danger of associating with those who don't understand leveling up, Jinwoo declines Jinho's offer. Jinho then pleads for Jinwoo's silence in exchange for his help, but Jinwoo's intense glare startles him. Gongsun instructs his assistant Laura to bring him documents about Jinwoo and Jinho. Laura brings them, and Gongsun is furious about his brother's death. Despite Laura's attempts to console him, he interrupts her, demanding the documents. He questions Laura about the consequences of taking someone's life in another country. Shocked, Laura explains he could be prosecuted under treaty laws if the country has them, or by their own country if not. She suggests negotiating with the government for leniency. Gongsun orders Laura to adjust his schedule, but she warns him of the impact on guild operations. He insists on clearing his schedule for later. Observing Jinho as a D-rank and Jinwoo as an E-rank hunter, Gongsun hopes they're still alive when he visits them. Jinwoo and Jinha go for their morning routine together. Jinwoo is surprised Jinha joined him today, thinking she might be overdoing it because she ate too much chicken. During their jog, Jinwoo randomly asks Jinha what she would do with 30 billion. Curious, Jinha answers that she'd use it for their mom's medical bills and her college fees, saving the rest because it's a lot of money. Satisfied with her response, Jinwoo speeds ahead, leaving Jinha impressed by the strength gap between hunters and humans. Meanwhile, Jinwoo discovers his daily quests continue counting even after surpassing the goal. Intrigued, he pushes himself further, deciding to double his daily quests, turning them into secret quests. After completing the secret quest, Jinwoo chooses a blessed random loot box as his reward. When it opens, a miniature sun emerges, transforming into a key. The system reveals the location of an S-rank dungeon, which the key unlocks, surprising Jinwoo. Jinwoo discovers he can gather ingredients for the elixir of life, a potion that can heal all illness, by defeating a slime. Determined to help his mom, who's in the hospital, he decides to clear the dungeon to obtain the elixir. Despite knowing there will be powerful beasts inside similar to those that troubled even S-rank hunters, he opens the dungeon gate. Entering the dungeon, he feels a bit scared but relies on a teleportation stone as a backup plan. Suddenly, a three-headed monster, the Hellgate Cerberus, appears, but Jinwoo remains unfazed. Determined to become stronger, he summons his dagger and confronts the monster. His title as a wolf assassin boosts his strength, allowing him to rush at the Cerberus with increased speed. Despite his efforts, his attacks fail to harm the monster. Jinwoo tries slashing the monster multiple times, but his attacks have no effect. Even after using his title skill, he's surprised by the huge gap between them. Attempting to use his murderous intent skill, Jinwoo finds it nullified by the Cerberus. Dodging the monster's attack, he manages to stab one of its heads. Next, he tries casting paralysis and life debuff with his dagger, but the monster cancels it out. As the monster attacks again, Jinwoo fails to dodge in time and gets bitten on the arms, losing some HP and screaming in pain. Shocked by the damage, he sees a third of his HP gone from just one attack. The monster prepares to crush him, but Jinwoo dodges and stands up. Suddenly, the Cerberus activates its rage skill, doubling its abilities for 3 minutes, and slashes at Jinwoo with its paw. Jinwoo struggles to react as he's struck with great force, causing him to lose more of his HP. With no other option, he activates his full recovery skill and counterattacks the monster. Although he manages to stab the monster in the eye, he learns it no longer feels pain. Thrown off by the monster, Jinwoo barely regains his balance before it lands a series of attacks, cutting his HP in half. Despite the relentless assault, Jinwoo's HP drops to 30%. His passive skill of willpower activates, granting him a 50% damage reduction buff. As the monster charges at him, Jinwoo kicks up dust to create a distraction and hides behind a rock. He's relieved that the system warns him of danger, allowing him to avoid death. Deciding to wait out the monster's skill for 3 minutes, Jinwoo prepares to use his teleportation stone. However, the monster suddenly attacks again, causing Jinwoo to lose the stone. Jinwoo quickly jumps to safety as his HP drops dangerously low. Unsure how to survive, he decides to go shopping while the monster searches for him. Buying 3 bottles of an exclusive healing potion, he finds each bottle only restores 100 HP. Remembering he's immune to toxins, he takes some water snake venom from his inventory, granting him a 20% physical damage reduction. When the monster finds him and attacks, Jinwoo doesn't give up, using the opportunity after the monster's skill ends to land as many attacks as possible. Despite his efforts, the monster remains unhurt. The monster bites him again, draining his HP almost entirely. Using his last strength, Jinwoo targets the monster's weak spot repeatedly until it finally falls. With a considerable level up, his wounds heal, bringing relief. Reviewing his rewards for defeating the Cerberus, Jinwoo finds a key to the demon's castle, and a random item revealing the pattern for the elixir of life, requiring 3 materials found in the castle. Realizing the danger of the demon's castle, Jinwoo decides to return when he's stronger. Later, Jinwoo visits his mom in the hospital and considers whether the elixir of life could cure her. Although he lacks the necessary materials, he knows where to find them. However, he acknowledges his current weakness and resolves to become stronger before attempting to obtain them. Jinwoo arranges a meeting with Jinho at a cafe and agrees to join him in 19 degrees Celsius rank raid missions. Jinho is surprised by Jinwoo's acceptance, but learns it's due to specific circumstances. Before agreeing, Jinwoo sets a condition. Only the 2 of them will participate in the raid missions. Jinho wonders how they'll manage to conquer the C-rank dungeons with just the 2 of them. He reminds Jinwoo that they need at least 8 people to enter a C-rank dungeon. Jinwoo advises him to find additional members, like Dong-suk did, to make up the numbers. Jinho worries about the danger of the missions, but Jinwoo assures him they can succeed as long as they stay safe. Jinwoo mentions that his father will surely recognize their achievements if they complete the raid missions unharmed. After considering this, Jinho agrees to Jinwoo's condition. He assures Jinwoo he'll take care of recruiting additional members and managing the dungeon gates. Meanwhile, Ha-in is jogging at a racetrack and decides to take a break to hydrate and stretch her muscles. Sensing someone behind her, she confronts them and questions why they're stalking her. The person, unsurprised by her detection due to her S-rank hunter status, apologizes for interrupting her training and offers her his business card. His name is revealed to be Yun. Jinho is in a car with his dad, who reminisces about when the dungeon gates first appeared. He explains how politics, news, and social events have become connected to the dungeons ever since. The dungeons contain various infrastructures crucial for the survival of ordinary people, and he understands that without them, survival would be difficult. He knows that only hunters have the ability to retrieve valuable resources from the dungeons. These hunters are overseen by a government agency called the Hunter Association, responsible for classifying, registering, and managing them. The association also assigns manpower to dungeons and handles dungeon breaks. He acknowledges that the government agency can only operate with the support of the guild, which controls the main resources related to hunters. The 5 major guilds in the country, Hunters Guild, White Tiger Guild, Fame Guild, Fane Guild, and Night Guild, have monopolized these resources. He expresses his concern to Jinho, stating that they can't just stand by while these resources essential to ordinary people fall into the wrong hands. He believes that those who have contributed to the nation's development should be responsible for managing these resources. He explains to Jinho that this is why they must establish a guild. Jinho agrees with his father's plan, He and his brother jointly manage a guild that recruits S-rank hunters, which is quite risky. He doubts whether he can handle running a guild by himself at this point. Meanwhile, Jinwoo goes for a jog to complete his daily task. Sitting on a park bench, he opens the game system and notices that the extra tasks are no longer counted. He wonders if he can still receive rewards like the previous secret quest, hoping for another item like the Demon Castle's key. However, he only receives a partly played bingo card from the random loot box. Though disappointed, he understands it's just chance and doesn't dwell on it. Leaving the park, Jinwoo walks through the city streets, reflecting on his status in the game system. Realizing he needs more ability points to become stronger, he decides to level up quickly. But he's limited to waiting for Jinho's C-ranked mission raids. Recalling encounters with centipedes in a dungeon, he considers returning to defeat them for more points. However, he realizes it may not be as beneficial as before, as he might escape easily without gaining points. As he receives a message from the Hunter Association inviting him to participate in a D-rank gate mission, he hesitates, knowing he can't fight alone since the association requires a team. Ultimately, he accepts the mission, realizing it's better than doing nothing and that he can't afford to waste time. Meanwhile, some apprentices are training in a dojo. One of the apprentices admits to his master that he's still not strong enough to beat him. The master reassures him that it's normal not to win, but the apprentice still feels ashamed. He wants to spar with the master when he's at his best, but the master is surprised he hasn't given up. Suddenly, he receives an urgent call-up message and feels sad about low-ranked hunters being treated like errand boys for the association. His apprentice asks if he's thought about retiring. Recalling a past raid where he lost an arm, he considers if he's become a hindrance. His apprentice tries to clarify, but the master explains he wants to contribute as much as possible before his time is up. Meanwhile, a hunter informs his wife about being called for a raid mission. She urges him to quit the dangerous profession, citing the risks and lives lost in previous missions. He explains they need the money for their daughter's education and reassures her that the association won't send them to overly perilous dungeons. He tells her the last mission was an exception and apologizes for causing her worry. She advises him to be cautious, and their daughter asks if he's strong. He assures her he is and can defeat powerful monsters. Elsewhere, Yunho confronts Jongin in his office, feeling angry about being deceived. Kongin pretends he doesn't know, and Yunho mentions he's the one who arranged the media interview for him. Jongin acknowledges seeing the interview on TV, and thinks Yunho did well because his speech seemed sincere. Yunho is angry that Jongin is shifting his responsibilities onto him. Jongin explains that Yunho's attitude and honesty represent the hunters, which is what their chairman wants. He suggests that Yunho isn't suitable for that. Yunho decides to drop the accusations and wonders why Jongin called him. Jongin informs him that Yujin Construction, Jinho's dad's company, wants to establish a guild. Yunho says he already knew and heard they were recruiting members. He realizes he's interfering unnecessarily, as Wei and Jongin recognize. Yunho is certain Jongin knew he was aware of all this and decides to find out what Jangyin wanted to tell him. Meanwhile, Juhi receives a call from her mom, who's concerned because she doesn't call often. Her mom asks about her work as a hunter, expressing doubt about her strength as a B-rank hunter. Feeling timid, Juhi's mom suggests she come home to help with household chores, believing she's a burden to other hunters. Juhi becomes angry and tells her mom to stop making decisions for her, asserting that she will make her own choices. She ends the call feeling frustrated that her mother thinks she's a burden to other hunters. Despite recalling her past uselessness in raids, she decides to give it another try and leaves her room. However, she receives a message from the Hunter Association asking her to join a D-rank gate raid. Meanwhile, Ha-in walks through the Hunter Association building and encounters Yunho, who ignores her. She enters Jongin's office and informs him that she was approached by a scout from Yujin Construction, offering her the role of guild master in their new guild. Handing Jongin the business card, she explains the situation. Jongin realizes she turned down the offer and feels relieved. Ha-in mentions seeing Yunho earlier and wonders about their conversation. Yunho sits alone in a room with a glass of scotch, reflecting on his conversation with Jongin about Jeju Island. He wonders why Jongin brought up the island, recalling that it was sealed off after a failed raid, and updates about it were given annually. He understands that people are trying to forget about the island and its significance. Yunho understood why people wanted to forget about the island, but Jongin couldn't forget. Despite being praised as the strongest hunter, Jongin was determined to clear the island in the future and needed Yunho's support. He wanted them to become stronger and gather allies to change public opinion about the island. Now Yunho understood why Jongin arranged the media interview and trained new hunters. Jongin wondered if Yunho also had unfinished business on the island, and Yunho remembered the friends he left behind during the raid. In a dimly lit room at an undisclosed location, a suspicious man strikes a deal with another to end the lives of certain individuals. Jinwoo tells Jinha he's leaving, and she questions why he has work on a holiday. She notices he's been very busy lately, unlike before when he had to take long breaks between missions to heal from injury. She wonders if his training is paying off, and he reassures her that he can now make a steady living thanks to it. As he leaves without his usual gear, Jinha is surprised, but Jinwoo insists he'll be fine without it. Despite her attempts to stop him, he walks out, leaving her astonished as he heads for a raid, not just a quick trip to the convenience store. Mr. Song, the dojo master, knows that his sword wouldn't work against magic beasts, and his martial arts skills wouldn't be effective in a dungeon. He unexpectedly meets Jinwoo and notices how much Jinwoo has changed since their last encounter. Although Jinwoo lost his leg, he explains that it was miraculously healed when he woke up in the hospital. Mr. Song assumes a skilled healer restored Jinwoo's leg and is relieved to see Jinwoo in good health. Jinwoo feels sad that Mr. Song didn't regain his arm, but Mr. Song reassures him that he has adapted to it. Jinwoo is surprised to learn that Mr. Song was also summoned by the Hunter Association. As they approach the gate, Jinwoo notices the hunters who survived the encounter with God's statue. They avoid eye contact with him out of shame for sacrificing him for their own safety. Mr. Song finds it suspicious that only survivors from that dungeon were called together. Juhee is amazed by how much Jinwoo has changed since they last met. Suddenly, a car arrives at the gate, and 3 prisoners step out. They flirt with Juhee, but an association hunter silences them. An association official explains that the prisoners are substitute hunters joining them for the mission to reduce their sentences. Although the hunters are surprised to work with criminals, the official assures them that the prisoners won't cause trouble. They learn they'll be accompanied by a B-rank hunter named Tishik, who can handle the prisoners. Jinwoo suggests Juhee skip the raid, but she insists on going with him. Tishik introduces himself and wonders who will lead the raid. Jinwoo lets Song lead the raid, and he appreciates that. Song takes full responsibility for the previous dungeon failure. Song credits Jinwoo for being the reason they survived, and he thanks him on behalf of all the survivors, although Jinwoo doesn't seek acknowledgement. Kim agrees to Song leading, and Tishik stares at Jinwoo for some reason. Everyone gets ready to enter the gate, and Song officially starts the raid. This brings an end to our episode. Inside the dungeon, the prisoners are doing a good job defeating some goblins. Song wonders who the real enemies are and shows his own strength. The group of goblins is eventually defeated, and Song is impressed by how much stronger Jinwoo has become. Even Jahai notices that Jinwoo hasn't been hurt yet and hopes that nobody will need her to heal them. Song is still amazed, as Jinwoo's aura is different. Tishik has them move forward, but they find a split in the path. The dungeon has been easier than expected, so they decide to split up. This means more risk, but they believe it will help them clear the dungeon faster. Jinwoo can sense that the dungeon boss is down the left path, but he doesn't tell anyone. Since he hasn't been leveling up much from fighting weak goblins, Jinwoo suggests that his group go down the left path. They split up, but Tishik oddly stares at Jinwoo. Kim's group member is the other coward, and Kim decides they must apologize to Jinwoo for leaving him on the first raid. They doubt he'll forgive them, but Kim believes they should try if they want to continue being hunters. Down the other path, the prisoners easily defeat another group of goblins. Tishik strangely asks if they will be able to do the same against humans, and they point out that it wouldn't make a difference. Looking into the past, Tishik was told about a man whose daughter was assaulted by 3 men. His daughter took her own life afterward, but the man was furious because the 3 men would be released from prison in a few years. To worsen the situation, they are hunters, and hunters are allowed to join raids to shorten their sentences. This is unfair because the man's daughter will never return home. The man offered Tishik 3 million yuan to eliminate the 3 prisoners. Tishik is completely mad as he now tells the prisoners what he will say to the inspectors when he leaves the dungeon without them. He will claim that the prisoners were killed by a group of 100 goblins. Kim continues down his path, but is shocked to find that it connects to Tishik's path, where he discovers Tishik massacring the prisoners. Tishik tells the prisoner that he was instructed to make them suffer, but he is interrupted by Kim. The ruthless Tishik kills the last prisoner, and decides he needs to change his plans as he heads towards Kim. Jinwoo remembers how Tishik saw him at the hospital and hopes he doesn't remember him. Suddenly, they hear screaming and rush to find the dead prisoners. Kang has also been killed, and Jinwoo is shocked to see Kim badly hurt. Jahai heals him, but Song can tell this wasn't the work of a magical creature. The weapon used was too sharp, and the attacker avoided finishing Kim off several times. Kim has given up hope, but Jinwoo reminds him he has a family. Jinwoo insists he stay alive, or else he can't blame him anymore. Kim apologizes to Jinwoo with his last breath and passes away. Then Tishik tries to attack Jahai, but Jinwoo stops him. Taeshik is impressed by Jinwoo's speed, and Song realizes Taeshik is responsible for the massacre. Song is shocked since Taeshik is part of the Hunters Association, but Taeshik just wants to share his plan. Instead of blaming the goblins, Taeshik will claim the prisoners killed the other hunters. He'll then say they tried to kill him, but failed, which is why he was the only survivor. Jinwoo tries to hold Song back, as he doesn't think he can take on Taeshik. Song decides to fight him anyway, but he knows Taeshik has a higher rank. Jahai boosts his strength, and Song tries to use his sword skills against Taeshik. Taeshik saw through his plan, and now Song Kai is in danger. Just then, Jinwoo finally steps in to stop the fight. Taeshik demands to know who he is, so Jinwoo explains he's just a low-ranked hunter. Taeshik doesn't believe him, as he would need incredible speed to stop the attack he used on Song Kai. Taeshik can tell Jinwoo is hiding his power, and thinks he had a second awakening. The others are shocked, and Taeshik now remembers Jinwoo from the hospital. The Mana reader only showed a power level of 10 at the time, so Taeshik thinks the second awakening must have happened afterward. This doesn't make sense, though, as it doesn't explain why Jinwoo survived the double dungeon. Taeshik decides it doesn't matter and prepares to eliminate Jinwoo. Jinwoo wants to know what happened just now, so Taeshik explains he was carrying out justice by killing the prisoners. Jinwoo doesn't care about them but wants to know why Taeshik killed Kim and Kajun. Jinwoo notices that Taeshik could have finished things quickly, but he didn't. Instead, Taeshik seemed to have tortured and played with them. Looking back to when Taeshik spoke with the father, Taeshik explains that he has received big offers to join the biggest guilds. However, he chooses to work for peanuts in the Hunters Association. He chose this path because he finds it more enjoyable to kill people than beasts. A fight breaks out between Taeshik and Jinwoo, and the two spectators are amazed by their incredible speed. Taeshik can see they have similar builds, but he believes he has more experience fighting higher-ranked opponents. Taeshik uses this experience to control the fight, but he's shocked when Jinwoo asks him to be less bloodthirsty. It's too late, though, as Jinwoo's system notices. The system informs Jinwoo, just like last time, that there are people present who want to kill him. Jinwoo is given a quest to eliminate his opponents once again. Jinwoo is surrounded by a dark power, but Taeshik is confused since he thinks he should have the advantage. Jinwoo instantly attacks, and Taeshik is shocked when he realizes he's been poisoned. They continue fighting, but Taeshik has something special to show him too, and he disappears. He reveals it's the stealth skill, which hides sight, sound, and smell. Only a few hunters can get this skill, and no one knows he has it. Taeshik manages to injure Jinwoo, and he tells the others to wait for their turn. Taeshik is sure Jinwoo won't be able to do much with an injured leg, but he's shocked when Jinwoo instantly heals himself. Taeshik is shocked because he's never encountered a combat hunter who can also use healing magic. Jinwoo's unpredictability makes him very dangerous. Jinwoo has changed significantly, explaining that he's lost another one of his emotions, and now he doesn't even need to get angry to eliminate someone like Taeshik. Taeshik realizes Jinwoo has taken human lives before, which shocks him. He thinks Jinwoo must have made tough decisions quickly, which explains why he's changed so much. Taeshik moves into attack again, but he's surprised when Jinwoo can track him just by sensing his bloodlust. Taeshik still has a trick up his sleeve, but everything stops when Jinwoo activates his murderous intent skill. Taeshik is surrounded by darkness, and he's stunned when Jinwoo's blade pierces his chest. As Taeshik's life fades, he points out that he and Jinwoo are similar, both killing machines. He admits he's dying because he's weaker than Jinwoo. Taeshik still wants to know what Jinwoo is. He's never heard of someone with assassin skills, healing, and debuffs like Jinwoo. Jinwoo doesn't reveal anything, but Taeshik points out that Jinwoo was able to defeat him, so his low rank is irrelevant. Jinwoo decides to share something, explaining that he gets stronger with every fight. Taeshik can see that Jinwoo will keep growing stronger, but he has a warning for him. If he keeps chasing more power, that same power might take control of him. Jinwoo completes his quest and receives some rewards. Jinwoo notices that the stronger he becomes, the more he feels like something inside him is breaking. His friends thank him for saving them, but Jinwoo tells them to leave the dungeon. They're shocked to hear Jinwoo plans to clear the dungeon alone, but they realize he's strong enough to do it. Outside, Woo is surprised to hear Taeshik was secretly killing. He sees the only survivors from Taeshik's mission, and he's surprised to see Jinwoo among them. He apologizes for what happened and wants to know who defeated Taeshik. Jinwoo realizes he can't keep his secret anymore, which means he'll have to break his deal with you. Just before he confesses, Song lies and says he defeated Taeshik. Song is only a C rank, so he explains he only won because of a healer's help. Woo is skeptical, as Taeshik was a top B rank hunter, but he accepts Song's answer. Then Jinwoo reminds himself not to get overconfident. He couldn't tell before, but Woo isn't a rank hunter. He senses Woo's immense power now and knows he wouldn't stand a chance against him in a fight at his current strength. Song understands Jinwoo has a good reason for keeping a secret, so he tells Jinwoo it's payback for what happened in the double dungeon. That night, everything is settled, and Jae wonders if Jinwoo remembers the stone she gave him. Strolling along the path, Jinwoo and Jae chatted about Jinwoo's amazing changes. While Jinwoo had grown a lot, Jae felt she stayed the same, knowing her timid nature didn't fit the bold life of a hunter. Despite this, she chose easier missions, leading her to meet Jinwoo. In their meetings, Jae often helped Jinwoo when he got hurt. Even with his accidents, Jinwoo's determined eyes stuck with Jae. Returning Jinwoo's crystal, Jae revealed her plan to retire and go back home. They promised to meet again if destiny allowed. Looking back, doubts surrounded Jinwoo's skills, especially from a guy named Woo. Woo couldn't believe Jinwoo, an E-rank hunter, could beat the tough B-rank Kong. Although Jinwoo hadn't shown any special powers, Woo warned him anyway. Trouble brewed as news came of Dongsu, a hunter seeking revenge for his fallen brother. Dongsu targeted Jinwoo and Yu as the only survivors of his brother's incident. With Dongsu's S-rank status, Jinwoo and Yu faced real danger. Dongsu might not care about the truth and could be angry just because Jinwoo survived while his brother didn't. Sadly, the law can't help much against powerful S-rank hunters who can bring either good or bad things. One of these dangerous hunters is after Jinwoo, so Woo suggests he should leave the country with his family. But Jinwoo decides he needs to become stronger to survive. When Jinwoo meets Yu, he's confused by their strike team. Jinwoo looks for skilled hunters struggling to make a living. He hires a high schooler who gets discouraged when Jinwoo realizes she's inexperienced. But Jinwoo tells them to wait outside while he and Yu handle everything. They'll each get paid well for doing nothing, but they must keep it secret or pay back 10 times the money. Jinwoo got a special stealth rune after beating Kong, and he learns the stealth skill with it. Yu is all geared up in expensive armor, which surprises Jinwoo. Jinwoo thinks it's crazy to wear such costly armor, and insists Yu takes it off. He lets Yu keep the helmet though, and they both go through the portal. Other hunters think they're crazy for going into a C-rank dungeon alone, but Jinwoo and Yu don't mind since they've already signed the contract. Jinwoo's sister wonders where her friend, Song, is, who turns out to be the high schooler on Jinwoo's team. The hunters talk about how a full team would take 2 hours for the raid, so when they see Yu coming out of the portal, they assume they've given up. They're shocked when they realize the gate is closing behind them, meaning they've cleared the dungeon. Jinwoo urges them to hurry as he wants to go to another portal. Their goal is to complete 3 raids in one day, which surprises the other hunters because they didn't even expect to finish one. In another raid, Jinwoo defeats goblins while Yu mines. Jinwoo levels up after defeating the goblins. The next raid is also successful, and Jinwoo levels up even more. Days go by, and they keep clearing dungeons alone. They face stronger monsters, but Yu notices Jinwoo is getting stronger too. Jinwoo's stealth skill is proving really handy, and his dash skill gets stronger too. He gains a couple more skills and finds them powerful when he uses them against a wolf. But he realizes he doesn't have enough mana to use them for long, so he takes a potion to fix this. He decides he'll focus on improving his intellect ability from now on. He decides not to go back to the demon castle yet because he thinks he's only somewhere between a B rank and an A rank hunter. Then the system tells him he's reached the level for a job change quest. Meanwhile, another guild's manager named On hears about a strike team led by the rich kid Yu, offering double the usual rate for C-rank gates. On remembers Jinwoo from the double dungeon incident, and feels something interesting is happening. Jinwoo and Yu come out of another portal victorious. Jinwoo wonders if Songyi has an eye problem, but she says it's nothing. Meanwhile, On's assistant is shocked when On thinks Jinwoo has reawakened. Jinwoo survived 3 big disasters with high casualties each time, which suggests reawakening. On decides to scout Jinwoo. When On arrives at Jinwoo's portal, he's surprised to see what looks like a picnic. Songyi tells him the area is off limits and points out she's a hunter. She admits being part of the strike team, and On is shocked to learn Jinwoo left the group to enter the dungeon alone. On believes Jinwoo could be a great discovery, but surprisingly Jinwoo leaves. They come out of the gate, and Jinwoo tells Yu he's busy the next day, so they postpone some raids. Troy wakes up from a nightmare and checks some paperwork, realizing it's almost time for the reconnaissance mission on Jeju Island. Jinwoo finishes his day of raiding and introduces himself as the manager of the White Tigers Guild, one of the best in the country, and offers Jinwoo double what Eugene Construction is paying him to join their guild, and is confident an E rank like Jinwoo couldn't refuse. But Jinwoo asks about the value of the White Tiger Guild headquarters. It's worth 50 billion, but Jinwoo reveals the construction company is giving him a 30 billion building. Jinwoo shows proof, but admits he can't offer their 50 billion building. Jinwoo loses interest, but asks how and heard about him. Jinwoo scares him by ensuring he wasn't snooping around and disappears. and realizes Jinwoo used stealth to cut him and is shocked, realizing Jinwoo is a reawakened with stealth ability. Jinwoo warns On not to turn around, asking why he's investigating the gate buyers. On explains it's just him and a subordinate who know about Jinwoo. Jinwoo warns if others start knowing, they'll be his first suspects. On promises to keep it a secret, so Jinwoo reveals himself again. Jinwoo needs to keep buying gates, which causes problems for the guild's recruit training. He agrees to sell them 3 gates, shocking On when he sets the price at 300 million yuan each. On pleads to lower it to 200 million, and Jinwoo agrees. They make the deal for 3 gates, but Jinwoo still has something for On. He gives On a healing potion for the cut on his face, showing he trusts him but warns him to stay silent. On's assistant asks how it went, and On thinks Jinwoo might be a bigger deal than he thought. The next day, Yu confirms receiving 600 million yuan. He's amazed Jinwoo got so much for the gates they were going to cancel. Yu wants to know more, but Jinwoo says it's a trade secret. At the White Tiger Guild, and realizes Jinwoo tricked him as several gates are selling for less than 70 million yuan. Jinwoo sends a message, saying they're even now for spying on him. On realizes Jinwoo is not someone to mess with, but is glad to have his contact information. Meanwhile, Jinwoo goes on a road trip to find out about the job change quest. Jinwoo ventures into a dense forest, far removed from civilization, his mind clouded with uncertainty about the job change quest ahead. Despite encountering dungeons accessible only with keys and being thrust into immediate penalty and emergency quests, this job quest remains optional, offering him time to deliberate. Jinwoo perceives it as a crucial opportunity to enhance his strength by acquiring skills tailored to his profession. Opting to accept the quest, Jinwoo witnesses a gate materialize before him. As he steps through, he belatedly remembers his daily quest but resolves to tackle it later, deeming this moment the true commencement of the game. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yu enjoys a meal with his father, joined by his brother. Within the dungeon, Jinwoo realizes he cannot rely on potions or full recovery and must proceed with caution as exit becomes impossible until the quest concludes. Suddenly, a sound draws near, prompting Jinwoo to ready himself. To his surprise, an armored beast emerges, prompting Jinwoo to attack swiftly. Yet, his efforts prove futile against the formidable creature, catching him off guard with its sheer power. Jinwoo persists in his assault, landing blow after blow, yet the monster remains unscathed. Undeterred, he evades the creature's retaliatory strikes, asserting his experience in battling even more formidable foes with tougher defenses. Determined, Jinwoo resorts to using his bare hands, tearing through the beast's armor with sheer force. Despite his victory, he can't help but lament the squandered opportunity of his fatal strike skill. However, Jinwoo's solitude is short-lived as he senses the presence of company. Meanwhile, back in the world of Yu, his father inquires about Jungsun's progress in forming the guild, expressing concern over the declining offers to S-rank hunters. Jungsun reassures him, revealing negotiations with international hunters. Yu realizes the looming competition and is taken aback when Jinsung hints at knowledge of his clandestine endeavors. While Yu remains silent, he suspects Jinsung underestimates his partner's strength. In the depths of the dungeon, Jinwoo continues his onslaught, dismantling the horde of monsters. However, his respite is brief as he detects a stealthy adversary and confronts a mage wielding light magic. Puzzled by the familiar yet peculiar encounters, Jinwoo strategizes, analyzing each opponent's weaknesses and formulating a plan of attack. Fatigue sets in, prompting Jinwoo to hasten the conclusion of the battle. Elsewhere, Choi convenes with fellow hunters, readying for their journey to Jeju Island. In the dungeon's depths, Jinwoo emerges victorious over the monsters, rewarded with a chest plate, yet he realizes he hasn't delved much into utilizing gear. Upon donning the chest plate, Jinwoo is relieved to find it grants invisibility without hampering his mobility. His level has ascended, and he possesses a bounty of golden items. Reinvigorated, he presses on through the dungeon. As Jinwoo unlocks a colossal door, a chilling gust rushes forth, signaling an ominous chamber beyond. Inside, a throne room awaits, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. The eerie ambience triggers a distant memory, akin to the intensity of the double dungeon ordeal. Jinwoo's disbelief mounts as he senses an unparalleled presence emanating from a solitary figure, the Knight Commander, Igris. His name blazes in red, marking him as a foe unlike any other Jinwoo has encountered. Swift and relentless, Igris unleashes a flurry of attacks, effortlessly cleaving through pillars with astonishing speed, leaving Jinwoo stunned. Swift and relentless, the monster swiftly overwhelms Jinwoo with its next strike, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Helpless against the ferocious assault, Jinwoo finds himself tossed around like a ragdoll, astounded by the sheer might of his adversary. Despite Jinwoo's lightning-fast reflexes and a flurry of strikes, his blade proves futile against the knight's impenetrable armor. Barely managing to parry an incoming blow, Jinwoo is forcefully hurled backward, realizing that, while evenly matched in speed, Igris far surpasses him in strength. Recognizing the immense threat posed by Igris, Jinwoo questions his odds of emerging victorious. Doubt gnaws at him as he ponders his next move, doubting his ability to penetrate Igris's formidable armor without a suitable weapon. Resolute, Jinwoo sheathes his dagger, prompting a surprising response from the knight, who likewise discards his weapons. Meanwhile, Troy expresses gratitude to the chairman for approving the operation, fully aware of the inherent risks. Intent on gauging the enemy's response, Troy emphasizes the expedition's purpose as merely an assessment of threat level. Back in the dungeon, Igris wastes no time in delivering a devastating blow to Jinwoo, effortlessly tossing him aside like a plaything before unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. Thrown forcefully through a wall, Jinwoo is left in awe of his formidable opponent. Despite successfully blocking the punches, he feels as if he's lost a significant amount of health points. Grateful for the armor he equipped, Jinwoo acknowledges that without it, he might not have survived the onslaught. Recognizing that he can't match his opponent's strength, Jinwoo opts to enhance his speed instead. Darting around his adversary, he finally manages to gain some ground, launching a series of attacks. However, it becomes increasingly evident that catching his opponent will prove challenging. Jinwoo finds himself tossed around mercilessly, noticing a boost in the knight's defensive capability. Though enduring a relentless assault, Jinwoo persists in fighting back. His perseverance pays off when he executes a spectacular move, landing a decisive kick on Igris's head. However, realizing the potential consequences of his action, Jinwoo braces himself as the knight retaliates with renewed ferocity. Back home, Gina leaves dinner for Jinwoo before delving into her studies. Meanwhile, glimpses of Jinwoo's mother in the hospital offer a poignant reminder of his familial concerns. In dire straits, Jinwoo finds himself at the mercy of the knight, who prepares to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Jinwoo manages to halt the impending strike with a single hand. With unwavering determination, Jinwoo refuses to concede defeat and pushes back against Idris. Summoning his blade, he finds a gap in the knight's helmet and drives the weapon through, utilizing all his strength to force Idris against a wall. When the knight attempts to wield Jinwoo's blade against him, Jinwoo clarifies that the dagger always returns to his possession, rendering it useless in the enemy's hands. Pressing on, Jinwoo thrusts his blade deeper into the knight's skull, realizing he must penetrate further for a decisive blow. Employing every ounce of power he possesses, Jinwoo unleashes a series of fatal strikes, culminating in the most potent attack he's ever delivered. As the knight goes limp, Jinwoo withdraws his blade, greeted by a victory notification. Reflecting on the vast disparity between them, Jinwoo humbly acknowledges that his triumph may have been mere luck, recognizing the perilous margin for error. Yet, he receives 4 rewards, including 1.5 million gold and the coveted S-rank helmet worn by Idris. Unprecedented in quality, the helmet enhances his stats and mitigates damage by 15%. Additionally, Jinwoo gains a runestone for the ruler's hand skill and an instant teleportation stone, prompting him to question why he's receiving it now. Suspicion arises as multiple portals suddenly materialize, casting doubt on whether the job change quest has truly concluded. Jinwoo braces himself for what lies ahead as uncertainty looms. A notification suddenly appears, signaling the commencement of the job change quest. Jinwoo's task is simple: survive for as long as possible to accrue advancement points, a necessity for climbing to a higher class. Although the concept of advancement points remains mysterious to Jinwoo, he understands the urgency of the situation. With a timer ticking down, Jinwoo braces himself for an onslaught of foes, knowing he must endure endless waves. Thankfully, the adversaries seem less formidable than Igris, offering Jinwoo a fighting chance. Despite their numbers, Jinwoo maintains his composure, charging into battle with unwavering courage. Meanwhile, other hunters depart for Jeju Island, leaving Jinwoo to face the challenge alone. As time passes, Jinwoo remains entrenched in combat, grappling with wave after wave of enemies. Aware that endurance is key, Jinwoo employs stealth tactics and conserves his mana to prolong his survival. However, his strategy is thwarted when a cunning mage exposes his stealth, leaving Jinwoo vulnerable. Forced back into direct confrontation, Jinwoo struggles against increasingly overwhelming odds. Despite his valiant efforts, mere minutes elapse before he realizes the futility of his situation. Reluctantly, Jinwoo considers retreat, but before he can act, a sudden attack disrupts his plans, sending him spiraling into a desperate struggle for survival against the encroaching horde. This brings an end to our episode 11. If you enjoyed it, then don't forget to like, share and subscribe our channel, Ani Explainer. In the midst of the battle, Jinwoo reflects on his lifelong journey from the bottom. Despite the odds stacked against him, he's always pushed forward, refusing to yield. His knuckles bruised and his heart pounding, Jinwoo faces the relentless onslaught of monsters. Suddenly, the creatures taunt him, labeling him the weakest of all hunters. Their words sting as they remind him of past struggles, mocking his previous hospitalization after an E-rank gate incident. Then, imaginary figures from his past materialize, urging him to cease the fight. His younger self appears, acknowledging Jinwoo's progress but warning of underlying weakness. Despite outward changes, deep down, Jinwoo doubts his strength and fears impending demise. Condemned as merely an E-rank dreamer, he struggles to evade attacks, questioning his readiness for the battle. As doubt creeps in, a notification interrupts, signaling the end of his daily quest and triggering a penalty. Transported to the penalty zone, Jinwoo realizes the penalty's life-saving intervention. Reflecting on whether luck or the system spared him, he opts not to dwell, instead focusing on recovery. Yet, potions prove futile against severe injuries, prompting Jinwoo to contemplate natural healing or leveling up. Encircled by familiar adversary, he resolves that every pain endured will only fuel his resilience. With unwavering determination, Jinwoo faces the challenges ahead, ready to emerge stronger from the ordeal. Back at home, Jinwoo notices Jinwoo's absence and playfully wonders if he's found a girlfriend. Chuckling to herself, she dismisses the idea as unlikely, hoping he won't forget their guardian-teacher meeting. Meanwhile, Jinwoo basks in his victory over once feared monsters, reveling in his restored health post-leveling up. With mere minutes left in the penalty zone, Jinwoo seizes the opportunity to acquire the Night Killer Dagger. Crafted to deal extra damage against armored foes, it proves an invaluable asset. Utilizing the rune from his battle with Idris, he unlocks the Ruler's Hand skill, a mana-free ability granting telekinetic manipulation. Though he can't yet move large objects, Jinwoo remains undeterred, relying on a stroke of luck to see him through. Returning to the dungeon, he readies himself for the impending skirmish. Meanwhile, the other hunters near Jeju Island, startled by multiple mana readings emanating from the waters. Back in the dungeon, Jinwoo relishes the Night Killer Dagger's efficacy, but senses an unsettling aura. Despite dispatching beasts, a lingering unease gnaws at him, especially as mages cast spells without directly attacking. Realization dawns as Jinwoo identifies the mages as gate openers, summoning formidable knights. Strategizing swiftly, he prioritizes targeting the mages, causing the knights to crumble with each defeat. Despite the mages' attempts to shield themselves, Jinwoo's determination prevails as he neutralizes another, leaving only 3 standing. Unifying their powers, the remaining mages conjure a golem, prompting Jinwoo to seek higher ground. Momentarily disabling the golem, Jinwoo discerns the mages' strategy, recognizing their preference for summoning a single powerful entity over numerous smaller threats. Jinwoo notices a flaw in the enemy's strategy, realizing that having fewer targets makes it easier to target the mages. After a grueling battle, he successfully eliminates all the mages, but the formidable golem remains unscathed. Utilizing his newfound strength, Jinwoo summons sheer force to dismantle the towering golem. With the defeat of the golem, all the monsters are vanquished, and a notification announces the completion of his job change quest. Now, he has the opportunity to transition to a more advanced class based on his performance during the quest. However, to Jinwoo's surprise, he doesn't have the autonomy to choose his new class. Instead, notifications inundate him with ominous messages, detailing a path marked by death and a thirst for power. They mention a shadow army obedient to the player's commands, revealing that Jinwoo's new class will be Necromancer. Perplexed by this revelation, Jinwoo questions the suitability of Necromancer for his combat style. His strength-focused build clashes with the typical magic-based approach of Necromancers, who summon undead minions. Accepting the Necromancer class would seemingly invalidate the effort he invested in his current build. Fortunately, Jinwoo discovers the option to reject the Necromancer class. However, the system emphasizes the rarity of the Necromancer class as a hidden one, prompting Jinwoo to reconsider. Intrigued by the possibility of special powers associated with hidden classes, Jinwoo deliberates on whether to accept Necromancer despite its incongruity with his current strength. Jinwoo longs for a comparison to understand the new power bestowed upon him, finding it akin to the summoning magic wielded by the mages he recently encountered. The timing of their appearance feels too coincidental, leading Jinwoo to speculate whether the system orchestrated this job change quest in advance. The prospect of summoning creatures like the mages intrigues him. Although the mages themselves were not formidable opponents, Jinwoo recognizes his own strength. He realizes that there's no inherent restriction preventing Necromancers from engaging in frontline combat, which is precisely what he intends to do. Jinwoo deduces that, much like stats, his proficiency in necromancy will improve as he levels up, suggesting that the shadow army promised by the system will grow stronger alongside him. Excitement courses through Jinwoo as he embraces the idea of no longer traversing the leveling journey alone, prompting him to accept the Necromancer class. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy emanates from beneath him, accompanied by the system rewarding him with advancement points based on his exceptional performance during the quest. As the dark power intensifies, Jinwoo begins to levitate, signifying the completion of his advancement. However, his astonishment peaks when he discovers that he has surpassed the Necromancer class and attained the prestigious title of Shadow Monarch. Along with this elevation in status, he gains access to unique class skills and receives 10 ability points. Despite his initial belief that the quest had concluded, Jinwoo is startled by the sounds of distress echoing around him. He discerns dark shadows emanating from the defeated monsters and employs his skill, Shadow Extraction, to harness them. Choosing the command word Arise, Jinwoo jubilantly witnesses the emergence of his first Shadow Soldiers. In addition to Shadow Extraction, Jinwoo possesses another skill named Shadow Storage, enabling him to retain and summon the Shadow Soldiers at will. However, he must remain cautious, as the success of extraction hinges on the strength of the target and the duration since their demise. Jinwoo's excitement mounts as he realizes that he can extract shadows of varying ranks, including those of knights and mages, pondering whether he can even extract shadows of S rank and whether their prowess correlates with their real-life strength. In his haste, Jinwoo rushes to Igris and discovers that he can indeed extract shadows. However, there's a catch. There's a limit to how many shadows he can extract and store. Without hesitation, Jinwoo releases 11 soldiers from their shadowy confines. Focusing his attention on the Knight Commander Igris the Blood Red, Jinwoo commands, Arise. As Igris's shadow begins to materialize, a sudden surge of power knocks Jinwoo back, causing the extraction to fail. With only 2 attempts remaining, Jinwoo's second try meets a similar fate. Meanwhile, at the Hunters Association, Go reminds Woo about the importance of undergoing a reawakening for hunters to enhance their power. Training in combat techniques and forming alliances are crucial steps in this process. Undeterred, Jinwoo engages in a heartfelt conversation with Igris, reminding him of his warrior identity. He emphasizes that Igris's purpose lies in wielding his sword against their enemy, not languishing in oblivion. With resolve in his voice, Jinwoo offers himself as a worthy cause for Igris to pledge his loyalty to. Exhausting his final attempt, Jinwoo implores Igris once more to arise. This time, a tremendous surge of power emanates from Igris's corpse, signaling a different outcome. Igris's shadow materializes, granting Jinwoo the opportunity to bestow a name upon his level 7 knight. Choosing to honor the knight's past, Jinwoo bestows upon him his original name, Igris. Meanwhile, Go reflects on the daily occurrence of reawakenings among hunters, hoping for the emergence of a remarkable individual who defies expectations. In a profound moment, Igris and the rest of Jinwoo's shadow army kneel before him, signifying their allegiance. Witnessing this, Jinwoo expresses his awe, declaring that they are all united under his banner. Meanwhile, the other hunters arrive on Jeju Island, where Choi examines one of the red ants from the recent raid. To his astonishment, Choi discovers a phenomenon previously unseen: evolution among the monsters. Notably, the ant has developed wings, indicating a significant transformation in their capabilities.
The legend has returned, folks. Sung Jinwoo, our favorite overpowered protagonist, is back for Season 2, and this time he's trading his nap schedule for some high-stakes drama. Smash that like button and leave a comment for Part 2, because the adventure is just getting started. Sung Jinwoo's day starts with a rude awakening, literally. His sister, Jinna, calls him early in the morning, shocked to find out that he's still in bed. After all, saving the world doesn't exactly come with a flexible schedule. She reminds him of the parent-teacher meeting at her school that afternoon. Jinwoo, realizing he's completely forgotten, panics and rushes to get ready. When he arrives at the school, Jinna's shock isn't limited to his tardiness. She's stunned by his appearance. Jinwoo looks polished and sharp, the kind of guy who could walk straight onto a runway. Her astonishment is echoed by the girls at the school, who whisper excitedly, calling him handsome. Their eyes sparkle with admiration, and some even try to sneak photos. Jinna, ever the teasing sister, suggests setting him up with one of her friends, but Jinwoo playfully pulls her cheek and tells her to quit joking. Inside the teacher's room, the pair meet Jinna's teacher, who is practically glowing with pride. She hands Jinwoo Jinna's progress report, praising her intelligence and politeness. She's a role model for her peers, the teacher says with a smile. To top it off, she reveals that Jinna's excellent performance on a recent mock exam has opened the door to medical school. Jinwoo, clearly proud, nods along. However, the teacher advises him not to put too much pressure on her. Then, the conversation takes an unexpected turn. The teacher brings up a hypothetical scenario. What if Jinwoo awakens as a hunter? Jinwoo's expression hardens as he firmly states that he would never allow her to enter such a dangerous profession. The teacher, unbothered by the tension, moves on to ask Jinwoo for a favor. To talk to one of Jinwoo's friends, Song-yi, and convince her to return to school. Later, Jinwoo meets Song-yi, who recognizes him immediately. She's less interested in hearing about Jinwoo and more focused on declaring her passion for the hunter's life. Jinwoo, trying to reason with her, points out the harsh reality. As a low-ranked hunter, she can't make a stable living. Sure, you made some money with our strike team, but that was a one-time thing, he says. Song-yi, undeterred, snaps back. Weren't you an E-ranked hunter once too? Jinwoo, realizing this argument won't go anywhere, invites her to accompany him to a gate, saying he has something to show her. Meanwhile, Fang Dong, a high-ranking and bitter member of the Hunters Association, arrives at the airport. His mission? Revenge. Dong is here to settle a score with Jinwoo over the death of his brother Dong Sung, whose team Jinwoo had wiped out during a previous raid. When asked about his stay, Dong makes it clear he doesn't plan to linger. He's focused on his target and doesn't care for subtlety. A Hunter Association member discreetly monitors him, wary of his intentions. Back with Jinwoo, he prepares Song-yi for her first raid at a C-rank gate owned by the White Tiger Guild. This gate is typically used to train freshers. The team includes King Chu, an A-rank tank who makes no effort to hide his disdain for working with low-rank hunters. The team lineup consists of an A-rank, 5 B ranks, 2 C ranks, and Jinwoo and Song-yi as the only E ranks. King Chu scoffs. How long are we going to stand here talking? You know this isn't a field trip, right? I can't believe I'm babysitting E ranks. Jinwoo, unfazed, silently hopes the dungeon's dangers will convince Song-yi to rethink her career choice. As they step into the gate, Jinwoo senses something off. Suddenly, the C-rank gate transforms into a red gate, a deadly anomaly that traps hunters in a dungeon disconnected from the outside world. The only way out is to defeat the dungeon's boss or wait for a dungeon break. Jinwoo tries to take Song-yi out of the gate, but the exit is sealed. Outside, White Tiger Guild leader Bak hears about the red gate and rushes to the scene, visibly shaken by the news. Inside, the team finds themselves in an icy wasteland. Snow stretches as far as the eye can see, and the cold bites through their gear. Jinwoo explains the grim reality of red gates to the group, and the mood turns somber. No one can help us from the outside, Jinwoo says. We're on our own. Just as the group starts strategizing, an ice elf ambushes them, firing arrows. Jinwoo leaps into action, catching an arrow mid-flight to save Song-yi. But another team member isn't so lucky and falls to the elf's attack. The elves recognize Jinwoo's strength and retreat, but the damage is done. King Shu takes charge, dividing the team into smaller groups for survival. However, he refuses to take weaker hunters with him, declaring, "We need to focus on those who can fight." A B-rank hunter, Park, decides to join Jinwoo instead. "Kim didn't even notice the arrow," she says, "but you did. You're no E-rank, are you?" Kim's group heads toward an open field while Jinwoo's team ventures into the forest. The tension escalates as Kim's group encounters ice bears, powerful creatures that overwhelm them despite his leadership. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's group faces the boss of the ice bears. Jinwoo summons his shadow soldiers, but the battle proves challenging. His strongest soldier, Igris, finally steps in, defeating the boss with precision and power. Jinwoo marvels at Igris's strength, thinking, he might be stronger than me. As Dong continues his search for Jinwoo, he learns of the Red Gate and assumes Jinwoo won't survive. Inside the dungeon, Jinwoo's team celebrates their victory, but their relief is short-lived. The ominous presence of a new, more formidable enemy looms in the shadows. And that's it for episode 1. Will Jinwoo and his team escape the icy dungeon? or will they fall prey to its relentless dangers? We then see that Jinwoo stands triumphantly over the massive death bears, flexing his power as a necromancer. With a simple command, the bear corpses transform into shadow bears, joining his growing army. Outside the portal, Sang explains that the strike force has been trapped for 3 hours, which translates to 3 days inside due to the portal's warp time. Red gates are known for being deadly, so Dong-soo confidently declares Jinwoo must be dead and gets ready to leave. But before walking off, he demands to know why Jinwoo was with the White Tiger Guild in the first place. Sang casually explains that Jinwoo was just a curious acquaintance tagging along to observe a C-rank mission. Dong-soo isn't buying it. Out of nowhere, Dong-soo grabs Sung by the throat, accusing him of hiding something. He knows Sung has a knack for spotting talented hunters. Before things escalate further, Baek steps in, transforming into his battle mode and telling Dong-soo to back off. Dong-soo, unfazed, mocks Baek as a big fish in a small pond. Both Baek hunters then release their overwhelming power, sending shockwaves of terror through the crowd. Sung, panicking, knows an S-rank brawl could flatten the whole area. Despite his warnings, the two clash, and the tension skyrockets. Meanwhile, inside the portal, Kim Chul breathes a sigh of relief after escaping the elves, only to stumble upon the shredded corpses of the death bears. He's horrified and can't believe the weak E-ranks he abandoned could be responsible. Convinced something stronger, like ice elves, caused the carnage, Kim retreats. Back outside, Dong-soo is impressed when Jin Chul intervenes to stop the S-rank battle. Jin Chul humbly admits his arms are still attached only because the two S-ranks held back at the last moment. Trying to calm things down, Jin Chul insists Jinwoo is just a harmless E-rank. He even mentions a recent re-evaluation, confirming Jinwoo's lack of power. Dong-soo dismisses this as a cover-up, still convinced Jinwoo is somehow tied to his brother's death. But if not Jinwoo, Dong-soo's second suspect is the rich and shady Leo. When asked why he's targeting Jinwoo, Dong-soo coldly replies, "It's just an excuse to kill." Before Dong-soo can act, he's called away, muttering that Jinwoo is lucky this time. Inside the gate, Jinwoo's group sits around a campfire trying to stay warm. The peace is broken when a furious Kim Chul storms in, shocked to see the weaklings thriving while his group suffers. Dressed in warm gear and surrounded by food and blankets, Jinwoo's group looks way too comfortable. Kim accuses them of hoarding supplies and blames them for his team's deaths. He targets Park, suspecting she joined the weaker group because she knew the truth. Demanding answers, he starts a countdown, threatening to kill everyone if no one confesses. When no one speaks up, he snaps, screaming Jinwoo's name and preparing to attack. Before he can make a move, Jinwoo appears, instantly overpowering him. The group is stunned as Jinwoo calmly scolds Kim for blaming others for his failures. Jinwoo then senses a dark, sinister presence nearby and accuses Kim of attracting even more trouble. Jinwoo orders them to drop their stealth. The ice elves reveal themselves, with their leader mocking the humans and noting that Jinwoo's strength is unusual. To everyone's shock, Jinwoo responds fluently in the elves' language. Even he's surprised by this skill, quickly guessing it's thanks to his cheat system. The elven leader explains their presence. One of his men sensed Jinwoo's immense power and wanted to challenge him. Before the leader can finish, Jinwoo decapitates the challenger, silencing him in an instant. The leader, amused by Jinwoo's brutality, taunts him further. Jinwoo, uninterested in small talk, launches an attack. The leader skillfully defends himself, and Jinwoo realizes this fight won't be easy. The leader smirked and asked Jinwoo, "You're no human. Why pretend to be?" Barca explains that elves are driven by a voice commanding them to kill humans, but oddly, they don't hear it when it comes to Jinwoo. Jinwoo's suspicious now, wondering if this has something to do with his cheat system. Barca tries to talk Jinwoo into handing over the humans, saying it's the smart move, but Jinwoo isn't here to make deals. He demands to know why the elves are hunting humans. Just as Barca starts to explain, his body glitches like a buggy NPC repeating himself. Creepy, right? Jinwoo, unfazed, refuses to back down. Barca warns Jinwoo that he's making a big mistake and reminds him the elves outnumber him. Jinwoo, being Jinwoo, just smirks and summons his shadow army, leaving everyone in shock. Barca mocks the army as useless, but Jinwoo doesn't care. The fight begins and it's absolute chaos. The humans in Jinwoo's group try to run, but the elves target them. Jinwoo steps in, wrecking the elven archers like a one-man army. However, as the battle goes on, Jinwoo starts to see why Barca was so cocky. The elves are stronger than expected, and keeping his shadow army alive is draining his magic power. Worse, Barca is clearly stronger than him. When Barca goes one-on-one with Jinwoo, even Igris can't tip the odds. Jinwoo realizes his regular soldiers won't cut it, and he'll need something stronger. The two formally introduce themselves before clashing. Barca dominates the fight, but Jinwoo pulls a slick move by teleporting his blade mid-attack, keeping Barca guessing. The back and forth is intense, but Jinwoo gets pushed back. Barca admits he hasn't had this much fun in years, and Jinwoo responds by dropping a massive meteor on him, catching him off guard. Meanwhile, Kim Chul, who's been seething in the corner, decides to take a cheap shot at Jinwoo during the chaos. But Jinwoo's always 10 steps ahead. He orders Igris to create a smokescreen, and in the confusion, Igris takes Kim Chul out for good. Jinwoo raises Kim as a shadow soldier, naming him Iron, and the guy wakes up with a scream loud enough to shake the battlefield. Seeing Iron, Barca retreats for a moment, but then he's back, demanding Jinwoo and Igris join the fight. Jinwoo agrees, and the 3-on-1 showdown kicks off. Barca handles all three with ease, but Iron's constant screaming starts to annoy him. He focuses on taking Iron out, but Iron proves to be a tank, shrugging off every hit. While Barca's distracted, Jinwoo takes his chance and lands a clean stab, finally catching Barca off guard. Jinwoo gives him credit for lasting this long, but things quickly go downhill for Barca. When he turns to check on his army, he's greeted by the absolute nightmare of Jinwoo's shadow army having wiped out his entire clan. Still confident, and maybe a little delusional, Barca thinks beating Jinwoo alone will turn the tide. Jinwoo tosses a dagger at him, and Barca mocks him, calling it a rookie mistake. That is, until the dagger boomerangs back and destroys Barca's weapon. Jinwoo doesn't stop there. He orders Iron to hold Barca in place while his magic soldiers unleash a fiery attack. But, of course, Barca refuses to go down quietly, breaking free and trying to launch a counterattack. Jinwoo, however, shuts him down with a decisive strike, reminding Barca that the fight is over. Even after Iron dramatically stomps on Barca's lifeless body, Jinwoo has to remind his troops to tone it down. The team finally catches their breath, relieved that the nightmare is over. Jinwoo casually tells them it's time to leave, but takes one last look at Barca's body. Outside the portal, Song and Beck are debating whether to pack it up and go home. Beck thinks Kim Chul might still make it, but when the portal opens, only 2 of his guild members, along with Song-yi and the last one, Jinwoo, come out of the portal. Beck's shock quickly turns into confusion about what happened to Kim Chul and the others. Beck demands answers, but Jinwoo, who's clearly exhausted, brushes him off and says, "Ask someone else in your guild." Beck is stunned, interpreting this as a power move. He tries to press Jinwoo, but Jinwoo calmly reminds him that he saved the surviving members and deserves some gratitude. Beck, realizing he's been schooled, apologizes. Afterward, Sang tells Beck how impressive Jinwoo is and hints at recruiting him. Meanwhile, Jinwoo drops Song-yi home and she thanks him, excited to see him again. On his way back, Jinwoo reflects on the mission. Despite all the chaos, less than a day has passed in the real world. To his annoyance, all he got for his trouble was a single dagger. He also fails to raise Barca as a shadow soldier, which only adds to his disappointment. The next day, Jinwoo meets up with Leo, who shows up dressed like he's going to a cosplay convention. Before their mission, Jinwoo insists they pick someone up, Song-yi. Leo is immediately suspicious of how casual Jinwoo and Song-yi are with each other. When Jinwoo asks Song-yi if she slept well, Leo misinterprets the situation entirely. Clearly uncomfortable, Leo reminds Jinwoo that Song-yi is underage. Jinwoo, oblivious to Leo's concern, brushes it off, leaving Leo even more worried about what's going on. The group finally arrives at a dungeon and immediately stumbles into chaos. While everyone else is busy fighting ogres, Jinwoo stands back. Yu, curious as ever, asks, "What are those things?" Jinwoo, realizing he's explained this before, just says, "It's one of my abilities." Yu isn't satisfied. "Wait, you can summon ghost soldiers?" Jinwoo, avoiding a long explanation, changes the subject. Once the fight ends, Jinwoo snaps his fingers, ordering his shadow army to collect the precious gems. Yu kneels dramatically and begs, "Can I at least help with the gems?" One of the shadow soldiers hands him a pile, and Yu thanks him like he just won the lottery. Meanwhile, on a shipwrecked boat, a warrior is screaming in panic. A man tries to calm him down, explaining that the others are just unconscious. But since they don't speak the same language, his words are completely lost. The guy points to himself and says, "He is a human." Back with Jinwoo and Yu, they head to a restaurant after their expedition to celebrate. Over plates of meat and a couple of drinks, Yu thanks Jinwoo, saying the mission would have been impossible without him. Jinwoo asks about Yu's next move, and Yu explains he's taking a test to become a guild master so he can negotiate with his dad. Jinwoo mentions he'll be out of contact for a while because he has something important to do. As the drinks flow, Jinho reveals he has an older brother, 10 years his senior, who doesn't like him. "We've never really been brothers." Jinho, getting emotional, lowers his head and admits, "I wish you were my brother." The room goes silent for a moment before Jinwoo smiles and says, "All right, we're brothers now." Jinho, tearing up, raises his glass and offers Jinwoo more meat. Jinwoo laughs. "Are you drunk?" Jinho insists he's totally sober. Meanwhile, the authorities arrest a man who attacked others on a shipwrecked boat. Turns out, he's a hunter who got trapped in a portal 10 years ago and somehow ended up in the US. Since he doesn't speak English, a translator is called in, and the authorities suspect he might be a humanoid beast. To investigate further, they request help from an S-rank hunter, Hwang Dong-soo, based in Washington. The officers struggle to pronounce the prisoner's name, eventually calling him Sung Il-wan. Back to Jinwoo. After returning home briefly, he tells his sister he's leaving again for a month. She teases him, "Since when do you have a girlfriend?" Jinwoo just ignores her. In the next scene, Jinwoo heads back to a place he's been before, the Demon Castle. The last time he was there at level 20, he couldn't beat Cerberus, but now, with his level tripled, he feels confident. He opens the dungeon door and storms in. Right away, he's given a ridiculous task: collect 10,000 demonic souls. Jinwoo sweats at the number but shrugs it off. "Be it 10 or 100,000, I'll take them all down," he says. Meanwhile, Jinho is busy submitting his resume to his dad, asking for control of the Yujin Guild. His dad brings up Jin Sung, his elder son, who had different plans for the guild. Jinho argues that putting an outsider in charge is too risky. His dad then mentions Jinwoo, who was involved in the infamous dungeon tragedy that wiped out Hwang Dong-suk's group. He brings up the recent Red Portal incident with the White Tiger Guild, where Jinwoo became the hero, saving the survivors. He's clearly impressed by Jinwoo and wonders if Jinho is really ready to lead the Yujin Guild. "Do you think you can handle this?" his dad asks. Jinho doesn't back down and insists he's ready. His dad agrees to give him a chance, but adds a twist. White Tiger is trying to recruit Jinwoo after his heroic actions, and Jinho's first mission is to bring Jinwoo to Yujin before White Tiger snatches him. No pressure, right? Meanwhile, Jinwoo is busy in the Demon Castle, battling his own frustrations. He can't extract demon souls because their mana is corrupted. Hundreds of kills, and he has nothing to show for it. Luckily, he gets written permission to move to the second floor. The dungeon is massive, so big it looks like a city stuffed into a single building. Not wanting to waste energy, Jinwoo summons the leader of the Ice Bears as a mount and names him Tank. Riding on Tank's back, Jinwoo charges through hordes of demons like a boss, clearing the path with ease. Elsewhere, we're introduced to the Hunters Association, which looks more like a luxury resort with gyms and swimming pools. Chahat steps out of the water, turning heads with her beauty, but she's deep in thought. She remembers a meeting with Master Choi Jongin, where she wanted to warn people about flying ants. Yes, flying ants. But Troy shut her down, saying it would cause unnecessary panic. Instead, his focus was on making their guild the biggest and strongest. Back in the dungeon, Jinwoo fights waves of ranked demons. They're not individually strong, but they come in overwhelming numbers. The deeper he goes, the tougher the enemies get. Still, he pushes forward, collecting the 10,000 demonic souls needed for his mission. Along the way, he realizes he's running low on food, adding another layer of stress to his expedition. Finally, Jinwoo reaches the 50th floor, where he encounters the boss, the Volcano of Greed. This massive demon radiates power and guards the lower floors like a king on a throne. Meanwhile, White Tiger's manager, An Sang-min, and Park Hee-jin visit Jinwoo's house to recruit him. They only find his sister, who casually mentions he's on a trip. An, being the Sherlock Holmes of hunters, pieces together that Jinwoo hasn't joined any recent raids. His exact location remains a mystery, but An is confident he'll figure it out. Park Hee-jin is impressed by his detective skills, and An smugly says, "It's my job." Back in the dungeon, Jinwoo orders his shadow army to handle the demon horde while he focuses on the boss. His spectral mages rain fire on the battlefield, and Igris, his blood-red knight, tears through the enemy ranks like a tornado. Jinwoo's increased intelligence allows him to summon more soldiers and boost their magical power, making his army nearly unstoppable. As the battle unfolds, Jinwoo notices the volcano of greed hasn't moved an inch. Deciding to take the initiative, Jinwoo prepares to strike. But before he can act, the Demon Lord explodes into action, charging at him with blinding speed. Jinwoo moves fast and lands a powerful punch that sends the volcano of greed flying across the battlefield. The sheer force of the hits surprises even Jinwoo as he realizes just how much strength he's invested into his stats. The volcano of greed, enraged by the damage, activates its Cerberus ability and charges at Jinwoo with its massive mace. Anticipating the attack, Jinwoo calls for Iron to send over a shield. With the shield raised, he successfully blocks the relentless blows, though the sheer force starts to wear it down, making Jinwoo worry about how long it can hold up. Waiting for the perfect moment, Jinwoo defends until he sees an opening. He breaks free from the demon's onslaught and leaps toward its neck for a decisive attack. However, the volcano counters with a swift strike from its club, nearly ending the fight. Using the hand of the ruler, Jinwoo manages to absorb enough of the impact to survive, though the close call leaves him shaken. Realizing the demon's movements are too unpredictable, Jinwoo decides to exploit its rage. He lures the giant toward a nearby building. As the volcano charges, unable to stop itself, it crashes into the structure. Using the opportunity, Jinwoo climbs the debris and delivers a precise dagger strike to the demon's head, finally bringing it down. For his victory, he earns a fragment of the Tree of Life. Meanwhile, in the United States, Dong-soo arrives to interrogate Sung-il-won. The prisoner speaks first, questioning how much humanity truly understands about portals and magical beasts. He warns that the current threats are nothing compared to a far greater catastrophe that has begun to awaken. According to Sung-il-won, his mission is to prevent the disaster from happening. Ignoring the warnings, Dong-soo presses Sung-il-won for personal information, asking if he remembers his family. The prisoner confirms that one of his children is named Jinwoo. This revelation fuels Dong-soo's determination, vowing to meet Jinwoo again under dark circumstances. Back in the demon castle, Jinwoo advances through the upper floors with his shadow army. Along the way, he eliminates Matus, the soul guide, adding another victory to his growing list. News spreads about a fight between Sung-il-won and Dong-soo. The area is left in ruins, showing the power of two S-rank hunters. Witnesses say Dong-soo was defeated in seconds. Reaching the 75th floor, Jinwoo finds himself out of food. Despite his frustration, he reflects on the valuable loot he's gathered. From the 50th floor boss, he gained a powerful earring. From a skeleton enemy, he acquired a necklace. He also obtained the Mirror of Greed, a useful tool for enhancing his spectral mages. Lastly, he found a mysterious key, though its purpose remains unknown. Jinwoo's main goal remains clear, collecting the 3 fragments of the Tree of Life to save his mother. He already has 2, the first from defeating the Volcano of Greed, and the second, Water, from the Echo Forest, earned by defeating Menace. With only 1 fragment left, Jinwoo prepares to continue his journey, determined to complete his mission no matter the obstacles ahead. After stepping through the shimmering portal, Jinwoo checked his inventory. 2 out of 3 materials needed for the Elixir of Life were secured. All that remained was the purified blood of the Demon King. Sounds easy, right? Wrong. To get his hands on that, Jinwoo knew he had to be fully prepared, mentally, physically, and inventory-wise. Thanks to his grueling expedition through the Demon Castle, Jinwoo had leveled up several times. But officially, he was still stuck as an E-rank hunter, which meant he couldn't take on higher-level missions. Frustrated by this limitation, Jinwoo decided it was time to reassess his rank. The next day, at the Hunters Association headquarters, Hyun Kitchell, a cheerful and slightly nosy staff member, eagerly watched the candidates. He loved guessing their ranks before assessments began. Spotting a man in a flashy purple shirt, Kitchell thought, "This guy's probably a solid C rank." Then his gaze shifted to Jinwoo. With his casual appearance and calm demeanor, Jinwoo looked like just another E-rank hunter. Nothing special, Kitchell thought, until the evaluation began. When Jinwoo's turn came, he calmly approached the black orb used for assessments. As soon as he placed his hand on it, the orb flashed, blinked, and error. The employee in charge frowned, muttered something about glitches, and tried again. Same result, error. This wasn't a simple malfunction. Something big was happening. The director, alerted by the commotion, rushed in to see what was going on. One look at the error message, and his jaw dropped. The orb wasn't broken. It simply couldn't measure Jinwoo's magical power. Why? Because it was too high. Jinwoo had surpassed the limits of the machine. The room went silent. Everyone stared in disbelief. The director declared that Jinwoo was one of the most powerful hunters in the country, a rank only 10 others had ever achieved. Jinwoo, ever the cool-headed guy, simply nodded as if this kind of thing happened to him every Tuesday. Earlier, Choi had casually asked about the flying ant research. Jinchul explained that the team was analyzing and comparing the structure and magical power of old and new specimens. Fancy words, but the bottom line? Results would take time. Switching topics, Choi brought up the Red Portal raid. Apparently, the White Tiger Guild let an outsider join, and that outsider even defeated the boss. Naturally, Choi wanted details. Jinchul admitted he'd been present but had left before the final moments, so he didn't have much to share. Disappointed, Choi shook his head. Before he could say more, he noticed unusual noise from the hall. Jinchul guessed it was just someone being assessed, but decided to take a look. Choi, intrigued, followed. The scene they walked into was chaotic. A hunter had just broken the assessment machine. It couldn't read his magical power. The director, trying to calm things down, told the hunter to return in 3 days for another attempt. From the sidelines, Kitchell watched, thinking, On called it perfectly. Then, Master Choi Jong-in entered the hall, immediately commanding attention. Jinwoo recognized him as the supreme hunter of fire magic. Choi, meanwhile, observed Jinwoo's overwhelming mana and realized he was the source of the uproar. A guild representative approached Jinwoo, hoping to discuss recruitment, but Jinwoo didn't even glance their way. He walked out as if nothing had happened. Choi, a little embarrassed, asked Jinchul if Jinwoo knew who he was. Jinchul confirmed he did. Choi sighed, wondering if he was losing his touch. Before they could leave, Beck, the White Tiger Guild president, arrived, clearly in a rush. Choi quickly pieced it together. Jinwoo must have been the one who cleared the red portal. Beck's reaction said it all. That evening, Jinwoo visited his mother at the hospital. Sitting by her side, he softly asked her to hold on a little longer. As he stepped out of her room, Jinchul was waiting. The manager admitted Jinwoo had completely shifted his perspective. The surveillance team's job was to monitor hunters, but Jinwoo was beyond anything they'd handled before. Unmoved, Jinwoo asked if they were treating him like a criminal. Jinchul clarified it was just protocol, but even they struggled to handle rank S hunters. Before Jinwoo could leave, Jinchul mentioned someone wanted to meet him. Emerging from the shadows, Go-gun Hee, the Hunters Association president, greeted Jinwoo warmly and congratulated him on becoming an S-rank hunter. He explained that when the machine failed to assess someone, it could only mean one thing: they had reached the highest level. Gundy didn't waste time. The association couldn't compete with the big guilds in wealth or fame, but they needed someone like Jinwoo to maintain balance. The 5 major guilds were always at odds, and Jinwoo could shift the scales in their favor. Gun-hee shared that he was once Korea's first S-rank hunter. Despite being over 80, he still looked like he could wrestle a bear. He offered Jinwoo stability and influence, promising it would be a life-changing decision. Jinwoo thought for a moment but declined. He wasn't interested in politics or stability. His place was in the dungeon, fighting magical beasts. Gunny respected his choice but felt a pang of regret. If he were younger, he'd have loved to fight alongside someone like Jinwoo. With a nod, he let the hunter go. Jinwoo, ever focused on his family, headed home. His sister was waiting, and that was what mattered most. After Jinwoo left, Go Gun-hee sat in silence, the weight of the encounter lingering. He dismissed the rest of his schedule, feeling an unsettling tension that even years of experience couldn't shake. Meanwhile, Jinwoo walked home, lost in thought. The Hunter Association's focus on low-level dungeons wasn't going to help him. He needed more than that. He needed power. His mother's life depended on it, and every step he took now was aimed at saving her. The next morning, Dong-soo woke up in a hospital bed, his body throbbing with pain. The humiliation of his defeat burned more than his injuries. He could still see Jinwoo's cold gaze, feel the weight of his foot pressing down as he delivered a stark warning. That moment fueled Dong-soo's determination to face him again, but he knew he couldn't rely on raw strength alone. Artifacts, legendary gear with immense power, became his focus. Once crafted by master artisans, these rare items now surfaced in auctions, fetching astronomical prices. Jinwoo, too, had browsed through listings, searching for something that could aid him. But the costs were well beyond his reach, and selling his orb of avarice would draw attention he couldn't afford. While weighing his options, Jinwoo spotted a notice about a job. Miners were hiring hunters for an A-rank raid. It wasn't ideal, but it was an opportunity. Elsewhere, Go Gun-hee reviewed Jinwoo's history. His transformation over the years was startling. The young hunter's dedication stood out. Despite his struggles, he had supported his family, paying for his mother's hospital bills and his sister's education. It was clear this wasn't someone chasing fame or fortune, but someone with a singular, personal goal. At the mining site, Jinwoo joined a team of laborers and hunters. The leaders sized him up, noting his lack of experience. This was grunt work, mining mana crystals and cleaning up after battles. Yet, Jinwoo didn't mind. He understood that every step, no matter how small, brought him closer to his goal. Inside the dungeon, chaos reigned. A roar shook the cave as Chai Jong-in, the attack team leader, effortlessly conjured a massive fireball that wiped out giant monsters in an instant. "Tanks, your turn," he called. The shield hunters moved swiftly, forming a protective barrier that even enemy fire couldn't break. With the immediate threats neutralized, the team pressed deeper into the dungeon. Jinwoo overhears that the attack team is leaving, which means everything in the dungeon has been cleared, except for the boss. Yesterday, when he met Chio-jan, Jinwoo already knew the guy was strong, but clearing an A-rank dungeon without breaking a sweat? That's just next level. Meanwhile, Cha Haein, the second in command of the Hunters Guild and 9th rank in Korea, walks by the miners. As she passes, she senses something strange in the air and even wonders if President Go is nearby. With the attack team done, it's finally time for the miners and collectors to do their part. Inside, Jinwoo's attention is on a strong magical signal coming from the depths of the cave, most likely from the dungeon's boss. This creature feels stronger than Vulcan and Midas from the Demon Castle, which makes Jinwoo want to head down there right away and test his strength against it. Around him, a group of miners laughs at an E-rank newbie who joined the team. Jinwoo realizes that low-level hunters always get treated this way. Then, a guy bumps into him and acts like he's about to fight. But as soon as Jinwoo shows his mana-filled eyes, the guy backs off, scared. As Jinwoo mines, some workers notice how strong he is for someone at such a low rank. But they don't mind. It's a blessing for the mining team. Later, it's lunchtime, and with everyone taking a break, Jinwoo decides it's the perfect time to sneak toward the boss chamber. He knows if he defeats the boss, the portal will close, and the guild will take a big hit. But he's not going to pass up the chance to take a few hits at the monster first. Just as he's about to move, Cha Haein shows up, holding a cloth to her nose and asking, "What are you doing here?" Jinwoo claimed he had gotten lost and ended up in the boss chamber by accident. Cha Ha, not impressed, told him to leave. She explained that this was the boss's chamber and one wrong move could put everyone in danger. As he stood there, Jinwoo realized the rumors about Chaha were true. She had snuck up on him without him noticing. Then something strange happened. Jinwoo turned around and Chaha blinked. Hadn't he been holding a gun a moment ago? Now it was gone. He casually walked past her, but Chaha's instincts kicked in. She asked him to wait and, to Jinwoo's surprise, sniffed him like a curious dog. His face turned red. Chaha's nose twitched. This guy didn't smell like the usual hunters. In fact, he had a pleasant scent. She checked his ID and after a pause, told him to be careful on his way out. When Jinwoo returned to his team, they couldn't stop talking about his close encounter with Chaha, as if he'd just won the lottery. They explained that Chaha was responsible for protecting workers in the dungeon, even covering their lunch breaks. The only quirky thing about her was that she hated the smell of hunters, so she always covered her nose with a cloth. Jinwoo couldn't help but think about how differently she treated him. Like he wasn't a hunter at all. It reminded him of what Baruga had said at the Red Portal. He guessed it was because he was the player, though he still didn't fully understand what that meant. The system on his side gave him some perks, but the rest was a mystery. After his shift, Jinwoo was paid for his work and praised by the boss, who offered him a permanent position. The boss had never seen anyone so naturally skilled. Jinwoo politely declined, saying he'd only come because he had free time. But the boss, ever persistent, invited him back the next day for a double raid. One with a rank A and another with a rank C. Jinwoo agreed, remembering his reevaluation was the next day. The boss was thrilled and even offered double pay. Later, Chaha contacted the association for info on Jinwoo, but found his data locked. Even more curious, she learned that Master Choi had requested information on him. Why was his data locked? He wasn't even a high-level hunter. As she lay in bed, Chaha couldn't stop thinking about him. The strange man with his odd behavior and pleasant scent, especially since Master Choi was also after him. The next day, Jinwoo returned to work and impressed everyone with his skill in resource extraction. The workers felt like they were in the presence of a machine. Lunchtime came and the boss offered him 5 times the usual salary. But before he could respond, Captain Sung Ki-kun approached. He wanted someone from the mining team to join his raid, with hazard pay thrown in. The team leader hesitated, knowing they weren't experienced enough for such a dangerous mission. But Jinwoo, ever the risk-taker, volunteered. His colleagues were shocked. Jinwoo didn't care about the money. He felt like he needed to do this. The captain formally introduced himself, and outside the portal some hunters expressed concern. But the captain reassured them. The main team had already cleared out the stronger monsters. Jinwoo surveyed the secondary team, which included 6 rank A hunters and 3 rank B ones. Inside, the atmosphere was different. Less magic than yesterday's dungeon, but something felt off. That same eerie feeling from the red portal crept over him. A woman in the team noticed his unease. "Relax. The captain and the others are strong. We'll be fine." Before Jinwoo could respond, a deep growl echoed through the cavern. The team immediately went on high alert. Red eyes flickered in the darkness. Jackals. A whole pack of them. The hunters sprang into action, demonstrating tight teamwork. Every move was precise. Every roll was clear. They weren't just strong, they were professionals. The jackals never stood a chance. After the fight, though, something didn't add up. Jackals? In a rank A dungeon? One of the hunters muttered. "They're C-rank monsters. They wouldn't normally survive here." Jinwoo squinted at the jackals. Wait a minute. Were those collars? For a brief second, he imagined some guy raising them like hunting dogs, training them to fetch adventurers' limbs like prized bones. Before he could process the absurdity, heavy footsteps echoed through the cavern. A group of massive orcs emerged, each one looking more pissed off than the last. Their leader didn't bother with pleasantries. He hurled his spear straight at the captain, the sheer force behind it causing the shield to crack like cheap plastic. The team's tank jumped into action, trying to provoke the orcs to focus on him. Bad idea. These weren't your standard dungeon mobs. Instead of charging head-on, they split off and targeted the back line. A mage hurled a fireball to repel them, but the flames barely left a mark. High magic resistance. Just great. A witch managed to bind one of them with a spell, but it was so strong it broke free in seconds. Meanwhile, another mage summoned 2 flame warriors to fight alongside them, a spell that drained a massive chunk of mana. Unfortunately, the summoned warriors weren't doing much. The fighter of the group tried some hand-to-hand combat, only to get swatted into a wall like a ragdoll. The healer rushed in to help, but she was already overwhelmed. The captain, realizing they were getting outclassed, ordered the team to split into smaller groups to avoid being completely wiped out. Just one of these orcs was a match for an A-rank hunter, meaning the B-rank members had no chance. Predictably, one of the lower-ranked hunters had his arm torn off. The witch intervened just in time to stop the orc from finishing the job, giving the healer a chance to work. But before she could finish, an even bigger orc loomed behind her, ready to strike. Then, out of nowhere, the beast collapsed. No one saw what happened, but something had sliced its tendons clean through. As the fight continued, the orcs got slower, their movements stiff and uncoordinated. Jinwoo wasn't officially part of this raid, but he wasn't about to watch these people die. He moved like a shadow, weakening the orcs without drawing attention to himself. With the balance shifting, the team managed to turn the tide and win. As they caught their breath, the healer turned to the captain. "Did anyone else notice something weird during that fight?" The captain frowned. "Yeah, Gina, was that you?" The witch scoffed. "If I had that kind of skill, do you think I'd be stuck casting support spells?" No one could figure out who had intervened, but the witch's gaze lingered on Jinwoo. She knew, she just chose to keep it to herself. The group debated their next move. This dungeon was far more dangerous than expected. Jinwoo fully expected the captain to push forward out of sheer stubbornness. So when Ki-hoon called for a retreat, everyone sighed in relief. But nothing was ever that easy. As they reached the portal, a barrier blocked their exit. The witch examined it and grimaced. "I can undo this," she said, "but it'll take time." That was when everyone felt it, a suffocating wave of magical pressure, thick and oppressive, pressing down on their lungs. Even the B-ranks noticed it. Jinwoo's stomach twisted. Why hadn't they sensed this from outside the portal? Then, things got worse. Some hunters started bleeding spontaneously. The cursed energy seeped into their bodies, attacking them from within. Before they could react, a deep, guttural growl echoed through the cavern. 50 fully armed orcs stood at the ready, their glowing eyes locked onto the humans. The captain, realizing a direct fight would be suicide, tried the smart approach. He stepped forward and attempted diplomacy. The orc leader approached, letting out a guttural laugh before speaking in an ancient tongue. Then his head started spinning like an exorcist nightmare, his eye glowing ominously. "I am Carvuljan," he finally announced in perfect human language. "I have been expecting you." The captain, somehow keeping a straight face, asked, "So, you blocked the portal?" Carvuljan grinned. "Of course. I am a master of curses." "Right, and is there anyone here stronger than you?" The orc laughed so hard it echoed through the cavern. "Stronger? Foolish human. No one surpasses me." Jinwoo had heard that before, usually from guys who died 5 minutes later. The orc chief gives the humans a choice. Follow him or die. But Siu knows there's only one real option. Reluctantly, he agrees. As the chief turns to leave, the captain quickly calls for Jinwoo. When he arrives, the captain lays out the plan. The moment the chief returns, they'll strike. Carvuljan won't be able to hold the barrier while fighting. Jinwoo's job is to escape and call for reinforcements. Before he leaves, the healer hands Jinwoo a letter, her will. She asks him to deliver it to her family. This is the life of a hunter, but Jinwoo isn't one of them. He should live. The moment reminds Jinwoo of the double dungeon, where he was abandoned to die, but this time it's different. These people are sacrificing themselves for him. Holding their wills, he silently swears to deliver them. Outside the portal, Cha-Ha looks for Jinwoo. When she can't find him, she asks the team leader, who casually replies, he's inside, working as a carrier. Meanwhile, the expedition follows the orcs to a massive fortress. The hunters are stunned. These aren't just savages, but an advanced civilization. Soon they stand before a grand throne where the orc king sneers at them and growls, "Human worms."
Hunter Cha already thought an E-rank volunteering for an A-rank dungeon was insane. But now, she was certain Jinwoo had a weapon in the boss room yesterday. She informed the chief that she was going into the portal, and when he asked if she needed backup, she dismissed the concern, saying it was personal. As she prepared to enter, she realized she had forgotten her sword. She asked if anyone had a spare, but the chief handed her a rock pickaxe instead. Unsatisfied, she asked if there was anything better, like a sword or a spear, but quickly realized that asking miners for combat weapons was pointless. The chief then questioned if she really wanted to enter the dungeon empty-handed, making her immediately regret her choices. Inside the boss room, the atmosphere was terrifying. The squad understood that if the superior orcs managed to escape, the city would be wiped out in minutes. Their only option was to take down the boss. Yet even his 4 guards looked terrifying enough to haunt their nightmares. The Orc King removed his mask and taunted them, asking if they were scared. The fear on their faces made the question unnecessary. Ki-hoon, summoning what little courage he had, asked why they had been brought there after already surviving 60 orcs. The Orc King simply laughed, explaining that it was for fun. They were going to be killed one by one. However, as he spoke, he noticed something unusual among the humans. Ki-hoon, overwhelmed with fear, screamed that they were merely playthings. He gave the order to attack, but no one moved, frozen in terror. Jinwoo, in a reckless attempt to fight back, charged in alone. It was a terrible decision. The boss conjured an ice spike, launching him across the room, then used gravity magic to slam his head into the ground like a basketball. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, someone stepped in. It was Jinwoo. He reminded the boss that this dungeon belonged to the Hunter Guild and casually asked if he could just erase all the monsters in the room. An orc attempted to sneak up on him, but instead it was the orc who got tossed aside like a rag doll. Ki-hoon, desperate, begged Jinwoo to save them. The Orc King was intrigued. He acknowledged Jinwoo's strength for a human, but questioned how long he could last. Jinwoo admitted that he had never felt energy this powerful before. The boss seemed excited, until Jinwoo smirked. He declared that the fight would be brutal, but not for him. Without hesitation, he summoned his shadow army, stronger than ever. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Inspector Jinwoo arrived in his limousine, utterly confused. He questioned why Jinwoo had spent the past 2 days working as a miner. When he asked the chief where Jinwoo was, he learned that someone else had asked the same thing earlier. The man who had tried to intimidate Jinwoo looked like he had seen a ghost. The chief revealed that Jinwoo had volunteered as a tank. Jinwoo stood there in shock, unable to comprehend Jinwoo's actions. Then, a massive explosion of energy shook the entire area. Inside the portal, Cha wondered how Ki-hoon's team had managed to defeat so many superior orcs. However, if that energy truly belonged to the boss, there was no way anyone would survive. Back in the boss room, the Orc King mocked Jinwoo's shadow soldiers, calling them weak. Jinwoo warned him not to underestimate them unless he wanted to be erased. Activating Monarch's domain, he strengthened his soldiers even further. The mages in the room were stunned. While they struggled to summon even 2 shadows, Jinwoo had an entire army at his command. The Orc King signaled for his orcs to charge. Iron attempted to taunt them, but instead simply smashed them into oblivion. Yagras moved with lethal precision, slicing through the orcs effortlessly. However, the real monster was Jinwoo. The squad could only watch in disbelief, wondering why he had hidden his strength for so long. Apart from Igris, Iron, and Tank, the rest of Jinwoo's shadows were at a B rank level. He needed to eliminate as many enemies as possible before his mana ran out. Then, the boss unleashed the Dragonfire Anthem, obliterating nearly all of Jinwoo's shadows. He ridiculed them as weak puppets, but Jinwoo simply warned him to be careful. His soldiers would continue respawning as long as he had mana. The boss attempted to crush Jinwoo with an iceberg and followed up with a full magic barrage. Meanwhile, the weaker hunters were scrambling for their lives, trying to avoid the devastation. Outside, the association measured the energy within the portal and discovered it was far stronger than expected. They immediately called for reinforcements. Inside, the Orc King laughed, assuming Jinwoo was running out of mana. However, unlike during his class change quest, Jinwoo could now use as many mana potions as he wanted. With his mana replenished, the battle became far more interesting. He extracted the shadows from all the superior orcs he had defeated. Then, locking eyes with the Orc King, he declared that he was next. At that moment, something snapped within the boss. He attempted to utter Shadow Monarch, but before he could, the system forcibly stopped him. His mind went blank, as if it had crashed. Unable to comprehend what was happening, he instead ordered his generals to bring him the heads of the remaining humans. At Hunters Guild HQ, Choi was briefed on the situation. He initially believed Ki-hoon's team would be enough to handle it, but as a precaution, he ordered the strongest hunters to prepare for backup. Back in the boss room, the 4 most powerful orcs charged in. Iron quickly overpowered one, Egress engaged 2 at once, momentarily dropping his sword mid-fight, only for it to return to his hand instantly. Tank struck an orc so hard that it was practically erased from existence. Jinwoo smirked, remarking that his generals were stronger than the orc kings. The attack squad attempted to intervene, but the orc king immobilized them, mocking them as mere side characters unworthy of the main stage. He then unleashed his full power, directing his magic at Jinwoo. However, it shattered upon impact. Jinwoo smirked, unaffected, and declared that he was immune to weak curses. Summoning his mages, he commanded them to destroy the iceberg the boss had conjured. With the power of the Orb of Avarice, their fireballs became even more destructive. A massive fireball detonated right in the Orc King's face. And that only made him furious. Ka arrived right in the middle of the chaos, swinging her mighty pickaxe, and was completely stunned by how many shadow soldiers Jinwoo had summoned. She ran up to the attack squad like, "What the hell is going on?" But even they had no idea. Meanwhile, Kargalan was done playing around. Dude combined 300 spells at once and swore he'd squash Jinwoo like a bug. He stomped down like a giant, but Jinwoo just scoffed, saying he had bad memories with huge enemies. Talk about rubbing salt in the wound. First, the boss launched a massive fireball. Then, just to make sure, he fired 50 more, wiping out the shadow soldiers and the superior orcs. The boss smirked. "Are you starting to regret it, little human?" Before he could even blink, Jinwoo was already in his face, stabbing a dagger straight into his eye. Then he hit him with the ultimate disrespect. The bigger you are, the easier you are to hit. And to top it off, he added that a mere shaman was no match for an assassin. And let's be real, Jinwoo isn't just any assassin. Dodging attacks like he was in an Indiana Jones movie, he threw 2 daggers that broke the boss's defenses and chained him up with a castle chain. Then, using Kargalan's own strength, he slammed him into the ground like a ragdoll. Meanwhile, the association's inspector finally showed up to see the action. They said they came to help, but yeah, it looked like they weren't needed anymore. Ta watched in awe, her eyes practically sparkling. "This is the power of an elite hunter, not some rank E scrub," she muttered. Then she asked, "Who even is this guy?" But even Chintul had no answer. Jinwoo just smirked. Once a mage loses his guardians, he's finished. Right on cue, the Orc King started panicking, screaming that there was no way he could lose in this body. In desperation, he started throwing his own soldiers around. But then, bam! He got slammed faceless into the ground. Game over. The last thing he saw was his former general driving a sword into his chest. And just like that, Jinwoo officially cleared the dungeon boss, earning a ton of XP and loot. Even though he soloed everything, he figured it wouldn't look great if he took all the loot for himself. But one thing he wasn't sharing, the boss's shadow. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. That massive monster that had been terrifying everyone was now kneeling before Jinwoo. When it came time to name him, Jinwoo completely forgot the guy's actual name, so he just went with Tusk. Not only was this his first elite knight rank shadow soldier, but those superior orcs were way stronger than his usual summons. Jinwoo was so busy collecting shadows that he didn't even notice Inspector Wu standing right there. The second everyone snapped out of it, the questions started flying. But the chief quickly shut it down, saying that Hunter Sung Jinwoo's situation was top secret. He told everyone to keep quiet and made sure Jinwoo's exit was low-key. Before he could leave, Ki-hoon spoke up. He didn't ask why Jinwoo had been hiding his power. All he knew was that they were alive because of him. So he straight up thanked Jinwoo for saving his entire squad. One by one, the whole crew bowed their heads in gratitude. Jinwoo suddenly remembered, oh yeah, he still had to return that healer's journal. Meanwhile, Cha really wanted to talk to him, but before she could, a mage cut in. Vice Captain, why the pickaxe? Cha turned bright red, embarrassed. Do I look weird with this? She asked nervously. Back at the Hunters Guild HQ, Chairman Choi let out a deep sigh of relief. It all worked out. First, Jinwoo saved White Tiger, and now he saved them. But Choi still couldn't wrap his head around just how strong this kid really was. He turned to his assistant. Who do you think is stronger, him or me?" The assistant didn't even hesitate. "Sir, do you really think you could solo an A-rank dungeon like that?" Even Choi had to admit, no chance. Their next move was clear: do whatever it takes to recruit this kid. Later, at a cafe, Jinwoo met up with Jinyo and asked, "So, how'd the negotiations with your dad go?" Jinho explained that if he wanted to lead, he had to convince Jinwoo to join the guild first. Meanwhile, at the rank evaluation building, reporters swarmed in, waiting to interview some guy named Lee Min-soon. He was already flexing about becoming an A rank, but he had no idea what was coming for him. A huge crowd of reporters had gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of Lee Min-sung. Choi and Baek arrived at the scene, surprised by the overwhelming media presence. Curious about the situation, they tried to understand what was happening. The reporters, assuming they had come for Lee Min-sung, speculated that they were there to recruit him for their guild. However, Baek had never heard of Lee Min-sung before and quickly dismissed the idea, clarifying that they had no such plans. Choi, on the other hand, acknowledged that Lee had already signed with the Phoenix Guild, but mentioned that he had come for an entirely different reason. Disappointed by this, the reporters slowly began to leave. Turning back to Choi, Baek brought up the recent incident of an A-rank dungeon suddenly turning into an S-rank one, which must have caused serious problems. Choi agreed, admitting that while it was tough, the real trouble had fallen on the White Tiger Guild, which had sent unprepared A-rank hunters into the Red Gate. Their conversation soon shifted to Jinwoo, who had played a major role in handling the crisis. Both Choi and Baek strongly wanted to recruit him, which sparked a rivalry between them. Just as they were discussing this, someone interrupted with a joke, asking if they were fighting over Lee Min-sung instead. Annoyed, both Choi and Baek denied it. Meanwhile, Jinwoo arrived at the venue for his rank reassessment. Seeing the massive crowd, he wondered what was going on. Elsewhere, a group of Jinwoo's classmates watched Lee Min-sung's press conference on TV. As reporters began questioning him, Lee introduced himself formally, reading from a prepared script. He confidently announced that he had awakened as a hunter and would soon undergo his rank evaluation. He also stated that he would be working under Phoenix Guild's leader, Guildmaster Lim. One of the reporters asked if this meant he was quitting the entertainment industry to become a full-time hunter. Lee wasn't surprised by the question. He had already assumed he would be ranked as an A-rank hunter. Calmly, he explained that his contract with the guild was for 2 years, after which he planned to return to entertainment with a long list of accomplishments. He confidently declared that he was ready to risk his life in battle. While Lee continued speaking to the media, Jinwoo reached the entrance but was stopped by staff, who informed him that the press conference was still ongoing. Just then, Chairman Go arrived and ordered the guards to let Jinwoo inside, saying he was his guest. Turning to Lee, Chairman Go scolded him for holding a press conference after being told not to. Without waiting for a response, he led Jinwoo inside, leaving Lee fuming at the interruption. Trying to stay composed, Lee quickly apologized to the media and proceeded to his rank evaluation. However, when he reached the entrance, Chin-chol stopped him, informing him that another reassessment was already in progress and he would need to wait. Feeling entitled, Lee demanded to be let through, even threatening Chin-chol's job. But Chin-chol remained firm, warning him not to cause trouble. Lee was left speechless by the unexpected resistance. Inside the evaluation hall, Jinwoo passed by Baek and Choi, who were closely observing. Chairman Go explained that they were there to witness the results of a newly discovered S-rank hunter, the first in 2 years. Everyone was eager to see his strength. Jinwoo was taken to a private assessment room, where officials asked him to demonstrate his abilities. Calmly, he summoned a single shadow soldier. One of the examiners asked if this was his only ability. Jinwoo acknowledged the question, but hinted that he had far more power than what they had just seen. Recalling reports about Jinwoo's skills, Chairman Go encouraged him to reveal his full strength. Left with no other choice, Jinwoo summoned his entire army of shadow soldiers. The room fell silent as everyone watched in awe. Choi was the first to react, acknowledging that Jinwoo's magic was incredibly dangerous. Baek, overwhelmed, admitted that Jinwoo was now even stronger than him. Following this shocking display, Jinwoo's rank was officially reassessed, granting him the prestigious S-rank hunter title. Holding his new license, he couldn't hide his excitement. Now, he could sell the Spear of Avarice and buy the gear needed for his next challenge, the Demon Castle. Chairman Go congratulated him, recognizing his potential and expecting great things from him. As Jinwoo exited the assessment room, Beck and Choi, who had been waiting for him, rushed to congratulate him. Both tried to recruit him into their guilds, but Jinwoo showed little interest, stating that he had other matters to handle. Without another word, he left, only to be surrounded by a swarm of reporters. Meanwhile, Song saw the news and was shocked. She immediately told Gina, who was equally stunned to see her brother making headlines. Others also watched in disbelief as the media announced that Jinwoo had become the 10th S-rank hunter. Across the city, even the mining team members were speechless. Watching from home, Juhi felt proud and happy for Jinwoo. At the venue, Jinwoo found himself surrounded by reporters, struggling to handle the flood of questions and flashing cameras. All attention was now on him, leaving Lee Min-sung completely overlooked. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was having a serious conversation with his father. He admitted that he had failed to persuade Jinwoo to reconsider his decision. Thinking back to their talk, Jinwoo recalled how Jinwoo had firmly stated that he wanted to grow stronger on his own, believing that joining a guild at this point would only slow him down. Instead of joining an organization, Jinwoo had invited Jinwoo to come along on his journey. Jinwoo's father was unhappy with this choice. He reminded his son of the duties he had been given and criticized him for abandoning his responsibilities, including an important project with his brother. He questioned whether Jinwoo was making the right decision. After a brief moment of doubt, Jinyo confidently reaffirmed his choice to follow Jinwoo, even if it meant disappointing his father. Realizing that Jinyo had made up his mind, his father accepted the decision but warned him that he would now have to take full responsibility for the path he had chosen. Back at the chaotic press scene, Beck and Chua once again offered to escort Jinwoo home safely. However, Jinwoo declined. Without saying much, he vanished into the shadows, covering his face as he left. Chua was left in shock, while Beck, struggling to process Jinwoo's speed, realized that Jinwoo's abilities had far surpassed what anyone had imagined. Later, Jinwoo visited the hunter auction to buy equipment. He specifically needed something to protect himself from fire, as the dungeon he was about to enter had extreme heat. A seller showed him a cloak and a ring, but when Jinwoo asked for the price, he was shocked by how expensive they were. Hoping for a discount, he asked if the price could be lowered. The seller refused, but jokingly offered a challenge. If Jinwoo could break a reinforced magic glass, he could take any item for free. The seller confidently claimed that even an A-rank hunter couldn't break it. Jinwoo, ready to accept the challenge, started gathering his strength. Just as he was about to strike, the seller panicked and quickly stopped him, admitting that he had only been joking. Realizing this, Jinwoo paused and asked to see other items instead. As Jinwoo walks away, the seller notices something shocking. The supposedly unbreakable glass has shattered, even though Jinwoo never touched it. Jinwoo examines a dagger, but finds its price ridiculously high. Curious, he shows the seller his own dagger and asks how much it would be worth. The seller estimates it at no less than 100 million, leaving Jinwoo speechless. He originally bought it for just 2.8 million gold coins. This makes him realize that the items from the system store are far more valuable in the real world. With this knowledge, he decides not to sell the Spear of Avarice after all. Before leaving, Jinwoo asks to use the washroom. Meanwhile, Beck is deep in thought about Jinwoo. He acknowledges Jinwoo's strength, but senses that something about him is different. He wonders if Jinwoo is a special kind of hunter who keeps growing stronger. Back home, Jinna looks out the window and is relieved that no reporters are around. She happily announces that she can finally go to school. Jinwoo asks what's wrong, and she blames him, saying that if he wants to be on TV, that's fine, but he shouldn't drag her into it. Jinwoo laughs and casually mentions he'll be gone for a week, starting tomorrow. Curious, Jinna asks why. Just then, Jinwoo arrives, and Gina asks if he's Jinwoo's friend. Jinwoo proudly calls himself Jinwoo's right-hand man. Seizing the moment, Jinwoo grabs Jinwoo and tells Jinwoo that Jinwoo will be working with him for the next week. Jinwoo is caught off guard and protests, saying they never discussed this. but Jinwoo grips him tightly, signaling him to go along with it. Jinwoo hesitantly agrees, claiming they're on an important mission. Later that night, after Jinwoo and Jinna fall asleep, Jinwoo summons his shadow soldiers to guard his sister. As he counts them, he realizes one is missing. The soldiers remind him that he accidentally destroyed one earlier. Shrugging it off, Jinwoo says the remaining 3 are strong enough. He assigns one specifically to protect Jinna. Jinwoo then moves to the rooftop and summons his entire shadow army, ordering them to patrol the area. Watching them, he wonders if he is starting to help society in his own way. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a flying ant monster approaches. The next day, Jinwoo and Jinyo set off on their journey. Jinwoo scolds Jinyo for running away from home, but Jinyo insists it was his own choice. Curious, Jinyo asks why Jinwoo is heading to Donggun Tower, mentioning that he said he'd be away for a week. Jinwoo reveals that he's going there to train. Jinwoo simply replies that he must get even stronger. Hearing this, Jinho drops him off and leaves him to his mission. Jinwoo puts on his water-based ring and wind-based cape, preparing to enter the demon castle. A system message appears, instructing him to collect demon souls, including the soul of the demon monarch, Baran. The reward is a shadow exchange runestone. Excited, Jinwoo thinks to himself that this means a great reward awaits. He teleports to the 76th floor where he last left off. Meanwhile, at home, Jinyo's mother talks to his father, expressing surprise that Jinyo left. She asks if he feels lonely now. His father replies that he doesn't, but as he speaks, he suddenly collapses, unconscious. Jinyo's mother watches in horror. Back in the castle, a powerful demon appears. Jinwoo immediately prepares his spear and summons Fang, Tus, handing the spear to him. Fang's magical power surges and he unleashes a fire attack, reducing the demon to ashes in one strike. Surprised by Fang's strength, Jinwoo decides to let him keep the spear for now. In another scene, Jinho's mother tells his father that Jinho came to visit, but she reassured him that he only fainted from overwork. However, Jinho's father remembers the doctor's words. He has entered an eternal slumber and may never wake up. The doctor explains that people with low magic resistance who are exposed to magic for too long can develop this condition. He asks if any relatives are hunters. Jinho's father replies that his son is a hunter, but the doctor says they are not yet certain if that's the cause. Reflecting on this, Jinho's father wonders if, in a world full of magic, his complete lack of resistance means he is no longer fit for this world. Meanwhile, some hunters are patrolling when a giant ant monster suddenly appears, watching them closely. Jinwoo, now deeper in the demon castle, has defeated many demons and leveled up. He split his shadow soldiers into 6 teams and assigned them different tasks. Each team operates separately to wipe out all enemies, and once an entry permit is found, they report back to him. He knows he can't collect other items this way, but his progress is much faster. However, after 2 days on the 80th floor, something is wrong. His MP is dropping fast, meaning his soldiers are being wiped out. Realizing that his High Orc Team A is under attack, he teleports to their location, only to find that Team B has also suffered losses. The enemy is clearly strong, but something doesn't add up. Fang's team was with Team A, so how did Team B get attacked, even though they were far away? This suggests the enemy is avoiding Fang and targeting weaker teams instead. That means they are not only strong, but also intelligent. As Jinwoo analyzes the situation, the scene shifts to a group of demons attacking his bear-like team, quickly overwhelming them. Using his stealth skill, Jinwoo observes the battle. Seeing the demon's strength, he decides it's time to intervene. One demon lunges at him, but Jinwoo swiftly dodges, spins, and kicks it away. Drawing his dagger, he eliminates multiple demons, gaining more levels. He muses to himself, he always wondered if magic beasts felt fear. Now he knows they do. Jinwoo was engaged in a fierce battle with the demon leader. Just as he was about to land the finishing blow, he suddenly heard a desperate plea. A girl's voice called out, surrendering and begging for her life. This shocked Jinwoo, as demons typically could not speak. Intrigued, he removed the demon's mask, revealing an elf-like female demon. She pleaded for forgiveness, but Jinwoo, unimpressed, pointed out the contradiction in her actions, attacking them first and now begging for mercy. He reminded her that he had already slain her allies. The girl explained that as their leader, the other demons had wanted her to survive. As Jinwoo turned to leave, she seized the opportunity to attack him from behind. However, Tusk intervened before she could land a hit. Realizing she was outmatched, she begged once again for her life. Jinwoo questioned her about the permit needed to proceed to the next floor, and she revealed that her family possessed it. She promised to hand it over in exchange for their safety, and claimed to have knowledge of permits for other floors as well. Jinwoo, skeptical of her sincerity, demanded to know if he could trust her. Terrified, she assured him that he could. Seeing her fear, Jinwoo agreed to spare her in exchange for the permit. Meanwhile, on a distant island, a terrifying ant queen left a trail of destruction. She had devoured countless people, and once satisfied, flew away, leaving behind a devastated landscape. Back in the demon castle, Jinwoo asked the demon girl for her name. She introduced herself as Esiel from the Rade family. Curious about her nature, Jinwoo inquired whether she ever heard a voice compelling her to kill humans. Esiel hesitated before admitting that while it was not a literal voice, there was something that urged them to protect the area. When Jinwoo asked how long she had been hearing it, she explained that it had been present since her arrival. Surprised by her choice of words, Jinwoo pressed further, questioning where she had been before. Esiel revealed that she once lived in the demon realm. Before she could explain further, her body suddenly stiffened as if controlled by an unknown force. Struggling, she managed to reveal that they had been preparing for war. When Jinwoo asked who the enemy was, her voice became strained as she whispered about a powerful force that required the entire demon world to unite. Before she could say more, she collapsed from exhaustion. Jinwoo realized that the system was actively preventing her from revealing any further information. At Hunter headquarters, an emergency meeting was held regarding the Ant Queen's devastation. Reports confirmed that she had killed 294 civilians and several hunters, including C-rank and B-rank individuals. A powerful A-rank hunter had eventually been deployed to eliminate the threat, confirming that at least an A-rank hunter was required to deal with these creatures. The association chairman warned that their island was only 120 kilometers from Jeju Island. If the ants learned to fly, their first target would be the southern coastline. The urgency of the situation led to an immediate decision to contact Japan, as they faced the same threat. The fourth raid operation on Jeju Island was then announced. Back in the demon castle, Jinwoo and Esiel finally arrived at her family's stronghold. The moment they stepped inside, Esiel's father, the Demon King, sensed Jinwoo's hidden army. He immediately warned his daughter about the presence of numerous soldiers lurking in Jinwoo's shadow. Jinwoo was impressed by the Demon King's keen perception. The castle guards, believing Jinwoo to be a threat, drew their weapons, assuming he intended to capture Esiel and take over the castle. However, Jinwoo quickly clarified that he had made a deal with Esiel. If they provided him with the entry permit for the 80th floor, he would not harm anyone. The Demon King, knowing of Jinwoo's victories against powerful enemies like Vulcan and Metus, understood that resisting was futile. Reluctantly, he handed over the 80th floor permit and ordered Jinwoo to leave. Before departing, Jinwoo made it clear that he intended to take something else. The Demon King grew enraged, assuming Jinwoo meant his daughter. However, Jinwoo clarified that he simply wanted Esiel to accompany him, as she possessed knowledge about all the floor permits. The Demon King, still wary, demanded reassurance of her safety. Jinwoo confidently promised that no harm would come to her. Meanwhile, at Hunter headquarters, researchers began dissecting the Ant Queen's body for analysis. The Guildmaster observed closely, assessing the threat these creatures posed. Back in the Demon Castle, Jinwoo had conquered most of the floors and had now reached the 89th level. His shadow soldiers, Igris and Tank, had grown significantly stronger, rivaling S-rank and A-rank hunters. Esiel, preparing for the upcoming challenges, examined various items and gifts, hoping to use them as bargaining tools for the 90th floor. She suggested bringing alcohol to negotiate with the demons there. Jinwoo dismissed the idea, asserting that strength determined respect in the demon castle. He reasoned that if he had been weak, the demons would never have handed over the permits or negotiated in the first place. If necessary, he would simply take over by force. Curious about his intentions, Esiel questioned why he had spared her family when he could have simply killed them. Jinwoo smirked and revealed that it was because he liked her. Essel, caught off guard, blushed heavily. Jinwoo, however, found her personality somewhat peculiar, but admitted to himself that he got along well with people like her. Concerned about the dangers ahead, Jinwoo advised Essel to return home. However, she refused, wanting to witness his strength firsthand and see him grow even stronger. Determined to prove herself, she insisted on accompanying him. Jinwoo accepted her decision, and as they reached the 90th floor, they encountered an increasing number of powerful beasts. The battle intensified, but Jinwoo dispatched them with ease. Meanwhile, we see Choi Jung-in meets Cha-hae and gives her information about the Jeju Island raid. He tells her that all S-rank hunters must participate. Cha-hae realizes that this means Sung Jinwoo will also be going. Choi Jung-in confirms it. He explains that their goal is to eliminate all the ants on Jeju Island. He also mentions that they have a meeting with top-tier hunter guilds later that day. Meanwhile, Jinwoo reaches the 100th floor. A massive dragon appears, carrying Baran, the demon monarch. Baran is extremely powerful. Jinwoo senses Baran's overwhelming aura. Even Essel can feel it. Jinwoo begins to doubt whether he can defeat him. Baran is even more dangerous because he rides a wyvern named Kaiseline. Jinwoo realizes that Baran can control both demons and dragons. Baran summons multiple portals. Demons emerge from them and surround Jinwoo and Essel. Essel becomes terrified. The demons charge forward. Jinwoo activates his monarch's domain and summons his shadow soldiers. A fierce battle begins. Essel is shocked by Jinwoo's power. She realizes he is much stronger than she imagined. However, she is conflicted. She is a demon, and Baran is the Demon King. She wonders if she should side with her king or with Jinwoo, an outsider. According to the rules, she should kill Jinwoo. Baran has a terrifying ability. He can release lightning from his mouth, creating an electrical storm. It causes massive damage to the shadow soldiers. A bolt of lightning is about to hit Essel. Jinwoo shields her with his cape. He realizes that this lightning is extremely powerful. If he gets hit again, he will lose all his mana. He decides to attack the wyvern's wings to bring Baran down. Jinwoo moves forward using his stealth mode. He plans to cut off the wyvern's wings. However, Baran predicts his attack and easily sees through it, even though Jinwoo is invisible. Baran then launches dangerous homing attacks that keep chasing Jinwoo. At that moment, Igris and Tusk try to help. Tusk creates a massive fireball with his orb, while Igris throws his sword to bring down the wyvern. However, they are both struck down, and Jinwoo falls to the ground. Finally, Baran also lands on the ground. Jinwoo smirks and says that it's a good thing Baran has come down, because watching from above for so long had made him really tired. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, the Drawn Sword Guild arrives. A woman named Hanekawa introduces Goto Ryuji, the guildmaster. Gogun-hee explains that Japan's largest guild has arrived. Their aura is intimidating. The guild consists of many S-rank hunters, making them one of the strongest in Asia. They begin discussing strategies for the Jeju Island raid. Hanekawa shares two key details about the ants. The first is their lifespan. Ants grow rapidly, but only live for a short time. If the queen is killed, all the ants will die soon after. The second is their attack pattern. In previous raids, they observed that ants always target the strongest hunters first. Using this information, they form a strategy. Japan's rank hunters will distract the ants, while South Korea's team will eliminate the queen. However, this plan is extremely risky. Thousands of ants will swarm the hunters. Goto Ryuji assures them that they can handle it. Back at the demon castle, Jinwoo and his shadow soldiers continue battling Baran. Baran's lightning attacks devastate the battlefield. Jinwoo struggles to recover his mana. Baran grabs Jinwoo by the head and lifts him off the ground, preparing to strike. At that moment, Igris and Taskuroda intervene. They give Jinwoo a chance to regain control. Now, Jinwoo and Baran face off in a one-on-one fight. Baran pulls out two daggers. The battle becomes intense. Jinwoo's daggers are knocked away. He is forced to block with his bare hands. Baran unleashes another lightning attack. However, Essel throws her spear at Baran, distracting him. Jinwoo seizes the opportunity to use ruler's authority. He gathers all his strength and rips off Baran's arms. Then he lands a devastating punch that destroys Baran's face. A massive explosion of energy follows. Jinwoo has finally defeated Baran. He receives a notification allowing him to extract Baran's soul. However, Jinwoo is completely exhausted. After fighting through so many floors, he collapses from fatigue. Before leaving, he tells Essel to go home and inform her father that the Radir family now rules the demon castle. Essel gets emotional and corrects him, saying it's pronounced Ro, not Radir. Jinwoo begins crafting the Elixir of Life. He notices that the success rate and quantity of the elixir depend on the intelligence level of the player. Seeing this, Jinwoo becomes a little nervous and starts doubting whether he will be able to successfully create the Elixir of Life. However, he still tries and finally begins crafting it, praying that it works. At that moment, we see that the elixir is finally completed. Seeing this, Jinwoo is overjoyed because now he can use it to awaken his mother from her eternal slumber. Despite his excitement, he remains slightly nervous, wondering if the elixir will truly work and heal his mother. Just then, Iron brings the dead body of the dragon before Jinwoo. Using his power, Arise! Jinwoo adds the dragon to his Shadow Monarch army, shocking Essel. After this, the system prompts Jinwoo to name the dragon. However, he struggles to remember its original name, so he decides to name it Kajal. The dragon seems to like the name, and Essel, feeling happy, remarks that they can now reach home quickly. She excitedly suggests celebrating with a party upon their return, mentioning that her father will also be pleased. However, Jinwoo is lost in his thoughts, eager to witness the immediate effect of the elixir. At that moment, he remembers that he has a runestone in his inventory, which he can use to exit easily. As he checks it, he discovers that he has also received a job-exclusive skill as a reward, Shadow Exchange. This skill allows Jinwoo to swap places with one of his shadow soldiers, but can only be used once every 3 hours. He decides to use it to return home. Apologizing to Essel, he tells her that she will have to return alone. Saying this, Jinwoo begins to leave, telling her that if fate allows, they will meet again. Just as he is about to depart, Essel shyly attempts to say something, but before she can, Jinwoo vanishes, leaving her feeling a little disappointed. In the next scene, we see that Jinwoo has finally returned to his country. He swaps places with a shadow soldier who is patrolling the area. Realizing that his house is still some distance away, he calls upon Kajal, mounts the dragon, and heads home comfortably. Meanwhile, we see President Go discussing a plan to lure the ants out using the hunter's magical power as bait. Once the ants are out, they will use a special interference wave to disrupt their sensory communication. Taking advantage of this, their special forces will infiltrate the nest and assassinate the queen ant. However, Jinchul raises a concern. Will the interference wave work as expected? President Go admits that he is also a bit anxious, but reassures them that their investigation results were highly accurate. Additionally, they have prepared a retreat plan in case of failure. He then asks Jinchul if he has been able to contact Jinwoo, to which Jinchul replies negatively. In the following scene, we see Min, who is a friend of Baek. They are out for drinks, and Baek introduces Min as an S-rank healer, one of the few hunters in the world who retired at a young age without a single injury. Baek tells him that he considers Min his life and death companion. Manabu then asks Min if he really plans to return to Jeju Island, reminding him of the horrors they witnessed there. Baek also recalls the tragic death of their friend Insu. Remembering this, Baek confirms that he is indeed going to Jeju Island, stating that if the ant monsters continue to roam freely, the entire country will suffer and countless lives will be lost. Min, however, refuses to join, saying that if Baek came to invite him, he must decline. Baek clarifies that he is not here to invite Min but to say goodbye, as they might never meet again. Hearing this, Min falls silent. After a moment, he confesses that he plans to take the civil service exam because he does not want to witness any more deaths. He wants to become a civil servant, but history is his weak subject, so he is unsure if he will pass. However, he is determined to try and live a normal life. Hearing this, Baek reflects that those without normal lives are hunters, for whom fighting is just a routine. The next scene shifts back to Jinwoo, who has finally reached the hospital where his mother is. As he looks at her, he notices a burn mark on the back of her neck. which reminds him of an incident from his childhood when he accidentally spilled hot water on her. Despite this, his mother never scolded him. Instead, she had comforted him, ignoring her own pain. Now, Jinwoo takes out the elixir of life, thinking to himself that he has no idea if it will truly work. However, after witnessing many miracles of the system, he believes in it. With this faith, he opens the elixir and gently lifts his mother, preparing to give it to her. His hands tremble with nervousness, but he gathers his courage and finally makes her drink it. Afterward, he carefully lays her back down and waits anxiously. Suddenly, his mother begins to glow, shocking Jinwoo. But just as quickly as the glow appears, it vanishes, making him panic. He mentally pleads with his mother to wake up, reminding her that he has fought and become strong just for her sake. Meanwhile, his sister Gina is shown struggling to focus on her studies, so she goes out shopping. After leaving the store, she notices that the air outside feels unusually warm and pleasant. Back in the hospital, Jinwoo opens his eyes and is left speechless. Overwhelmed with emotion, he sees that his mother has finally awakened. Though he looks slightly different, she recognizes him immediately, asking, "You are Jinwoo, right? How long have I been asleep?" Jinwoo, teary-eyed, replies, "You were asleep for 4 years." His mother then asks about Gina, and Jinwoo reassures her that she is doing well. Hearing this, his mother expresses her gratitude, telling Jinwoo that he has fulfilled his promise and matured a lot. She notices his injuries and asks if he is okay, suspecting that he must have gone through a lot. Hearing this, Jinwoo becomes even more emotional and remembers everything he endured for his mother. He tries to hold back his tears but ultimately fails. Crying, he tells his mother not to worry, assuring her that he is fine. Seeing him cry, his mother also becomes emotional, and they embrace each other in a heartfelt reunion. Now, the morning scene is shown where the doctors are extremely shocked to learn that the patient, Jinwoo's mother, has woken up from terminal slumber. Another doctor mentions that the family wants the patient to be discharged as soon as possible. One thing I forgot to mention is that the burn scar on Jinwoo's mother's back has completely disappeared. In the next scene, Gina arrives to see her mother and, overjoyed to see her awake, hugs her tightly. Overwhelmed with emotion, Gina starts crying. Seeing this, Jinwoo also feels happy and says, "After all this time and effort, I have finally received my reward." In the following scene, we see Go attending an interview. He thanks all the reporters for gathering there and informs them that disasters are happening nationwide due to the winged ants coming from Jeju Island. In response, the Hunter Association has decided to launch the 4th Jeju Island raid mission. This time, not only will domestic S-rank hunters be involved, but 10 S-rank hunters from Japan will also participate. Hunters ranked A and below will serve as support, defend the homeland, and protect other team members during operations. He emphasizes that this time, they will be successful. Min is also listening to all this and recalls a past scene where he, Insak, and Baek were drinking together. Baek was so drunk that he passed out. Min confesses to Insak that he is scared of going on the raid. Insak replies that he is also afraid, but those who cannot fight are even more terrified. That's why they must fight and eliminate the ants to protect the people of their country. At that moment, a drunken Baek wakes up and boldly declares that he will destroy all enemies with his own hands. Hearing this, Insak remarks that they should be more worried about Baek since his personality and abilities are both dangerous. He adds that only he and Min can handle Baek. In the next scene, Jinwoo's mother finally arrives home, but she notices that Gina has turned the house into a mess. Seeing this, Jinwoo is about to scold Gina, but before he can say anything, their mother suggests that they all clean up together. They agree and start tidying up the house as a team. Their mother then comments that the house has grown quite old, to which Gina responds that it's because they've been living there since childhood. Watching them, Jinwoo feels a bit disconnected. He reflects, "This is the moment I've been longing for, but now that I have it, I feel uneasy. Have I crossed a line as a hunter that I shouldn't have?" As he is lost in thought, his mother looks at a family photo and asks Jinwoo if his father has contacted him. Jinwoo replies, "No." His mother then mentions that she heard he has become a hunter. She reminisces that, before becoming a hunter, Jinwoo's father was a firefighter, and she married him because she found it cool how he risked his life to save people. She then tells Jinwoo that he is just like his father. Hearing this, Jinwoo feels happy. Jinna chimes in, saying that she is studying to become a doctor so she can heal people, which makes their mother proud. Suddenly, Jinwoo receives a call. It's from Gentle. In the next scene, Go is seen leaving the press conference. He expresses his surprise, saying he never expected Thomas Andre to attend. In response, Jinchul explains that Thomas Andre is an S-rank national authority hunter from America. Go says he never expected someone as powerful as Thomas, whose strength is equivalent to an entire national military, to come and offer help. Usually someone like him only intervenes in foreign operations. Go wonders whether Thomas came to inform them about Hunter Huang or for another reason. Just then, Jinchul informs him that they have made contact with Jinwoo and that he will be arriving soon. In the next scene, Jinwoo arrives, and Go tells him that they will leave for the raid in 4 days. He emphasizes that making this mission successful is their biggest goal and asks Jinwoo if he will help them. Jinwoo thinks to himself that he can use this opportunity to level up and should not let it go to waste. Just as he is about to respond, he suddenly senses a terrifying presence, which shocks even Go. The tension in the air is palpable as Go acknowledges Jinwoo's ability to sense the overwhelming energy from afar. He explains that the immense power belongs to S-rank hunters currently training in the gym, hinting that Jinwoo might find it worthwhile to observe them in action. The scene shifts to the gym, where Baek is engaged in a fierce sparring session. His opponent, Ma Dong-wook of the Fame Guild, maneuvers skillfully, forcing Baek to the ground. With a firm stance, he critiques Baek's form, pointing out weaknesses in his back and legs. Baek, brushing off the remark, casually mentions that he's nothing more than an office worker these days, with little time for training. Yet, despite his words, he immediately rises, ready to continue the fight. Jinwoo watches with quiet interest, noting that it's rare to see so many S-rank hunters gathered in one place. The surge of magical energy he sensed earlier undoubtedly belongs to them. His focus sharpens as Baek struggles against his opponent, seemingly at a disadvantage. Before he can dwell on it, Choi approaches and comments that if Baek unleashed his full strength, the match would already be over. He explains that Ma Dong-wook is a formidable fighter from the Fame Guild, but Baek is holding back deliberately, unwilling to reveal his true power in front of so many onlookers. If Baek were to fight seriously, he would transform into something far beyond human, a true monster. Jinwoo's mind races at the confirmation of rumors regarding Transformation T hunters. Choi then gestures toward another group, introducing them as the Night Guild. The atmosphere shifts as a new presence enters the scene. Goto Ryuji and Japan's elite S-rank hunters arrive, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Among them, a female hunter curiously observes Jinwoo and inquires about his identity. A translator explains that he is Sung Jinwoo, a recently ranked S-rank hunter. Goto assesses him with a keen eye, initially assuming Jinwoo to be an assassin. However, the girl corrects him, revealing that Jinwoo is, in fact, a mage. Goto's expression tightens as he senses the dangerous energy radiating from Jinwoo, realizing just how formidable he truly is. Meanwhile, Lim takes notice of Jinwoo's presence, instantly recognizing him as the one who humiliated Min-soon. The weight of their past encounter lingers in the air, adding another layer of tension. Back in the sparring match, Ma Dong-wook throws a devastating punch, aiming to end the fight. But Baek stands his ground, blocking the attack with ease. The Japanese hunters watch, their expressions unreadable. One of them scoffs, unimpressed, questioning whether these fighters truly represent Korea's top forces. The female hunter remains skeptical, having witnessed Goto's battles firsthand. To her, these so-called S-rank hunters seem underwhelming. Her words do not go unnoticed. A Korean hunter, Pak Jung, the guild master of the Night Guild, steps forward to confront her. With sharp confidence, he challenges her blatant disrespect. Unfazed, the girl nonchalantly dismisses him, claiming she has never even heard of his name. As the tension escalates, Lim and Cha Hae-in arrive, demanding an explanation. Park relays the insult directed at them, fueling the already heated atmosphere. Seizing the moment, Goto proposes an idea, a friendly match between the strongest hunters present. Only S-rank hunters will participate. A silent agreement passes through the room. Park, eager to prove his strength, steps forward to accept the challenge. Goto allows him to decide the rules, and Park, without hesitation, outlines the conditions. A new voice interrupts. Another hunter declares that mages should be excluded from the battle. Only combat Yum hunters should be allowed to participate. Goto acknowledges this suggestion, and Beck, unaffected, agrees. The rules are set, a full contaminant brawl where victory is achieved by forcing an opponent to the ground, seizing their wrist, or landing a decisive strike to the waist. This will not be a series of one-on-one duels. It will be an all-out clash. The teams are formed, representing Korea, Lim, Cha-hai-in, Beck, and Ma Dong-wook. Representing Japan, Ta, Wata, Kuna, Moto, Hoshino, and Tatanka. The room grows silent as both sides take their positions. A moment of anticipation lingers in the air. The battle is about to begin. Inside the dome, Sung Jinwoo observes the ongoing match, noticing that the leader of the Japanese team is staying out of the fight. This gives him a chance to see a battle between top-ranked hunters unfold. One of the Korean hunters, Dong-wook, uses an ability that makes him grow in size, declaring that the real competition is about to start. As the fight begins, Beak moves to stop an opponent attempting to flank his team, while a powerhouse from the Korean side exchanges heavy blows with the Japanese fighter, creating shockwaves with each hit. Lim, another Korean hunter, faces an opponent who specializes in speed. He tries to keep his distance, knowing he isn't suited for close combat. When an opening appears, he fires his ranged attacks, narrowly missing a target before Hoshino intervenes, preventing further damage. Watching the battle unfold, Choi worries about the arena's durability and asks the president if it's reinforced with strong magic. Go reassures him that it is, but it's clear that even the best reinforcements are struggling against the raw power on display. Meanwhile, Beak sizes up his opponent, realizing the Japanese hunters are among the strongest their country has to offer. He transforms into his monstrous state, attacking aggressively, but his opponent manages to evade every move. From the way things are playing out, Beak assumes that Atsushi Kumamoto isn't suited for direct combat and is instead testing the battlefield. Kumamoto, on the other hand, understands he barely avoided Beak's last strike and acknowledges that brawling isn't his specialty. Beak glances at Godo Ryuji, suspecting he is evaluating his subordinates to see if they are ready for future battles. Determined to give him an answer, Beak evolves into a stronger form and resumes his relentless pursuit. However, despite his overwhelming power, Kumamoto keeps dodging every attack. Meanwhile, Park Jung-soo watches from the audience, realizing that as a rank lower than these elites, he wouldn't last long in a fight of this caliber, even as his subordinate tries to encourage him otherwise. Elsewhere in the ring, Ma Dong-wook has already been defeated and Lim is subdued by Hoshino, bringing their duel to an end. Beak continues to dominate his fight, but Kumamoto remains frustratingly out of reach. The Japanese team's two victorious fighters move in to support their teammate, standing in Beak's way. Meanwhile, Chahi is engaged in a rapid exchange with her opponent, keeping them at bay with her speed. After landing a solid hit, she realizes she needs to hurry and assist Beak. However, before she can move, Kumamoto suddenly appears behind her. Reacting swiftly, she lands an attack that draws blood, but something changes in her opponent. His eyes glow red with an almost monstrous intensity. Outside the ring, Kumamoto's allies discuss the situation, uncertain of what might happen if he continues in this state. One of them suggests pulling him out of the fight, but Ryuji decides against it, not wanting to interfere. With his growing aggression, Kumamoto launches a devastating attack, striking the ground with such force that the explosion of debris blinds his opponents. Using the cover of dust and smoke, he attempts a surprise assault on Chayi. Before the situation escalates further, Jinwoo steps in, stopping the fight before it turns into something far worse. Despite this, Kumamoto, still consumed by his rage, charges at Jinwoo. With minimal effort, Jinwoo counters the attack and effortlessly subdues him. Observing this, Ryuji realizes that he needs to see for himself just how powerful Jinwoo truly is. With the Japanese fighter neutralized, Jinwoo turns to Chahi and suggests they concede, considering Beak has already given up. Acknowledging the outcome, she calmly accepts the loss. Beak, meanwhile, reflects on the battle, realizing that even if he had gone all out, he wouldn't have stood a chance against his opponents. Shortly after, Henkawa approaches Jinwoo with a message. His master, Goto Ryuji, is requesting a duel. Jinwoo immediately senses the intensity of Ryuji's fighting spirit and sees this as the perfect opportunity to test his strength after his experiences in the Demon Castle. Ryuji, however, grows irritated when he notices the slight smile on Jinwoo's face, realizing that the young hunter is looking forward to the challenge. The interpreter confirms that the Korean hunter has accepted the challenge, but only if Goto fights with full strength. Meanwhile, a news broadcast reports that the fourth raid on Jeju Island is approaching. Lee Jo-hee watches the report, and someone nearby asks if she plans to work, but she mentions she has the day off. Despite this, the woman insists that hunters are busy preparing for the raid and shouldn't remain idle. Afterward, Lee Jo-hee steps onto the balcony to make a call about the defense forces for the upcoming mission. Back in the training room, Lim Tae-jeo questions what will happen next, and Dong-wook explains that the renowned 10th rankled hunter will face the master swordsman. Cha-hee recalls seeing Jinwoo fight in an A-rank dungeon before, but she isn't sure if he's prepared for a battle at this level. Beak asks if she feels uneasy being surrounded by hunters, but she responds that one cannot avoid danger forever on the battlefield. In fact, she considers stopping the fight, and Beak agrees that while he usually enjoys seeing a match between a fighter and a caster, something feels different this time. He begins to suspect that Jinwoo isn't an ordinary hunter. If he is someone who grows stronger over time, then anything could happen. With everything set, Jinwoo signals his readiness. Goto wastes no time and immediately attempts to strike his opponent's face, but Jinwoo dodges at the last moment, making it clear he isn't an easy target. Feeling the power radiating from the young hunter, Goto starts to doubt that Jinwoo is merely a mage. Regardless, he intends to find out for himself. Moving with even greater speed, he launches an aggressive attack. Jinwoo acknowledges that his opponent is stronger than most S-rank hunters, but he isn't fast enough to land a clean hit. Frustrated by the confidence in Jinwoo's expression, Goto increases the intensity of his strikes. Lim admits he can't keep up with the speed of the battle, while Dong-wook notes that the young hunter must be incredibly skilled to dodge such attacks. Chae observes that Jinwoo isn't just avoiding the blows, he is studying his opponent's movements. As the exchange continues, Goto takes a step back and realizes that his opponent looks too relaxed. Annoyed by this, he changes tactics and activates a powerful ability that engulfs his fist in flames. Moving faster than before, he swings at Jinwoo, and the force of the attack makes Chae momentarily worry for his safety. However, when the dust settles, Jinwoo has blocked the strike without much effort. He even appears amused, hinting that he could have ended the fight already if he had chosen to. Rather than finishing things quickly, both fighters create distance and gather an immense amount of mana. Their subordinates realize that the fight is no longer a simple sparring match. It has turned into a true battle of strength. Beak begins to fear that someone might not walk away from this unscathed. However, neither Jinwoo nor Goto seem willing to stop. Just as they prepare to clash with full force, Beak and Chae intervene, grabbing Jinwoo, while the Japanese team restrains their master. The fight is on the verge of spiraling out of control, and Beak quickly orders Henkawa to make Goto stop. Once the battle is halted, Dong-wook jokes that Jinwoo took on one of the strongest hunters and walked away with barely a scratch. Jinwoo, on the other hand, reflects on the risks he took but is satisfied that he now has a better understanding of everyone's strength. More importantly, he managed to plant his shadow soldiers into 5 of them without being noticed. As the Japanese guild prepares to leave, Gogun-hee informs Goto that he will send details about the hunters participating in the upcoming raid. Afterward, the association's president privately speaks with Jinwoo about the Jeju Island mission. Meanwhile, Gohu contacts a man named Ryuji and informs him about a powerful hunter he encountered. The name of this hunter is Jinwoo Sung, who has recently been promoted to S rank. However, Ryuji finds it odd that Jinwoo's name isn't listed for the Jeju Island raid, which surprises Goto as well. Similarly, Chae discusses the situation with Master Choi, noting that Jinwoo won't be joining the mission. Though Choi assumes the young hunter has his reasons, he believes something must be done about it. As the discussion about the upcoming mission continues, Beak notices that Byung-gu is also not participating. Choi assesses the situation and determines that there are still 15 S-rank hunters available, making victory seem likely. As night falls, Jinwoo returns home, where his mother and sister have prepared dinner. Smiling, he announces his arrival. During the meal, Jinwoo reflects on how his mother woke up from a coma after 4 years. He realizes she needs him, which is why he chooses not to join the Jeju Island raid. Meanwhile, on the island, the queen ant struggles with her subjects devouring each other due to a lack of prey. Recognizing that this cannot continue, she decides to leave the island. However, for this to happen, she needs a stronger heir to lead the colony. A new creature hatches from an egg, undergoing a mutation that reshapes its body, giving it a more human-like appearance with 2 arms and 2 legs. The queen urges it to grow stronger, and the newborn lets out a chilling scream, unleashing a powerful wave of mana. Back in the city, the next day, a TV broadcast reports that the ants on Jeju Island have evolved at an alarming rate. Previously confined to the ground, they now possess humanoid traits and wing. As Min Byung walks through the streets, he sees children pretending to be S-rank hunters. Nearby in a cafe, Jinwoo tries to persuade Han Song-yi not to join the defense force, as she is still an E-rank hunter. The city's public announcement system calls for hunters to help defend Korea. Elsewhere, Lee Jo-hee encounters Song Chol. As night approaches, Go Gun-hee eagerly anticipates the mission's commencement. At dawn, the raid begins, with ships arriving at the mission site. On board, a Knights Guild member questions whether they can truly handle the ants. Their leader, Park Jung-soo, states that they will only know once they fight, but their presence is as a backup in case of an emergency. A separate guild arrives by helicopter, and their leader, Ma Dong-wook, bids farewell to his vice master before heading into battle. Min Sun, as usual, attracts media attention, while Lim demands he be brought back before causing trouble. The faces of the hunters in the attack fleet and the Coastal Guard reflect concern as they gather with the association's president. Jinchul reports that all units are ready. Go Gun-hee expresses relief that so many hunters volunteered and is pleased that a certain individual has decided to join the operation. Beak is surprised to see Byung-gi approaching, and the two friends greet each other warmly. At the island's center, elite teams Alpha Bravo and Charlie Swordbearers take their positions, being airlifted to their designated locations. The association's hunters notice that a media crew has been sent to document the battle. Dong-wook asks if the cameraman will be safe, but he assures them he is used to filming in dangerous conditions. Ma Dong-wook hopes this will be the final S-rank raid on Jeju Island. Otherwise, the country could be at serious risk. Beak silently agrees, believing that a national hero must emerge from this fight. Jinchul informs Go Gun-hee that the attack team is ready, and the 4th Jeju Island raid officially begins. Meanwhile, Goto Ryoji commands the diversionary force to use their full strength. The sheer amount of mana released amazes Beak, who watches from a helicopter. Ants start emerging from the nest, prompting Choi to launch an attack, blowing them apart. However, the number of ants seems endless, forcing him to intensify his efforts. Once the immediate threat is cleared, he asks if it is time to land. As the helicopter touches down, Beak estimates that the Japanese hunters can keep the ants distracted for an hour, giving the Koreans enough time to eliminate the queen. From the operations center, Ryuji orders interference to block the queen's ability to summon reinforcements. During the battle, a hunter warns that Kumamoto will die if he remains paralyzed with fear. A Japanese woman suggests wiping out all the ants at once, while another hunter asks about Kenzo's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Kenzo is gleefully smashing insects on his own. Elsewhere, a Japanese hunter observes smoke from Choi's attack and asks his partner if he could defeat Choi in a duel despite his ice-based abilities. Choi and his team move forward, sealing the nest's entrance. The complex network of tunnels creates confusion, but Choi conjures a fireball to safely scout ahead. They need to find the deepest tunnel leading to the queen's chamber. Beak suspects a specific path might be the correct one. Back in the city, Jinwoo completes his daily exercise, feeling at ease. He trusts the S-rank hunters to handle the ants even in his absence. Meanwhile, inside the tunnels, Lim wonders if the queen has fled, but Beak dismisses the idea, noting that she has no escape route. Choi calls his comrades to inspect an egg chamber, making them believe the queen is nearby. They soon discover a massive egg, which unsettles the team. Meanwhile, Kenzo is injured and asks Shimizu, the team's healer, for help. Before she can respond, something suddenly strikes, and her head is torn off in an instant. Seeing this, Kenzo and another hunter were terrified. They immediately prepared to fight the monster that had attacked Shimizu. Just as Kenzo was about to strike, his head was also sliced off. Another hunter, witnessing this horror, rushed towards the monster to attack it. However, before he could even draw his sword, the monster struck him down as well. Within seconds, some of Japan's strongest S-rank hunters were wiped out. Meanwhile, we shift to the Korean hunters inside the same tunnel. They were fighting fiercely against powerful ant monsters. One of them commented that these ants were as strong as S-rank hunters. But despite their strength, the hunters believed they wouldn't lose, as they were human warriors fighting against magical beasts. Encouraged by this, they continued battling. Another hunter, Cha Hae-in, was also seen attacking the ants with incredible speed. She noted that these ants were highly durable. Ma agreed but reassured her that the number of ants in this area wasn't too high. Min assured them that if more ants appeared, he would help handle them. Ye-sun then teased Min, saying he seemed very confident now, even though he was scared before arriving here. Min denied being afraid and instead focused on eliminating the ants. As they kept moving forward, they realized that the deeper they went, the stronger the ants became. It seemed like they were approaching the queen ant's guards. Jose and Kaleem wondered if they were heading in the right direction. Cha Hae-in, using her enhanced senses, confirmed that a powerful magic beast lay ahead. Choi speculated that Baek should be able to sense it too. Baek used his abilities to scan the area ahead and confirmed that the Ant Queen was indeed deep inside the chamber, surrounded by her elite guards. While they couldn't determine her exact rank, they knew she would be extremely powerful. However, if they fought together as a team, they were confident they could win. As they advanced, another team of hunters, including Kei and Aizawa, arrived to check on their squad since they had lost contact. However, they were shocked to discover their comrades' dead bodies. Kei was overwhelmed by a powerful energy, causing him to vomit. He had never sensed such a terrifying presence before. Overcome with fear, he instinctively used his ice powers excessively, trapping himself in ice. Shortly after, a monstrous ant appeared and killed him. Meanwhile, other hunters also realized they couldn't contact their teammates. As they went to search for them, they were ambushed by even more monsters, forcing them into battle. In another scene, the Korean hunters finally reached the Queen Ant's chamber. However, an army of ant monsters stood in their way. Min used his abilities to boost his allies' power, making them stronger and ready for battle. Ma stepped forward first, distracting the ants, while Choi unleashed a powerful fire attack, burning many of them instantly. Choi admitted he usually held back but felt no need to do so this time. Baek agreed and decided to fight with his full strength, triggering his beast transformation. Now, in his transformed state, Baek became even faster and stronger, tearing through the ants. Seeing this, Choi was astonished by Baek's power. Meanwhile, a cameraman was recording the entire battle live. He was informed that the viewership had reached 80%, and they asked him to move closer for a better shot. However, Min warned him that going further would be dangerous, so the cameraman decided to stay back and continue recording from a safe distance. People in Japan and Korea were watching the fight unfold in real time. In the next scene, Ma was surrounded by a large number of ants. Without hesitation, he began his attack, taking them down one by one. Meanwhile, Lim used his bow to fire magical arrows, swiftly eliminating many monsters in a single strike. Cha Hae-in too fought at an incredible speed, slaughtering multiple ant monsters. Her impressive combat skills earned her praise from the people watching the broadcast. Finally, the hunters worked together and successfully defeated all the ant monsters. And now only the queen remains. Seeing this, Ma starts fighting her and tells his companions, "Let's finish this." Meanwhile, Lima sneaks up from behind and launches a series of powerful attacks on the queen. Soon after, Baek arrives and unleashes a relentless barrage of punches on her. The queen, enraged by this, counterattacks with immense fury, injuring both Baek and Ma severely. They are on the brink of being defeated when, suddenly, Min uses healing magic on them, rapidly restoring their strength. Seeing this, everyone is left in shock. Min then declares, "As long as I am here, you have nothing to fear." Hearing this, Choi steps forward and launches a massive fire attack directly at the queen. However, despite the explosion, the queen remains unharmed. But then, she lets out a deafening scream. Witnessing this, Beck wonders, is she calling for help? Moments later, they see the queen trying to escape. However, before she can get away, the hunters intercept her and keep her from fleeing. They distract her while directing Chaheen to go for the final blow. Min enhances Chaheen's abilities, doubling her speed. Chaheen dashes toward the queen at incredible speed and uses her sword to sever all of the queen's legs, rendering her immobile. After that, Chaheen soars into the sky, enlarges her sword, and delivers a powerful, spinning slash to the queen's neck. The impact is so intense that the queen's head is severed, marking her end. Watching this, all the spectators following the battle via live stream erupt in celebration. Everyone rejoices at the queen's defeat. Even Chairman Go expresses his delight, saying, "That means the raid was successful." Min exclaims, "We've won! Since the queen is dead, any remaining ants will die on their own within a year." Beck, still puzzled, recalls the queen's final scream and begins to voice his concern. But before he can finish, Min embraces him, saying, "Forget it! We won! We avenged our fallen comrades." The other hunters join in the celebration, relieved that their hard-fought battle has finally ended. However, in another scene, Rage appears with urgent news. "Bad news! The ants are returning to the nest." He informs Goto that the signal interference has ended. Hearing this, Goto is alarmed, wondering what is going on. Choi soon realizes that the fire barrier he had set up has been broken, allowing the ants to re-enter. Lima, confused, says, "How is this possible? We should still have time left." Chaheen speculates, could the queen's scream have summoned reinforcements? However, she is still doubtful, saying, "Even so, the ants shouldn't have been able to break through Choi's technique. Then how did they get inside?" Just then, Beck senses something approaching. He warns everyone to be on guard. Suddenly, an overwhelming and terrifying presence fills the air. The ant monster arrived, its presence radiating a powerful energy. Beck recognized it immediately and wondered why a black ant was there. Suddenly, an intense aura spread from the monster, overwhelming Chaheen. She lost her ability to smell, and its sheer presence was unlike anything she had sensed before. Alarmed, she realized it wasn't an ordinary magical beast. Ma, unwilling to waste time, urged them to attack. However, before he could strike, he felt as if the monster had hit him. In reality, it hadn't. It simply ignored him and passed by, leaving Ma in shock. The monster headed straight for the queen and, to everyone's horror, devoured her. As it consumed her, it let out a deafening screech and grew even more powerful. Its speed increased dramatically. Before Chaheen could react, it struck her with overwhelming force, sending her flying and leaving her critically injured. Enraged, Ma grew in size and charged at the monster. However, the ant easily shattered his shield and broke his arm. Despite the pain, Ma attempted another attack, but the monster grabbed his remaining arm and crushed it as well. As the monster walked away, Beck rushed in to attack, only to be struck down in a single blow. It then turned to Choi, who prepared to unleash a fire attack. However, the monster intercepted and injured him. Desperate, Lim fired an arrow, but the monster caught it with ease. Before he could react, the monster dashed toward him and landed a powerful punch, knocking him to the ground. Just as it prepared another attack, Ma suddenly intervened, striking the monster and knocking it back. Now fully healed, Ma smirked and credited their skilled healer. Elsewhere, Min the healer remained camouflaged while treating Ma. However, using this ability prevented him from moving. He reassured himself that as long as his team held on, he didn't need to move. Meanwhile, Ma launched a relentless assault, but the monster dodged every strike. It then grabbed Ma's legs and slammed him into the ground repeatedly, severely injuring him. Min struggled to heal him quickly enough. Suddenly, despite being camouflaged, Min realized the monster had detected him. Within moments, it lunged at him. Beck watched in horror as the monster attacked Min. Barely able to speak, Min told Beck to run. Before he could finish, the monster devoured him. The remaining warriors, injured and exhausted, were powerless to stop it. Furious, Beck charged at the monster, but it threw Min's lifeless body at him, knocking him back. Then, gripping Beck's neck, the monster forced him out of his transformed state. To everyone's shock, the monster mimicked Min's voice and told Beck to run. Filled with rage, Beck attacked again, but the monster remained calm. It declared that the warriors were weak and had killed its queen. There was no point in slaughtering mere soldiers. Instead, it demanded to know the location of their king. Sensing a powerful presence in the distance, the monster muttered about the strength it felt. Without another word, it vanished at lightning speed, heading straight for Goto. Beck realized the monster was after Goto, but knew they had no time to think about it. They needed to escape. Just as he said this, he noticed an overwhelming number of ant monsters approaching. Meanwhile, Goto, investigating the situation, found that none of the teams were responding. Sensing something was wrong, he ordered Bravo Team to wait at the endpoint while he advanced alone. Upon reaching the battlefield, Goto noticed traces of ice magic. Moving cautiously, he discovered the corpses of fallen hunters, his own comrades. His walkie-talkie crackled and a voice demanded why he hadn't checked in. Goto reported that there was a problem. The operator, from Joseon, inquired about the signal effectiveness. Goto explained that the signals had weakened, causing all the ants to retreat into their nest. The Joseon operator then asked about the chances of the hunters' survival. Goto, realizing the overwhelming size of the ant army, solemnly concluded that their survival chances were 0. Hearing this, the operator acknowledged that even if they used all their strength, their forces wouldn't be enough. However, they would honor the fallen warrior's sacrifice. The team decided to send the second strike team, which was waiting in the sea. No matter what, they were determined to complete the Jeju Island raid. This mission would bring honor to their country by proving that they had conquered an S-rank gate. After giving the orders, the leader instructed all hunters to withdraw and move forward with the second strike team. Goto agreed and informed his teammates that the chairman had given orders for them to pull out immediately. He also mentioned that they needed to collect the bodies before leaving. As they were about to leave, the same ant monster reappeared and launched an attack on Goto. However, Goto successfully blocked the attack with his sword. The monster then turned its attention to Hunter Ida and beheaded him in an instant. Only one hunter remained, and Goto instructed him to go with Bravo and prepare for the next phase. He warned that if the hunter stayed, he would only get in the way. Following the order, the hunter quickly escaped. Meanwhile, Goto started sensing the overwhelming energy radiating from the ant monster. He questioned how powerful it was becoming. The monster then spoke, asking Goto if he was the king of humans. Hearing this, Goto was shocked to realize that the ant monster could speak. Finding it interesting, he responded by claiming that he was indeed the king. Upon hearing Goto's answer, the ant monster's power surged even further. Its magical energy intensified, making even Goto nervous. He recognized the energy, realizing that he had only felt such immense power from Jinwoo before. Suddenly, darkness engulfed the area. Shortly after, Goto's sword was shown shattering, but the exact cause remained unknown. At the same time, a swarm of ant monsters infiltrated the hunter's nest and launched an attack. Choi attempted to fight back but was unable to defeat them all. The other hunters were severely injured and unable to retaliate. Seeing the hopeless situation, Beck admitted that they were in no condition to fight. Convinced that their battle had come to an end, he accepted defeat. As the ant monsters advanced to attack, their strike seemed inevitable. However, just before the attack could land, dark shadows emerged from the hunters' bodies. Jinwoo had implanted these shadows in them earlier. As they rose, they blocked the ant monsters, leaving everyone in shock. Beck, astonished, wondered aloud about the origins of these soldiers. Elsewhere, Jinwoo sat at the edge of a building, observing the situation. Realizing what was happening on Jeju Island, he stood up and activated Shadow Exchange. Now prepared, he was ready to enter Jeju Island and confront the ant monster. Back in the ant nest, the hunters were shocked and struggled to understand what was happening. Before they could process the situation, the battle had already begun. Igris, Tank, and Iron joined forces to fight the ants and easily overpowered them. Baek was stunned and wondered where these warriors had come from, as he was still lost in thought. Jinwoo suddenly appeared behind him. Baek and the other hunters were in disbelief. they found it impossible to believe that Jinwoo was actually there. Jinwoo stood in front of them with his entire army, ready for battle. Meanwhile, in the city, the live broadcast had stopped, leaving people confused about the situation. Jinchul informed Go Gunhee that the situation was not looking good. Go Gunhee agreed and ordered his team to gather information on the hunters as soon as possible. In the broadcasting room, phones kept ringing as people demanded that the live stream be resumed. The director was frustrated and stressed, realizing there was no signal to transmit any footage. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. What if all the S-rank hunters had died? In desperation, he tried to contact the cameraman inside the dungeon. The cameraman, although still alive, had lost all signal. His camera was not functioning, making it impossible to resume the live stream. Jinwoo, uninterested in fame, focused only on the battle. Without hesitation, he commanded Iron to use his power. Iron activated his ability and attracted all the ants toward him. As the ants charged forward, Jinwoo sent Igris to attack. Together, Igris and Iron slaughtered the ants in a single strike. Meanwhile, some ants turned to attack the hunters, but Tusk intervened and blocked them. Beck was once again in shock. He could not understand what these shadows were. His curiosity got the better of him, and he finally asked Jinwoo how he had arrived at the battlefield. Jinwoo smirked and joked that he would tell him if he paid for the information. Then, getting serious, he said he would explain later and focused on healing Beck's injuries. Jinwoo took out a potion but quickly realized he could not give it directly. He instructed Beck to open his mouth. Without hesitation, Beck obeyed, and Jinwoo poured the potion inside. The effects were immediate, and Beck began to heal. Everyone around them was stunned. Jinwoo continued using his potions to heal the injured hunters. However, when he tried to heal Cha Hae-in, the potion had no effect on her. He quickly realized that her health was critically low. Her aura was fading, and her injuries were too severe for a simple potion to heal. He panicked, knowing he could not heal her in this state. Jinwoo decided that they needed to get her out of there immediately. He told Beck that he would clear the path while Beck took her to safety. Beck agreed. Just as they were about to move, more ants arrived, blocking their escape. Meanwhile, Go Gunhee attempted to get updates from the strike team, but no one had any information. Something was disrupting communication, making it impossible to contact the Japanese command. Ever since the black ant had appeared, the civilian media had not received any footage. Go Gunhee ordered his team to restore the signal immediately and ensure that the medical and retrieval teams were on standby. The team agreed and quickly got to work. Despite his efforts, Go Gunhee could not shake the feeling that he should be out there fighting alongside the hunters. But for now, all he could do was pray for their safety. Elsewhere, Gina tried to turn on the TV but found that it was not working. Frustrated, she decided to check the news on her phone instead. With that thought, she left the room in search of updates. In the second scene, we see the same man asking about what is happening. The man responds that Godo might be dead. Then we are shown a flashback where Godo, as soon as he declared himself the king to the ant, was instantly attacked. The ant decapitated him in a single blow, stripping him of all his arrogance. The man then asks about the others, to which Reiji replies that they are still not completely sure of their condition. The man urges him to hurry, saying they cannot tolerate this any longer. Reiji agrees and cuts the call. After the call ends, the man mutters that Goto is dead and was completely useless. He wonders what exactly is happening on that island. The scene then shifts back to the island where Eris, Iron, Tank, and the others are fighting the ants and trying to clear a path. Meanwhile, Jinwoo observes that while Eris and Iron are holding their own, the foot soldiers are at a disadvantage. He wants to increase the number of his army, but with so many people around, he cannot use shadow extraction. Despite this, Jinwoo realizes that he must proceed. He instructs everyone to stay behind Tusk and let the soldiers fight, that it's strange for a mere insect to be capable of speech. Meanwhile, the Ant King senses Jinwoo's immense power. Overwhelmed by the aura, it lets out a loud shriek. Jinwoo scoffs, saying the ant has proven itself to be nothing more than a bug. The Ant King's screech is so powerful that the other hunters struggle to endure it. However, Jinwoo remains completely unaffected. Elsewhere, the cameraman notices that his camera has finally received a signal. The employees quickly inform the director, who is shocked to see what is happening on the island. He immediately orders the broadcast to go live. One of the staff members warns that since the feed is live, they won't be able to stop it if something goes wrong. The director insists they proceed anyway, realizing that the outcome of this battle depends entirely on Jinwoo. As the livestream begins, people across the world watch in amazement as Jinwoo appears on their screens. Even Jinna is stunned, wondering how Jinwoo ended up there when he had said he was only going for a walk. Meanwhile, Go sees Jinwoo and becomes excited. Jin Chul, in disbelief, asks how Jinwoo managed to get there. Go dismisses the question, saying they should simply trust in Jinwoo. Back on the battlefield, the ant monster gathers its strength and delivers a powerful punch to Jinwoo's face, causing massive destruction. Seeing this, Choi exclaims that Jinwoo must be crazy for getting so close to a mage-type enemy. He assumes that Jinwoo underestimated the ant and lost as a result. The Ant King, seeing Jinwoo fall, mocks him for being weak and declares that he is not a king. However, as the dust clears, everyone is shocked to see that Jinwoo is completely unharmed. Instead, he clenches his fist, preparing to strike back. He throws a punch at the ant, but the creature manages to dodge it, surprising the hunters. They wonder if Jinwoo is really a mage type, as he doesn't seem like one at all. Jinwoo, on the other hand, realizes that the ant has incredible durability. He wonders if it has an exoskeleton similar to that of an agiskeleton. The ant gets back up and launches another attack, prompting Jinwoo to retaliate. Their intense battle causes massive destruction, making the cameraman nervous. Despite being an A-rank hunter, he feels the need to stay as far away from the fight as possible. The sheer flow of magic in the air is enough to knock him unconscious. Just as Jinwoo delivers a devastating punch, the Ant King is sent flying a great distance. Stunned, it wonders how Jinwoo, a mere human, could possibly be this strong. Determined to retaliate, the Ant King rushes back and swings its fist at Jinwoo. However, this time, Jinwoo counters by blocking it with his own punch. Both of their strengths are evenly matched. Jinwoo then crouches down and lands a direct hit on the Ant King. But before he can follow up, the Ant King suddenly extends its tongue, slashing Jinwoo's cheek. Realizing he has been poisoned, Jinwoo stumbles. The Ant King smirks and declares that the poison is extremely powerful, making Jinwoo completely immobile. It announces that this is the end for him. As it prepares to finish Jinwoo off, the scene shifts again. The man questions why it is still alive and why it has returned to its nest. He speculates that it might be injured and is trying to recover. The man remarks that they don't know whether the Korean hunters have survived, but if they are still alive, they will have to face the same monster that killed Goto. He is certain that they won't stand a chance against the Ant King. However, he sees an opportunity in this situation. If they manage to defeat both the Ant King and its overwhelming power, they will become famous. He then orders the immediate rescue of any survivors. He also instructs the second strike team to prepare for deployment to the island, where they will attempt to eliminate both the Ant King and its immense power. Meanwhile, the remaining hunters also receive word of the plan. The girl tells the others that they should leave immediately. Meanwhile, Minor starts talking about the Ant King, stating that the monster is extremely powerful and that they won't stand a chance against it. Hearing this, the girl becomes angry and says that this is not the time to panic. However, Minor insists that they must escape from there. The scene then shifts to Jinwoo, who has now grabbed the Ant King's hand. He delivers a powerful punch, sending the Ant King flying into a distant wall. Everyone is once again shocked by Jinwoo's strength. They are confused about how he recovered from the poison, as he was supposed to be poisoned. It is then revealed that Jinwoo had a poison nullification skill, which removed the poison from his body. Jinwoo then taunts the Ant King, mentioning that he had a secret weapon. Using his perception skill, Jinwoo also realizes that the ant monster is now experiencing anxiety. He reflects on his own anxiety and looks at Chahae, thinking that he must finish this fight quickly to save her. With that thought, he dashes forward and kicks the ant monster. However, the ant monster suddenly vanishes and reappears behind him, using its wings to fly. The ant monster acknowledges that neither poison nor strength is working against Jinwoo. Realizing this, it decides to evolve further. The monster transforms into a more terrifying and powerful form. Seeing this, Jinwoo pulls out his S-rank dagger, which he had obtained from the Demon Monarch. As Jinwoo prepares himself, the ant monster launches a rapid attack on him. Jinwoo struggles to block the attack but manages to hold his ground. The monster continuously assaults him, making it difficult for Jinwoo to keep up. Despite this, he retaliates fiercely. As Jinwoo moves in for an attack, the ant monster uses an ice ability, which originally belonged to a hunter. The monster shatters the ice and throws it at Jinwoo, causing widespread destruction. The battle intensifies as both fighters relentlessly attack each other. The ant monster is shocked by Jinwoo's speed, realizing that he is getting even faster. The two clash at lightning speed, leaving everyone in awe. The battle continues with both fighters pushing their limits. Eventually, Jinwoo finds an opening and unleashes a series of powerful attacks on the ant monster. However, even this is not enough to defeat it. The ant monster, now furious, launches a direct attack at Jinwoo. The attack is about to hit him near his eyes, when suddenly, one of Jinwoo's skills upgrades into its ultimate version. Utilizing this skill, Jinwoo slashes the ant monster multiple times in an instant, cutting it down completely. The ant monster is left in shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. However, it quickly regenerates and creates an icy barrier before attempting to flee. Jinwoo immediately breaks through the ice and chases after the fleeing monster. The ant monster, now terrified, tries to escape using its wings. Before it can get away, Jinwoo catches up and uses his ultimate skill to deliver a series of devastating slashes, bringing the ant monster down to the ground. The monster is badly injured and in disbelief at Jinwoo's overwhelming power. It wonders who this human truly is. Desperate, the ant monster summons an entire army of ants to attack Jinwoo. Seeing this, Jinwoo calls upon his shadow army. His shadow army alone is enough to wipe out all the ants. Meanwhile, Tusk unleashes his firepower, creating a massive explosion that engulfs the area in flames. The ant monster, now terrified, realizes that it has no chance of winning. It begins to reflect on its life, thinking about how it was born as a powerful being, devoured countless others to become stronger, and considered itself a king. But now, it is on the verge of defeat. As it tries to escape once again, Jinwoo appears before it. Seeing him, the monster is filled with fear. It desperately attempts to regenerate and flee, but Jinwoo uses his immense power to bring it down once more. The ant monster falls before Jinwoo, completely defeated. It trembles in fear, realizing that it has no way out. It tries to beg for its life, desperately wanting to escape. However, Jinwoo closes in and unleashes his newly upgraded skill, finishing the monster once and for all. With that, Jinwoo's level increases significantly. Seeing the ant monster's defeat, all the remaining monsters flee in terror. The hunters watching the battle ask themselves if they have truly won. Jinwoo then approaches Chahaein and notices that her aura has weakened significantly. Realizing that they are running out of time, Choi Jong-in suggests taking her outside quickly, where a recovery helicopter is waiting. However, Jinwoo responds that she won't survive until then. Jinwoo takes out the elixir of life, the same potion he used to heal his mother. He tries to give it to Chahaein, hoping it will save her. However, he soon realizes that the potion will not work on her, leaving him frustrated and worried. He wonders if there is anything else he can do. Suddenly, an idea strikes Jinwoo's mind. He figures out a plan, but before executing it, the episode comes to an end.